Okay, so last week, Ash and Julius, after 2 years on the frontier, had the Majestic and all people on it rocketed out of the sky and crash due to Malcolm keeping them on the frontier with no contact, and Tewas and a large dragon ripping him out of the sky. Ash, Julius, Snarf, and Davine would be the only survivors, and Carter and Nick, the Spartans, would survive the crash but be killed by Tewas as he searched for the cube that they have. Right in the nick of time, Icy would arrive to rescue them, and they would be brought back to Icy and Pequod rescued them. They'd come to find out that Icy and Pequod's squad, Alpha Niner, had been wiped out as well, due to them not knowing what they were fighting. They then were brought before the Arcane Council, where an account was made of everything that had happened on the frontier. And after Ebenezer arrived to corroborate everything, Master Chance of the Arcane Council was court-martialed, and Ash, Julius, Icy, Davine, and Pequod have been reformed as the new Alpha Niner, and have been given the right to pick 2 more members. The ones they're looking at are Saris and Sasha. They went to their apartment, slept, Ash got a moment on the holo receiver with Saris, and then they went down to this. They've picked up Commander Integra, who had lost it, and brought her back to the apartment so she could get mental care she needs. After having a visit with Lazuli and Hunk, who had been married and have a kid now, Hunk would join the ranks of the new Alpha Niner, and then Ash and them would be brought down to a hangar where the Tall Geese 3, a mobile suit for Ash, is laying in its unfinished state, ready to be repaired and used later. And I think that's everything.
Alright, so it's one day after last week's session. It's the next morning of you guys are down here in the mobile suit hangar. Zanzibar is pulling off, at Snarf's request, some of the armor plating on the foot of the Tall Geese with ease. He's just pulling it back, like pulling plastic off of a sandwich or something like that, very very nonchalantly, while Snarf is, just like his token would indicate, is on top of the shoulder. This is the frame of the mobile suit, and some armor plating on the feet. They never got very far, you can tell just by looking at it. So Snarf's standing on top of the shoulder frame, and he puts his arms out in the air, and you're sitting there in your wheelchair, like a lump. Julius is sitting there holding baby Lazuli, Davine accompanying her son, and Snarf looks down. He's got to yell because he's up on top of this thing, and he yells down to you, Ash. Can you believe it, Ash?
Oh, I can't. Oh my gods, look at him. It's a beauty, isn't he?
He looks back down at you, and then the baby, and waves a little bit, and then he, Dragon, pull that plate off the front of the foot. And Zanzibar comes over, starts pulling some off. He looks down at the mobile suit. This is a gearhead's dream, Ash. An unfinished prototype mobile suit. I can't believe it, as he's got some electrical tools and he's doing great.
Hey, we got a good captain, and looks at Zanzibar, and you got a better helper than when you tried to get Gurok to help you move stuff.
Right as you say Gurok, you hear the quintessential at the top of her lungs, Julius, as Pequod comes walking up with a bunch of food. They're screaming Julius's name, and Mercurius behind her. And she comes right up to Julius. Mercurius sets down a table in front of Julius and Davine, one of those fold-out leg tables. Takes the baby, and Pequod starts putting down bacon, eggs, biscuits, gravy, the works for breakfast for both of you. And she comes over and wheels Ash right next to you guys. And she looks you all over and then points right at Julius. She gets right in Julius's face. Clean your plate!
And he looks over at Davine. I would do as she says, Julius. She looks like she'll kill you. Right. I'll clean my plate.
A whole thing. And then you're going to eat Mercurius. and Mercurius presents another tray from behind. He had a hand behind his back with 3 more plates. You're all eating 2 serving.
Pequod, you've mastered the mother voice, haven't you?
She chuckles, not really, just the yell at Julius voice. I never have to yell at her, and she gestures over to the baby.
Oh, not yet. But with you two as parents, she's gonna be a handful.
Oh God.
She smiled. Well, I think with the extended family we've built for her, and she looks at the ceiling and are currently building, she'll be raised really well, Ash.
Oh, she'll be raised well, but with even more chances to get into trouble.
She puts her hand on her stomach and kind of rubs it in a circular motion, sits down in front of you, and starts feeding you. Come on, you lump.
He's eating and just talking at the same time. You know, I am happy for you two. I just wish you told me.
She just looks at Julius and doesn't say anything as she feeds Ash.
What? We were on the frontier, man. I didn't want to put that on you.
You
too.
kept it from your own mother, Julius!
Yes, Julius, you kept it from your own mother that she was a grandmother. Okay, I get it. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Yes, this qualifies as only a mistake. Keeping a child away from her grandmother. Yeah.
Julius, they've got the answer to make you do whatever they want until the end of time, mate.
Yeah, I get it, Ash.
You've had all 3 of us the ultimate trump card.
As a piece of toast gets shoved into Ash's mouth. Chew!
Ruff, Mom.
She watches you chew. Good? And she looks at you with a smile.
It tastes very nice.
I picked up a few cooking tips from Sarah. And she grins.
Wow.
What?
Sarah's is actually a pretty decent cook, believe it or not. A lot of the Frontier Rangers are excellent cooks. Imagine, you gotta be out there in the wilderness on any given random planet. Survival cooking. And Saris is an excellent cook these days. Mercurius nods in agreement, even though he doesn't eat.
That's wonderful. Oh, I got to talk with her briefly. On the holocom. Last night, the night before.
You did?
Aye, Icy got it set up for me.
Where is she?
Icy or Ceres?
Sarah.
I believe it was on the frontier. She's fighting mind flayers.
Mind flayers. As she picks up a piece of bacon and shoves it in your mouth.
Chews it up and swallows. Yeah. Alien-looking fuckers with squid faces.
I've seen pictures in textbooks, but I never seen one in person.
We have.
You did? She looks at Julius.
Yeah. We helped the squad, Lima squad. The one that Saris is on now. We helped fight him.
You fought Elithids under the command of, and she goes to say his name, and I don't even want to say his name.
What's... Oh, yeah. We didn't really follow his orders, to be honest.
I got lent a large, powerful sniper rifle, sat up top, and just rained down fire. Malcolm sat with Achilles and just threw fireballs the whole time.
Achilles, isn't that as she comes over, looks at Julius's plate, sees he's eating, slowly, I'd imagine, and enjoying it. Eat! And then she sits back down and pours some coffee for you, Ash, and puts a straw in it and puts the cup to your mouth.
Takes a drink. Thank you. And yes, that is the General Lorelei's personal pet companion.
Didn't you guys say that Malcolm tried to take you to Anova to get him a mana saber?
Yeah.
How did that go?
He gave up on it because he realized he would have to take time to raise it, and it would have to be him specifically, and he couldn't just bag an adult and make it do what he wants.
Anova's really dangerous and stupid to go to. She comes over to Davine. More coffee?
Oh, yes, please, darling.
She pours her some coffee.
Oh, we know. We took a bounty from Gondar at one point and rescued some college kids from there.
Mercurius sets up a height chair, puts the baby in it as Pequod is making her a plate of food, just cutting it up finely so she can kind of eat it in small pieces. You took a bounty?
Aye, I'm in the Bounty Hunters Guild as well.
Bounty hunter Ash. So you know Gondar?
Yeah, I've talked to him on a few occasions. Wonderful man.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. If you ever get to go on the rings of Gateway, you'll see all these little kids running around. Him and General Lorelei, and she puts her fingers together as she starts feeding the baby. I'll be back to feed you in a second, lump.
You're fine. No, it's admirable. It's incredible for him to do, give all these kids a chance they wouldn't have had otherwise.
It's probably pretty cool getting to live on Gateway Station.
I wouldn't know.
As a child.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, we went to Innova. Julius got kicked by a Drook.
She looks over at Julius with a concerned look. What's a Drook?
It's a big old hulking alien monster looking thing. Had like lightning on it and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Looks like a lizard man mixed with the Hulk.
How did you guys, as she keeps helping feed the baby, survive any of these engagements?
Luck and stupidity, I would call it.
Decent amount of working, the three of us together.
She nods. What else did you fight?
Raptors? Again.
Not those. As you see, a shiver goes up her spine.
On that same planet.
Shiver.
Carnotauruses, I believe is the name. Geist, you already know about that. What else? We fought a demon.
Demon?
It called itself Nevermore.
And you guys survived all this under the illustrious command of Captain Runaway Pants?
Yes. Oh, we fought a squad of power-armored fighters.
Who are they?
Cultists as part of Tewaz's cult.
And you lived?
Why do you sound
Yes.
so surprised?
Just nothing exactly as she starts typing on her wrist computer, and being that Master Chance is gone, a lot more is coming to light about your squad, and apparently you guys were quite not much of a squad as she sets down a field report from General Rico on the squad's activity. Listed, graded as D- in terms of combat effectiveness.
Oh, I'd agree with that. The three of us probably could have scored a B working together, but the rest of them? You had Gurok, who would sit no closer than 60 feet away from any enemy, because that was the limit on the returning feature on his gauntlets and weapons. Our Mercurius would sit about 10 feet behind him, always, never further. And they'd be decently effective, I suppose, but he'd never do anything but that. You had the Rangers who... the fighter, his name was P.T. Valk, the Exoframe. He tried to work with people, but he wasn't there for long, so it didn't help. Xerix wasn't on missions with us very often. I assume he had extracurricular things to do. The Ranger Danria. She was a delightful young woman. Nice girl, but in combat she would get hit, sit there and heal herself. Horrible at positioning. In the Carnotaurus fight, she climbed on top of a building and put herself in perfect biting radius.
Apparently you guys had a cleric who just retired, like, quite a few months into the journey, yet lived on the ship and took resources?
Yeah.
And still got paid somehow?
Malcolm had a liking for Artis. Artis was a decent enough chap. I wasn't around him much. He just seemed like an old guy who probably would have rather been on Earth. My assumption is he kind of got stuck there, and Malcolm just kept paying him.
Pequod leans in and gives Julius a kiss on the cheek. takes your plate away, stands aside, and Mercurius sets down an even bigger plate with triple the helpings of everything. Eat!
Fine.
He stands out of the way and goes back to feeding the baby. Pequod pours a little more coffee for Davine, and then, alright, Lump, open wide.
Uh-huh. Ah.
She puts some eggs in your mouth. I am shocked you guys are alive.
Well, it's all thanks to us being, well, Lazarly's training. That symbiote you have didn't hurt. A lot of luck. And Dr. Eloquin.
How many missions did you do for the bounty? Do you still have your medallion? Or was it lost in the crack?
I should still have it. It's on my belt somewhere. Looks down. Right there, and motions to where it is.
Ash, you know, I've missed you a lot. Do you mind if we get a picture, just the two of us?
I don't see why not.
She stands next to you, pulls up the wrist computer, takes a picture, gives you a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. And then, alright, goes back to feeding.
Alright, so... Takes a bite. So what was the ulterior motive for that?
So I can have it on my wall, in mine and Julius's room.
Uh-huh, and why you didn't wait for me to get cleaned up?
Well, you're getting cleaned up today. I'll take two, side by side.
Is it going to be next to the action figure poster?
The action figure Yeah, well, that wasn't my idea to put that up. That was Ceres's. A long time ago.
Gods, I miss her.
Me too, as Pequod looks off into the distance at, behind Julius, just looking this way for a second, thinking about Ceres, and then she, bacon, and shoves a strip of bacon in your mouth, and Julius gets the death glare. Eat faster.
I'll eat however fast I want to.
You'll eat how fast I say, as she pulls the piece of bacon out of your mouth, Ash, and sits down, and you're gonna open your mouth. Or I'm gonna open it for you. And it won't be fun this time.
Oh.
Julius's eye twitches in it as he closes his mouth even tighter.
Besides, you have that creepy-ass symbiote. It probably needs nutrients, too. Open.
Mm-mm.
Fine! She punches you in your bandaged-up kneecap. And it causes you immense pain.
Julius screams and then puts his hand knuckle in his mouth and bites down on it.
Mom, if you would be so kind, help.
Is a trick that always used to work with me. He didn't want to eat when he was around me either. And she elbows him in the ribs, which makes him lose his air, and he just...
I'll remember that one. As she shoves half of a biscuit with some jelly on it in your mouth. You need to eat. A lot. All of you. You're malnourished to the 3rd degree.
Aye, we are.
I don't know how that guy thought you'd be an effective combat force not eating. Armies march on their stomachs, Julius! As she just picks up some eggs with her hand and shoves it, half of it hitting your cheek, into your mouth.
I said I was eating. Jeez, I just eat slow.
Salt and pepper, Mercurius, as he stops feeding the baby and puts a bunch of salt and pepper on the remainder of the eggs and goes back to feeding the baby.
Oh, thanks, Mercurius.
He nods at you.
I don't know why he thought it either. I mean, that's probably, part of why our combat effectiveness rating went down so quickly. I mean, gods. I don't even
Well,
know.
combat effectiveness rating, the grade takes a lot into account, Ash. Not just as she shoves another half a biscuit into Julius's mouth. Not just, your ability to kill things, I suppose. Just if you worked as a team or not. And apparently you guys didn't work much as a team.
it would normally be most of the team targeting a random enemy. The only ones that really worked together were Julius and I, and Davine later on, but when 2 members of an 8-man squad are working together, it's not a team.
No, it's not. It's basically the headhunters all over again, yeah?
Yeah. One of the few times I remember us working together was the fight with the Tempest and that Scourge fellow in the Geist incursion.
I have a question. Last night, Julius, while we were sleeping, I awoke to you saying, "Take them down, Julius," just over and over. Do you care to explain? As she stops feeding.
So, it was during the mission where we had to save your mom, right? And the plan was me, Gurok, Xerix, and Malcolm would all run in, save your mom, and gate out, you know. We all ran in. He got your mother, and then he ran out with a room full of cultists, screaming out, "Take them down, Julius."
As Pequod starts laughing, she's fighting back laughing. Well, you took them down, I suppose.
That's the same fight where we got jumped by champions of their group, and Malcolm spent the entire fight hiding in the corner next to what I assume to be their healer. The healer then shot him, and he ran and hid in the hallway next to where I was standing keeping guard over your mother.
Thank you for that, by the way. The 3 of you.
Don't mention it.
Yeah.
Not only is it our job, but it is family.
Dad made Mom retire after that close call. No more SIS for her.
Oh, it's a shame. From all I heard, she was damn good at her job, but family first, right?
You want to see something that'll make you sad and or mad?
What?
She pulls up the official field report that Malcolm filed to Rico. Apparently, as she's reading it aloud, Malcolm single-handedly fought through groups of power-armored and some undetermined type, I assume these champions you're referencing, cultists, grabbed my mom, and got back to the ship while the rest of the squad laid down covering fire from the dropship doorway. Oh, and by the way, the combat footage from that mission was purged.
Yeah, that's one of the few that I was having them go through my old archives from what I have left, and it would seem he deleted that from my personal data as well.
Snarf speaks up from atop the mobile suit. Where do you think a little girl got something like this? And Pequod, you see, just like you see people who get like that intense look on their face, she turns and snaps, like Exorcist head snap at this poor guy. And you better stop calling her a little kid or child in general. And I meant no disrespect. And I want to know where she got it, relax. And she just glares at him and just go here. And he crawls over here. Oh boy. The death glare from Julius's wife. Still don't think she's real.
It's alright, Pequod. He's been through hell too. Give him a break.
She's just staring at it.
Don't know where
I
Sorry.
call Icy Kid, too.
Pequod turns, you better stop. She's your captain.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could just call her by her name, not kid. She puts her hand on her stomach. The most mature of all of us. She gestures to the baby. Who do you think raised the baby? And she gestures towards the baby. I spent the majority of the last 2 years basically, and she pulls out bottles of pills, antidepressants, depressed. Thanks to you, Julia.
I'm sorry, dear.
Most of the time, I'd spend the day crying and eating, and then I'd sleep. And these pills, which I'm not taking anymore, and she throws the bottle and it hits Mercurius on the side of the head. and he and picks them up and puts them in a compartment of his armor. Those pills make you sleepy. And so after I had Leslie, well, it wasn't me who got up at night to take care of her.
It was icy.
Yeah. And Saris and Sasha when they were here, but the Rangers have a lot on their plates. They don't float in deep space doing nothing.
Aye.
But that's kind of why Dad thinks that child's icy. Every time he came over, she was the one taking care of it. So it worked out. Sort of.
Somewhat, but that means you missed out on some of the most important bonding experiences in a child's life.
I was awake during the day taking care of her when I could, yes, but... Then she comes over and gives Julius a hug from behind. Maybe I'm not as strong as my dad. But either way, being separated from Julius is something I just can't do. I did it for 2 years. I was willing to accept a few months. She kisses Julius on the cheek. But the past 2 years were not easy.
No.
On anybody.
No, they weren't.
And it was all thanks to that fuck-up Malcolm.
Yeah, it was.
As I continue to say, my only regret is I didn't get to kill him myself.
Pequod looks over at you. I'm pretty sure I would have got kicked off Alpha 9 if Icy didn't lie on most of the reports about my mental condition. Try flying the Nova while crying.
That's fair. To be fair, I'm not sure Julius, Davian, or I will be there's a chance any of us could fail some mental evaluations at this point.
Pequod, well, you'll be getting them. And Snarf says again, oh man, he's back on this shoulder. I can't believe a child got this, as she glares up at... Icy won't torture you like Malcolm. Cobalt, and he, Zanzibar comes, puts out his arms, and he jumps down. She'll just shoot you. And he jumps out of Zanzibar's arms. Alright, no disrespect, man. Can I have some food? And Mercurius comes over and starts making him a plate. This is nice. We're all eating breakfast together.
Hey, Snarf, you know who Agent Hunk is, right?
No, Tom Hanks, you say?
That kid, Icy. She is the direct trainee and heir apparent of debatably the greatest agent the Arcane Council's ever had. Trained by Lazuli herself, and a graduate of the Arcane Council from a very young age.
Well, you don't say. I'll call her fucking wife if you want me to. As long as she doesn't starve us to death.
She won't.
Mercurius injects something into Julius's leg so the pain subsides. And Pequod's still hugging Julius from behind and just keeps kissing his cheek, and now he can't eat. And she just, I really, really, really missed you.
He reaches up and starts petting her hair. Yeah, I did too.
Mercurius comes over, gives Julius the baby, and cleans the plates away from Julius so he doesn't have to keep eating. Snarf starting to eat. This is, for a Mirage, this is pretty good.
It's not a mirage, buddy.
Not a mirage.
I'm pretty sure we're still all back on the Majestic. I'm back in my box, talking to myself, eating roaches.
Pinch yourself.
You pinch me for me.
I can't move my arms, Snarf.
Pequod comes over, pinches him on the neck, and he looks around and he... Oh, look at that mobile suit! And Pequod, therapy, soon, and comes back over and just says to Julius, I love you, and kisses him on the cheek again.
Oh, yeah, I love you too. And as he's playing with baby Leslie, roaches. Roaches. Wasn't there a bug dude on the ship?
Oh yeah, Rolly. He was the janitor. He vanished partway through the mission. I thought he got dropped off on some independent colony. Snarf, do you know what happened to him?
No, I don't, as he takes a bite of toast. Is there any more bacon? Mercurius comes over with the last of the bacon, slides it onto his plate. I don't really remember Rolly. Pequod lets go of Julius, pulls up her wrist computer. Oh, there was a Millipillion listed on the manifest, but no name. He was a civilian?
Civilian contractor. We picked him up somewhere for the cleaning the ship because we needed one, being constantly habited or inhabited. He vanished a while in, probably halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way through the mission.
Oh, what was his name you said?
Broly.
Never heard of him.
You got a picture of him?
Pequod, there's no picture listed on the records, but I mean, she comes over here, sits down with Julius. They're both or just disappears. Sits down with Julius, so they're both playing with the baby. There's almost no information about any of your civilian members of your crew. He even got your pilot's name wrong. He's listed as Captain or Pilot Tallahassee.
Right. Well, I'm not sure how much I'd have on my wrist computer. I didn't take many pictures while we were there. Not something to remember.
Yeah, never heard of him. Some type of little bug with brooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a good guy. Takes a sip of his coffee. Davine probably knows what happened to him.
Didn't you just say you didn't remember him?
Mercurius looks down at him with a tilted head. Oh, I mean, personally, I think none of this is real, so maybe I remember him kind of.
Okay.
He was a good guy. A lot of legs. Bad eyesight.
Yeah.
What? You said you didn't remember him, but you remember he had bad eyesight?
Yeah, he told me once.
So you talked to him, and you remember that, but you don't remember him.
Anybody got a cigarette?
Not here.
Pequod Icy smokes, but I think she's upstairs. As you hear the door to the hangar open, and you hear the sound of, footsteps approaching, and if you can, those of you who can turn your head. I suppose Ash can, but it's hard. You see Suletta walking up, and she's looking down at her cup of coffee, and sorry, Sonny told me everybody was down here in this hangar, and her glass of coffee hits the ground as she sees this, just standing there in an incomplete state. What is that?
That is my mobile suit. He ain't finished, but that's the Torgis 3, ma'am.
She's just staring at it, jaw agape. That thing exists! She moves closer.
Apparently he does. I don't know where Icy found him, but he does.
It's not. She comes over, puts her hand on Julius's shoulder, and looks down. How are you feeling?
Fine, ma'am.
Then she immediately goes back to pointing back at this thing. That's not possible!
Why is that?
Thought it was a myth.
A myth, you say?
And Starf, see, I told you it's all fake.
Okay, Snarf, we're getting you on some medication.
And Pequod, Mercurius, do you have my antidepressant pills you could give him? And Mercurius shakes his head. No. Suletta just said, there's one. Starts typing on her wrist computer. And she pulls up a document. Oh, and it's a picture of a paper document. A half piece of paper document detailing production ideas of that, but can't believe they got that far along.
I'd assume they abandoned it right about the time the Calamity Wars ended.
Do you mind if I take a look at it?
No, go ahead and take a look at him.
Snarf looks at her, look, a beautiful woman. Regal beauty, comes up, pokes her in the thigh because he's very short. This can't be real. Can I walk with you? And she puts her hand out. Oh, this is great. She walks up to it with him. Zanzibar comes over, and she points up, and he lifts her up onto the leg, and she climbs up into the cockpit. As Snarf, surrounded by beautiful women, beautiful babies, a robot that does what I want, and whatever that thing is, and he points back at Zanzibar. This is great. And he sits down in front of Ash.
It is. It's home now, Snarf.
Home. My box is my home.
Not anymore. Your box is gone. You're here with us.
Rolly and I used to eat in the box. Don't tell Malcolm, Ash. Or none of you tell Malcolm. But anyway, one time we could catch many things, and sometimes we'd steal food from that robot in the kitchen, and then we'd eat in the box. I had this, and he pulls out a little, like, survival stove, and we'd eat in the box together.
So you were good friends with Rolly?
Well, you know, short stuff guy like me, like to hang out in the engineering bay. Not many people to talk to on that ship. Couldn't talk to you half the time you were locked in the room. As Pequod starts laughing.
You sure you don't know what happened to him?
You see his eyes trail as if he's trying to remember. I think maybe I kind of remember. Julius probably ate him or something. He gestures at Julius, and Pequod stares at Julius confused.
Ash is doing the same.
I never ate Rolly.
Well, if you think
Smart.
about it, Julius's room was right near the engineering bay, so the obvious suspect is Julius, if you ask me.
Where are you getting somebody eating him?
At this time, you see the eye on the tall geese light up the frame, so the head's there, the eye lights up, and you see it start to tremble a little bit. You hear Suletta say, well, the Epion system works, and the cockpit was fully installed. She's yelling it. So that's more than half the battle complete.
Really? So we're that much closer?
That's good news. As she comes out, Zanzibar catches her. She pats him on the head. Thank you. She jumps down from his arms. Who's rolling?
He was a Millipedian that we had as our janitor on the Majestic. He vanished about 2/3 of the way into the journey. We're asking Snarf if he knows what happened to him.
I don't know. I think Julius ate him. She comes over. Can I hold her?
Yeah, of course.
She takes her, puts her up in the air, and looks at her. You and Pequod make some beautiful children. As Pequod has a big smile on her face.
Thank you, LT. Or, ma'am, sorry.
I can't wait to see your son.
Me neither.
Right? Yeah. It's gonna be cool.
Pequod rubs her stomach and then grabs Davine's hand and puts it on her stomach.
Yes, it will be cool.
Cool. It was quite, and she looks at the baby, quite a painful experience. As Suletta laughed and Snarf, yeah, painful, like being roasted alive over a spit or something. It was hell.
What?
Not saying anything.
Snarf, what happened with being roasted alive?
I just imagine. I've read it in a book once. They say giving birth is akin to that. And Pequod, no, it's not. It's like trying to push a watermelon out of your vagina. Snarf. And he looks at her and, well, it's just what I read.
Can I roll an insight check to see if I get the sense he's lying to us?
Sure. Maybe Davine ate him. Did you guys know she was a wolf for the majority of the trip? Wolves eat bug. Yeah, you could tell. I don't know if he's lying. He's just having trouble recalling exactly what happened because he has bad post-traumatic stress. To say he's lying, I think, would be wrong.
Okay.
I think he's just confused and trying to suppress it in his own.
Snarf,
Yeah. What is it?
what happened there? You're with us. You're with friends. Malcolm's gone. Dead. He can't hurt you. What happened?
I don't know. I remember hiding in the box from Globnock with Rolly, and I'd help him clean around the ship when everybody was asleep. And we were looking for ways to get off the ship. And Rolly came up with the idea we'd go out through one of the exhaust vents through that engine that, who was her name? Lizzie built? Where is she, by the way?
She passed away in the crash, Snuff.
Wow. I was hoping she'd help us with the mobile suit. Suletta hands Pequod the baby, comes, puts her hand on Snarf's shoulder. We were trying to get off this ship. No offense, but every man for himself. They were gonna eat us. And, yeah, so, and that's kind of all I remember. We found a way off, and next time Malcolm landed, we were gonna escape. But then I think Globnock overheard us. And, yeah, so Julius ate.
Broly, what?
I don't know. We were trying to escape.
Did Broly escape, or was he caught?
You know, I don't really remember. You see his eyes trail off, and then he blinks a couple times. Suletta rubs his shoulder and looks at you. He wasn't always like this, was he, Julius?
No. He was a very smart person. Just something must have happened.
Yeah, something happened. We were trying to escape. But the only reason, Globnock told me once, the only reason they hadn't ate me yet is because I was useful for the armor and making stuff for Malcolm.
Well, he said that?
Yeah! Did I ever tell you guys I saw Malcolm staring at Ash's bedroom door one night for like 4 hours?
You did not mention that.
No.
Well, anyway, I got up one night to get a glass of water. You go through the middle of the ship, and at this time Icy's shown up. She has her hand on Julius's shoulder, looking at Snarf confused, not interrupting him. I came out and then into the middle of the ship, and Rolly was there, and we were getting some water, and Malcolm was just staring at Ash's bedroom door, muttering things to himself, gesturing with his hands.
Oh, joy.
I don't really remember time. But it was sometime after the Spartans. Where is Carter anyway? And Nick, what happened to them?
They died in the crash, Snuff. Trying to save us.
They died, huh? That's gotta be a real depressing one for Davine. Did you know they were dating each other?
Yes, Snuff. We were all aware.
Oh. Well, anyway. Oh, I remember what happened. Oh.
Oh?
It wasn't Julius who ate Rolly. Oh, dear God. And he stops talking.
What?
I need a cigarette. Icy comes over and gives him one and lights it for him. Takes a long drag. You're not gonna believe me, but Malcolm and Gurok ate Rolly.
You're gonna have to give a bit more than that.
Well, we were trying to escape, pretty sure. Around the time. We were trying to escape. And Globnock overheard us. Our plan was to escape. Lizzie helped us find a... We're smaller than you guys, so we were going to escape through that stealth drive she built and out the exhaust that fires in the back of the Majestic when we landed somewhere. Problem was we never landed. Globnock heard us somehow, and he told Malcolm, and then Malcolm decided that they would kill Rolly and eat him because Millipillions were apparently a delicacy to some African tribe of warriors in like the 16th century. And so he starts to cry. Mercurius hand on the other shoulder. One night, Globnock put that, you know that Moonblade thing, Ash?
Yes?
He put it to my throat and said I had to build a spit. It cost only a couple hundred components. And they put Rolly on the spit and they roasted him alive as he starts sobbing. And they made me turn the spit. Cigarette falls out of his mouth. Icy comes over and steps on it. Picks it up.
What? why do I completely believe all of that?
If you don't believe me here, how do you work this thing, robot? And Mercurius comes down, types on his wrist. Oh, there we go. I recorded it in hopes of showing somebody of high rank if I could ever get off the ship to get them arrested. And you see Rolly screaming, roasting alive on a spit as Pequod covers baby Leslie's eyes and Nisuletta covers her ear.
Turn it off. Turn it off. This kid.
Oh, this is the good part. This is the part where they start and you see Gurok and Malcolm just ripping him apart and eating him.
Turn it off.
Mercurius turns it off forcibly, takes his wrist.
Right.
So that's what happened to Rolly. I knew someone ate him. I thought it was Davine or Julie.
No.
Oh my god.
Here, let's watch it again. He sits down in front of Julius and turns it off.
Julius immediately turns it off. Let's not.
See, they did it in Malcolm's captain cabin, where all the rooms were soundproof, but I'm sure you had to smell something that night.
Is that when we smelt fire that one time and we were hoping that it was just the ship blowing up?
Well, the fire alarms went off. If you remember, everybody got wet because the sprinkler system, as Icy looks at him, confused.
Right. I do remember that.
They ate him.
God.
I'm sorry, Snarf. You should have told one of us.
I didn't remember until we started talking about it, and then I remember somebody eating it. That's why I thought it was you or Davine. And then I remember the spit and the turning of the crank and his screams, and they ate him. He was still alive when they were ripping him apart. As you can see here, he starts the video again. That's enough. Can you shut his wrist computer off? Pequod and Mercurius types on his and deactivates Snarf.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Snarf. And he
Like
puts it-
Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what that is.
Snarf takes your hand off of him and comes in and gives you a hug. I'm just glad they didn't eat me. I was next. Once Gurok's armor got finished, he said kobolds were a delicacy on some planet.
Julius is hugging him. Yeah, I'm glad too, bud. Yeah.
I'm glad we're all here. I can't wait to see Carter again. He looks at Davine.
Davine wants to shoot a glare at him, but just looks out the window over here.
He was a good guy. Same with that other Spartan. They were talking about killing Globnock and Malcolm.
Yeah, they were both really cool. They passed away though, but
He looks up at Icy. Did you accept them for your team? And she, yes. Yeah. And he, oh, it's good. That's good. Great.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Denaria?
oh,
She died.
You know, Snarf, Icy looks down at him. Why don't you go upstairs? The armory's getting set up, and I think you should go look it over. Mercurius will take you. And he, sure. I like to keep busy. Maybe we'll see Rolly up there. They disappear. And Pequod, oh my god, it finally lets go of the baby.
what the hell?
Yeah.
Icy watches them walk away. He did say the ship was hell. Many times.
Yeah, I thought he meant the kind of hell that we were all going through, not that. What?
She taps her finger on her chin. He might be out of it, but I truly believe him when he says they were going to eat him. They were that crazy.
I believe it after seeing that.
Yeah. I mean, she looks down at Ash, but he's a good engineer, right?
The best. I mean, I trusted him enough to put implants in my body.
Okay. We'll just have to work him back up, too. Though I think he might have had it the worst of any of you, and she looks down at you.
Physically, we had it worse, but mentally, I think he's got it by a mile.
Suletta watching them walk away. Watching your best friend get roasted alive on a spit. That poor kobold.
Yeah, poor guy. Poor guy.
Speaking of friends, she looks over at Icy, and she points up with the baby in her arms. Where did you get Ash's new friend? And Icy, Archfiends had it. And she looks at Ash and shrugs.
Archfiends?
Zanzibar comes over, takes the baby and holds her and rocks her, and the baby laughing and giggling. Yeah, Archfiend, believe it or not. My squad was responsible for bringing in the last of the Archfiends. They fall under Marine Command now, General Spears. I believe you met his son. She's referencing Malcolm's diary.
Oh, we did, pretty early on.
Anyway, they had it. They lived under a mountain around the general vicinity of Colorado. We brought them into the fold. And they had this thing, and she points back with her thumb over her shoulder, just sitting in an underground base that Time had forgotten, or at least EarthGov had forgotten. They didn't want to touch it because somebody slaughtered them with one that kind of looked like it, as Suletta grins, and they didn't know what to do with it. After we brought them into the fold, they showed me, and I brought it here when Ash was officially put on my squad.
Oh. Well, thank God they're not all bad. I would have to explain the Archfiend symbiote to everyone. Thank God.
Icy crosses her arms. No, they're not all bad. There's very few left, but they fight for EarthGov now. They get life essence as trade. And then they helped me get this here. She points at it and then looks at you, Ash, and Suletta. Nobody knows this is here, by the way. And I'd like to keep it that way, because I want to have the element of surprise when the time comes to blindside Tewaz and friends with it. And she looks down at Ash.
I like that plan. I'm not gonna tell anyone except the people we need to recruit to fix him.
Perfect. Which that will be in Suletta. Very hard to find.
You got any leads, Suletta?
She rubs her chin. Not really. I can maintain the aerial, so I can help. But in terms of building, and she walks over, building this thing, I no idea. I'm sure if your engineer is ever brought back to sanity, he could be of great use. But I can maintain the cockpit.
Well, we have good rapport with some people in different places of EarthGov. Somehow. Maybe we can figure something out.
Suletta points up to it. Maybe we could just take pieces from some of the other mobile suits EarthGov has, and I say, no, I don't want any documentation on this thing or pieces moving. Everything we do has to be from ground up. Because when the time comes, we are going to blindside Tewaz, not the other way around. And Suletta, fair point. Don't know who Tewaz is, but okay.
Good point.
They have rays. Icy crosses her arms and looks down at you, Ash. They have rays. We know they have those things. They've had the prototype for how many years? They probably have better variants, stronger variants. We need that thing to be a complete and utter surprise. And when it is, Tewaz won't know what hit him.
No, he won't. And that is going to be the fun part.
Suletta looks up at it. Well, anything I can do to assist, I will. The aerial, she kind of shrugs, doesn't need a lot of structural maintaining, to be honest. It doesn't do battle very often. And when it does, it's like, and she thinks back all those years ago when Hunk blew up that weapon, or, I don't know what it was, guys, but most things can't put up a fight to a mobile suit.
Right.
I would assume not.
So the aerial doesn't take much damage to need maintaining. I mean, these things are, by all standards, antiques. There's got to be some people left that know how to work them. Weapons-wise, she gestures up to it. The weapons are easy, but the alloys to make the frame, those are rare.
Okay, so we'll need people with logistical skill and scientific skill.
Icy points down at you. Logistics wing on gateway.
That's a plan once I can move.
She smiles. Well, hopefully today's the day. We're going upstairs. We're getting you guys cleaned up. Pequod grins at Julius. Shave, haircut, and then we're going to the doctor.
That's good.
Suletta looks over at Icy. What doctor? Somewhere on Gateway, and Icy, civilian doctor. Don't worry about it. Long story. And Suletta, well, she walks up to Ash, pats her shoulder. I will indiscriminately ask around, but I don't know of anybody that can work on this thing. That being said, logistics probably sounds like a good place to start, honey.
Makes sense. And thank you for any help you can give. Gods, he is gonna be something else, ain't he?
She looks back at it. It's supposed to be, and she forwards the document to your wrist computer. Stronger than the Epion and the Tallgeese 2 put together, so if you wanted to blindside anybody with something, this, and she points back to it, this is the thing.
You're getting me excited. This is gonna be fun.
She steps on your foot playfully. You're getting me jealous. I would like to pilot it.
I'd have no problem with you doing so.
She looks back at it. No, it's yours. Pats you on the shoulder, and only yours, and nods. Well, I have things to attend to. Come here. Kisses Julius from behind on the cheek. Comes over. Gives Davine a slight hug. And comes over and leans into Ash, and she's looking right at you. And she goes to say something and stops. And looks at Icy, and Icy, no. Under her breath.
What's going on?
Suletta, nothing. Goodbye, honey. And walks out. I have things to do. Disappear.
Alright, I see you're gonna tell me what's going on.
I'll tell you when we get up to the bathroom.
Oh, come on.
You guys make your way upstairs. And there is a sight. So you're here. Hunk is here now. Zanzibar was leading the way. Hunk is staring up at the balcony. There's something going on. So Rocco is... You hear Rocco bark as you come up the stairs. You see Commander Integra. Mercurius is up here too. He's standing right here in the middle, just saluting, with one arm behind his back, saluting Commander Integra. Commander Integra, you hear the sound of a saber being drawn. You can see it's blunt. It's old. And so you finally come, Ash. Rocco thinks she's playing with him, so he playfully barks at her. And I've removed all obstacles, gestures with the saber at him. Now you and I shall battle to the death. Sunny comes out of the room. That's a dog, not Ash. Get off me, young child. She steps closer with the saber. I will kill you, Ash, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Steps closer with the saber. Mercurius just saluting her. Sunny comes over again, tries to pull the saber. Why do you keep giving her this thing back? As Mercurius still just salutes her. At this time, you hear Pequod through grit teeth. Yeah, great idea, Icy. Bring Commander Integra back to the apartment. And Sunny, I have an idea. She pulls out an action figure of Ash, and she waves it right in front of Commander Integra's face. And you charlatan! And Sunny pitches it into what is Ceres's room, and it disappears. Commander Integra, have at thee, Ash! Chases the toy into the room, and Sunny types on her wrist computer, and the door closes and locks. And she comes up to Mercurius, stop giving her that stuff back and letting her out of her room, as he just salutes the door. And Pequod, can we take her back to Raven Rock now?
No. What did I do? I know I vanished, but nobody else took it that badly.
Hunk comes over, pushes Zanzibar out of the way slightly. General Rico never took her rank away, so your robot listens to her. He is programmed to listen to her. That would explain how she probably keeps getting out of the room. And the weapon's back.
Alright.
Right.
Well, I mean, General Rico holds out hope that one day she'll be better and take over the headhunter. As you hear Commander Integra's voice just faintly, let me out of this room! As Mercurius starts walking over. And I see, no, leave her. She has paperwork to do. And he just stands next to the door and salutes the door.
Oh, gods.
Okay, time to get everybody cleaned up. Snarf, hey, it was, Hank, right? And Hunk, yeah, here, I got you something. And he presents him a box with a card on it. And Snarf, what's this? It's expensive T-bone steaks. And the card, as Snarf's opening the card looking at it, says, welcome to the family, signed by Hunk and Lasley. Snarf, and just walks away with the card. And he's walking in circles reading it, muttering to himself. And Hunk, and for you, from the missus, Davine. And he hands Davine, this is black tea. It's very expensive. It's my wife's favorite brand. She figured you would probably like it. She said you have good taste. And so this is for you. And your card. Welcome to the family.
She gives him a bow. Thank you very much, and tell your wife thank you as well.
I will. And he's just Snarf's walking around. Part of it. Hey! He starts talking to the dog. Hunk looks up at Snarf. He's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are we doing? We got a mission? I see. Yes, our mission is to get Julius and Ash presentable. Mercurius, please ignore Commander Integra and come down here and take the baby. He comes and takes her, carries her upstairs with Sunny as Snarf. So you must be Malcolm. Rocco's just barking at him playfully. Into the bathroom. Come on, Hunk. And you guys go into one of the private bathrooms in the apartment. And Ash is here, and Icy starts shaving Ash. Julius here with Pequod shaving Julius, and Hunk giving Julius a haircut. What do you want your haircut, son? You want a buzz cut? And he pulls out those buzzers they use.
No. Please, God, no. Just what I always used to have.
What are, I don't really... Do you remember what he always used to have, Davine?
I remember what he used to have as a child, yes.
I see Mercurius. As you can see, Mercurius hands the baby to Sunny and comes in, references the picture of Julius from the last day of the Headhunters, and starts cutting Julius's hair. And Hunk, here, I'll help cut Ash's hair. Just start.
Don't shave the beard completely off,
I see. Yeah, we're just getting it trimmed up. You'll still have your beard. Besides, it'll grow back.
It will, but white hair and scruff don't mix. Not on me, at least.
At the same time, I think you should look presentable. You're gonna go talk to General Lorelei either today or tomorrow. So clean-shaven might not be a bad idea. It will grow back.
I had the beard when I talked to her last. I was actually clean, well trimmed at the time.
Well then, I'll make sure you're decently well trimmed. And Hunk, I'll start. And he pulls out a big thing of scissors and starts clipping off all your excess side hair. Jesus, you look like a hobo.
I know.
Mercurius cuts your hair very quickly and efficiently, Julius, and puts a mirror in front of you. And it looks, mostly how you wanted it. Please, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mercurius.
as Pequod comes over with the straight razor and starts slowly shaving you. Ever so slowly, yet seductively. So Julius's leg is going to be fixed, and he'll be able to use it for extracurricular activities. And Hunk, Jesus Christ, you're pregnant! Can't you wait till you at least get the baby out? And Pequod glares at the back of Hunk's head. Just push the goddamn kid out, for God's sake! And Pequod, shut up, Hunk. And he, fine.
Hunk, she has scissors right now. She's gonna stab you.
And Pequod, do you know how long it's been? Do you know how long? Sometime between 9 months? I don't know. Math was never my strong suit. Why do you think I joined the goddamn military?
Going off the last time we were on Gateway, probably close to 8 months.
Pequod grins at Julius and kisses his cheek that she just shaved.
Yeah, about that.
She looks over her shoulder at Davy. How about 3 grandkids?
Quite, yes. That would be interesting.
And Icy looks around the room. At least there's more people to get up and take care of the kids. As she stops shaving Ash and Hunk take over. Sits up on the sink. Hunk comes over and just holds still and presents a straight razor.
Okay.
I'm just gonna trim it up. We're not gonna take it all off. And Icy, so I have an interesting bit of news. Pulls up her wrist computer and there's a picture of an orc who looks vaguely familiar. He's wearing full EarthGov military gear. His helmet is at his side concaved in, and there's a huge the right side of his head is concaved in. And does this guy Hunk move? And he moves a little bit, pushes Ash closer. Does this guy look familiar? Mercurius, push Davine a little closer. He comes over, pushes her chair a little closer for her.
Vaguely, we might have seen him on a mission, maybe? I don't recall.
This is the body of, at the time, Sergeant Gurok Bone Smasher.
Bone Smasher?
Correct. He did fight in the Geist incursion at Halvo Bay. He died there. Phoenix is still a mess. They're still going through the rubbles of the city, rebuilding. They haven't even started replanting a lot of the crops yet. His body was uncovered 2 weeks ago. This is Private Gurok Bone Smasher.
No.
This is him. And if you notice, he was killed, at least from what the people who recovered his body could tell, by a Warhammer hit to the back of the head.
Two-handed Warhammer, I'd assume.
After which, apparently the surviving, as she closes the picture and pulls up a field report, surviving Gurok Bone Smasher, who assumed that guy's identity, to my understanding, or at least that I can surmise, requested to join an Arcane Council strike squad and claimed to be the hero of Halvo Bay. And there's really nobody to say different, because most of the actual Gurok squad was killed. And this Gurok did fight the Geist, the one that was on your ship. Either way, he requested to be on an Arcane Council strike squad, and your idiot of a captain was already putting in hundreds of requests for another melee fighter, because he said Julius was lacking, which I find hard to believe, as she closes the field reports. Either way, I think that explains the mystery of why your Gurok had no idea how to act like an officer in the military.
So we had an imposter on the ship.
Malcolm was right. She tilts her head and looks at Julius, but he accused the wrong person.
I could have shot him. I could have crushed him.
Wasn't Gurok. Well, Gurok was Gurok, but it wasn't Gurok. Oh, God.
He wasn't Gurok. He claimed to be Gurok. Honestly, I still don't know how he got past the checks on Gateway. He definitely most likely stole this Gurok. She pulls the picture back up. This Gurok's identification. He had to have when he killed him. but beyond that, there's still a lot of questions. Another question, she pulls up a picture of Dr. Gonzalez, is this woman. You picked her up on some sand trap of a planet, closes the picture, and she's looking at Malcolm's journal. Some sand trap of a planet where there's not much details. It was early on, but this guy was not good at taking field reports or notes. You picked her up. She was a civilian contractor. You picked her up well before Gurok.
Yes.
Her body is missing, too.
Right.
So do you think she was involved, or do you think Gurok... What motivation do you think imposter Gurok would have to take her? Especially in a mess like that, of a crash and all this stuff. I know nothing about this woman other than she was a logistics person, and she pulls up and, logistics person, is what he wrote in the journal.
She was a linguistics expert. She was one of the few people capable that we ever had known of capable of decoding Star Children text. Which, if they're looking for items of Star Children, or if Gurok is part of the cult, which I'm starting to very much think, considering he made it out of there, assumedly, she can decode Star Children. She can decode the Star Children text, translate it, and they want to find one more cube.
Hunk looks down at you and then up at Ice. Do you guys remember where Gurok was before the ship got attacked?
Aft section in the gaming area. Front section.
He looks over at Julius, and after the crash, you didn't see him or a body or hear him or anything?
MIA. Couldn't find him.
No sign.
Icy looks down at Ash, then at Davine. Dr. Gonzalez, nothing. She just disappeared?
She was in the back of the ship in the cargo area. Nothing. And we would have found a body there. That's where we found Scar and the two exoframes.
Icy looks at Davine. Do you think it's feasible that Gurok had time to grab this woman and escape without anybody noticing?
Well, from my knowledge, yes, it could have been. If Gonzalez was thrown away from Nick and Scar and the people who were back there towards Gurok, it would be feasible that that pig would pick her up and run away.
Isn't there also an escape pod in that section of the ship?
There was, at least detailed on the ship's manifest and build details, yeah.
Then it would have been easily possible to grab her and rush to the escape pod in the time between me seeing him and the actual crash. It was about 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Icy looks over at Javine. You think he had enough time? And she shows a picture from her head cam when she went on the ship. Do you think he had enough time to rip out the black box, grab this bitch, get her on the escape pod, and get out of there before that dragon thing crashed the ship?
Well, probably had more time before that. I mean, none of us were really paying attention to what the black box was. I don't even know what that is. But it could be feasible that he could do that before we had all woken up or before Nick or they noticed him.
Pequod speaks up as she gives Julius another kiss on the cheek. Black boxes don't just get up and walk away. It would take somebody incredibly strong to break the protective housing around it. Then somebody even stronger to pull it out of the A500 steel reinforced housing around it and then pull the box out.
Gurok could have. I'll give the idiot that. He was a dumbass and an asshole, but he was immeasurably strong. Even for an orc, he was, I'll give it to him, incredible. And the armor he wore did enhance that strength even more. It was more an exosuit than just armor by the end.
Like power armor? Hunk looks down at you.
Closer to power armor than regular armor, yeah. Not quite officially, but It might as well have been.
Mercurius comes over and allow me as Hunk's struggling. Yeah, take it over. There you go, buddy. Sits down next to Pequod. Mercurius starts cutting your hair. Nicey. So, I think that's what happened then.
That would
The rock
explain.
was the rat.
Yeah.
Would
was
that
all-
explain a lot? She looks at Ash like, what?
Well, for one, like you said, his complete lack of military etiquette, his lack. He seemed to know even less about big events in the military than we did, and we aren't even from here. It also explains how Tewas found us, despite us having the most powerful and technologically advanced cloaking drive in the universe.
Pequod, you're not from here?
Yeah, we're not from this universe. Long
Yeah,
story.
Icy's cigarette falls out of her mouth. And Hunk, that should teach you to quit Wait, what?
Yeah, we're, remember how we said that Malcolm forgot to fill the ship up and we had emergency land on a planet where a man named Dale had a school?
Yeah, Icy, I've heard of the school. I've heard of the place.
Turns out Dale, the man Towns there, Julius Davine, and I are not from this universe. There were shimmer sites on that island, on that planet. We went into these shimmers of ethereal energy and we did battle with some powerful foes, and each time we did, the fog strangling our memories lifted. We're not from here.
Nobody says anything for a second, and Icy. So where are you from?
Well, we're from a country called Gallia. I don't remember everything. There's still some parts that are foggy, but the country was a shithole, full of strife and racism. We met when we were in a tavern in the capital city, and some cops started a fight with us. Guards, cops, the same shit. We won, and then we were stuck with a bounty, having to pay some court fees. We were hired on to find and capture a man named something Joe. I don't remember, but he was some sort of insurgent. Think UIR. Upon getting there, us, Dale, Towns, and a couple others found him and killed him. Got our bounty. We then got sucked into the revolutionary drama of the time and ended up going to rescue the prince of the nation. After it went all fascist dictator, we went to rescue the prince of said nation on an island called the Isle of the Dead, surrounded by a dead sea. We got there. We ended up in a tower, an old fort. We were besieged by undead. I got hit a lot. Everything faded to black, and then I woke up on an EarthGov military base.
Pequod wraps her arms around Julius's neck. Please don't go back!
No, I'm not planning on. Trust me.
And then she looks over at Ash. That would explain all the weird stories. Airships.
It would. The society we came from was much more feudalistic. The most advanced stuff was magic-based, not technologically based.
Icy looks at you, Ash. So your business was concluded on the planet? You got most of the answers, or...
No, I don't remember everything. He said there
Would you
were-
like to?
You're damn right I would.
Well, then we'll make it a priority. What planet exactly? There's something in the journal about, and she shows you Malcolm's journal. We had to land on a planet because Ash fucked up our fuel reserves, and some dumb mission about getting an orb. I helped them, but only because I wanted it on my combat record.
Give me a moment. It's in here somewhere.
Hunk looks at Julius and Davines. So Mom comes from this place too, yeah, Davine?
Yes, I do. There was there a man named Gulchin on your squad, Nicole?
Icy looks over. Yeah, dwarf. Fighter. We called him Tower Shield. He had a very ornate shield.
Yes, it was almost as if the shield was a door.
Yeah! She looks confused at her. That's what everybody thought. Like somebody took a door and made a shield out of it.
That's 'cause he did in Gallia.
Yeah.
Icy looks down at Julius when he says that. So you guys were, what? An adventuring group? Mercenaries, something like that back then? And
Yeah, we were mercenaries.
did Gulchin always eat like that?
Yes, sadly.
Believe it or not, he ate more and worse.
Pequod kind of smiles and looks sad for a sec. I did like Gulchin. And Icy, yeah, me too.
He was a bit of an idiot from what I remember, but a good man.
Icy, yeah, he was a good man. But definitely not the brightest.
No. Oh, it was cigars.
Okay. Mercurius starts typing on his wrist computer, pulls up the planet exists, and Icy, log those coordinates for later, Mercurius. And he, sure, and log.
He had a school for magic users there.
What's his name again?
Dale.
Dale. I've heard of the name. Icy kind of taps her finger on her chin. We'll get you guys there. That much I promise. Where are so you went into Shimmers. She's like gesturing with her hand. You went into Shimmers and you
Yes.
fought things.
Yes.
And you gained memories from fighting things,
There
or
were these shards of magic. They were like orbs almost. And when we grabbed them and brought them back to Dale, I guess he called them memory shards or something of the sort. It restored our memories to have them. I assume collecting all three will unlock something in our minds.
Pequod, what if it unlocks? What if it takes you back? Julius is not leaving me again. As at this point, she's grabbing Julius's throat, but with both of her hands.
Well, it's probably not gonna take us back. And he gulps really hard. We were brought here for a reason.
And Icy, Lorelei let you guys use the forge, and symbiote,
Yes.
and your awesome handgun.
Yes.
And she thinks for a second. Oh, okay. Well, I can't promise you we'll get to it within the month. I would prefer to have the squad at full strength. That means we need Saris and Sasha. And that's gonna be hell, as Icy's eyes trail, thinking about General Lorelei's reaction. But once we get the squad to full strength, and she looks at Hunk and we got your back.
All right. And we do have a bit of a trump card now in getting Sasha and Saris that you didn't have before.
And that is.
A Calamity Wars level threat.
Icy, yeah. Yeah. I almost wish we didn't have that. She jumps off the sink. I almost wish we didn't have that.
Oh, I agree, but make the best out of the shit cards we're dealt, right?
Pequod, you know what else is a calamity level threat, Julius, as she lets go of Julius's throat with her hand?
He starts to wince. Yeah, what is that?
Dinner with Dad tomorrow night.
Oh. Huh.
Please tell
And-
me I get to be there.
Icy, he's invited both of you and Davine. And Hunk. Hunk, oh, I don't want to go. And Icy, you're going. Oh, damn.
Are you gonna tell him?
No,
Please do.
Pequod speaks up.
Scared, angry, and then an almost determined look on his face. Yeah.
The fuck we are, Julius! as Pequod slaps you on the shoulder. The fuck we are! We're not telling him! And Icy, sooner or later, this guy needs to know his grandchildren exist, Patricia. And she, the fuck we are! We ain't telling him jack or shit! And Hunk, I'm not going. I ain't going. You can't make...
We'll tell Lazuli you're refusing.
And Hunk, I'm still the cat. Oh, God. And he looks at his wrist. That's right. I got reinstated as private. And Icy, so guess who's being ordered to go, Dad? And he, oh, God. I'll have to wear a tie. And he stumbles out of the room.
If you don't want to tell him, I will.
You
Icy,
aren't
he's
telling
fine.
him anything.
Icy looks at Julius and let him tell him, Ash. This isn't a joke. It's not for your pleasure. It's something he needs to know.
I agree.
Yes, he probably should have been told a long time ago. But the person who should tell him is his son-in-law, not Pequod. And Pequod, we're not telling him. I'll duct tape Julius's fucking mouth shut.
Then he'll ask why my mouth is duct taped, and then I'll rip the duct tape off because I'm able to do that, and then I'll tell him.
Pequod looks at Icy concerned. Why would you tell them? Why would you tell my dad? And Icy, he knows! He's General fucking Rico. He knows they're here. In his words there, and she tries to imitate his voice, goddamn bona fide war heroes. He owes them.
He doesn't know a shit.
He just saved his wife. He at least wants to give you a good dinner and apologize for the hell you were put through. All three of you, so we're going. One way or another, Pequod. She, well, I just won't come, fine. And walks out of the room.
She's coming, right?
And Icy, I mean, if I have to carry her myself.
And apologies, I'm not trying to make light of it, but they've given me hell over a few jokes for the past 7 years. Julius gets a little bit of his medicine here.
Icy, yeah, they do like to make fun of you. Pequod, speaking of making fun of you, as Pequod comes back in the room with Hunk, fine, we'll come. We'll come. Fine, but... And Pequod, oh God. And she grabs Julius's arm, and Hunk is holding her arm. This is gonna be so... I never wanted to have dinner with General fucking Rico.
Why not?
And you think I did?
I'm not the one that knocked up his daughter. And Pequod, twice!
Considering doing it
Yeah.
a third time.
And Hunk, you gotta get a better ring for her. You really want to present her with this piece of junk?
Julius hits the arm of the chair as hard as he can and yells, I am aware!
Pequod, I might die.
Not before me.
But Davine can come. And I see he invited all three of them. Try explaining the whole she was a dog and now a mom thing to him. He was very confused, Pequod. And Pequod, well, I'll just sit next to Mom. And she moves her chair next to Davine. You'll protect me, right?
She looks over at Icy. Nicole, do I have to come?
Icy looks at her. You don't want to?
I don't enjoy, and she looks at Pequod, Julius, and Hunk. Awkward situations.
Hunk slides in. Me neither. I've caused a million of them. And Icy, well, I'm not going to make you come. But I do think you should be there, considering the fact you're Julius's mom and they're going to be your in-laws. And I think they'd like to meet you.
Right.
I mean, you've already made a good impression.
What is that supposed to mean, Ash?
You helped save his wife and her mother. You've made...
And he refers to you as a goddamn bona fide war hero. You too, as she points at Ash, and you, even though he thought you were, a dog at the time, points at Davy. Icy crosses her arms. It'll be awkward, but it'll be good food, and honestly, I would like you to be there. Davine, just in case it goes south.
Right. Plan B and all.
Squad mom is, Icy looks at her, very important for a mission like this.
Yeah, call it a mission. That's what it friggin' is.
Hey, we need her there to bail Julius out when he puts his foot in his mouth.
Hunk comes over to Davine. I'll go if you go. Squad mom and dad.
Davian looks up at him. Why do you wear the mask?
He and Hunk, I've always worn it.
Always from birth.
Well, no, when I was in the Headhunters, Commander Integra, the crazy lady yelling about Ash in the other room. At this time, you hear like banging around and stuff in the room. How about the Ash? Continuing. When I was in the Headhunter, Commander Integra had this sleek BDU made for me with the gas mask. It was, at the time, way more advanced than even this kind of robot, points at Mercurius. And ever since, well, I'm not that great at social interactions, but if I can hide behind this, it's easier. I didn't even take it off when Leslie and I had sex. And Pequod stares at him awkwardly.
Interesting.
Right.
I can get you one.
I'm okay, thank you. But you should practice having social interaction, and especially sex with your wife, without the mask.
He looks at Davey. Well, I'll start practicing it if you come to the dinner and emotionally support me. And Pequod and me.
Deal.
And Hunk, I even shower with this thing on.
I don't need to know that.
Icy chuckles. Time for the doctors.
Oh, fun. Doctors. Ugh.
Pequod, Julius will be fixed today. And Hunk, I don't know. Icy, I don't know. It's gonna be an expensive trip. Trust me.
I'll help pay.
You say that as you come out here, and Snarf is still talking to Rocco. Sunny holding baby Leslie. She comes over and hands her to Davines in her one good arm. You want to take her along?
Is it a great idea for the kid to come when, doctor and all?
Sunny shrugs. I mean, it's not like she'll be in the operating room.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, sure.
Sunny hands, tucks her into Davine's arm, and she says, Baba. Baba, I looked up, I picked random. Baba is grandma in some language, I forget which one. But Sunny looks down and says, she says, Bubba. She's calling for grandma. All the time. She looks at Davine.
Davine starts to tear up. Well, yes, I will take it.
Pequod, eyeball. And Icy, yeah, okay, fine. The elephant in the room. She leans down to you, Ash, and puts her hand on the side of her face, and you can feel pressure in your, the lazy eye. You can feel it on the side, but you can't see her thumb. And Ash, can you see my thumb?
No, I can't.
Pequod has her hand over her mouth. Hunk's inquisitively looking down at Ash. And Icy, what happened to your eye, Ash?
That. I'd actually forgotten about that. Well, a portion of the way through our journey, we were on the ship, and we had just gotten an upgrade for Gurok's armor. I think it cost something like 8,000 components. I went up to Malcolm and asked if he could spare 500 to make a silencer for Ravage. He looked at me, blinked a couple times, and said, The world needs only one big M, Ash. Globnock, finish him. and then Gurok overhand baseball pitched his plate of food into my face.
Pequod erupts with laughter as Icy glares over at her. This isn't funny. And Pequod, but the lazy eye!
It's not that bad. The solid eye was a lifesaver.
Icy, I bet it was. We're gonna get this fixed for you, Ash, okay?
Okay.
She lets the pressure go off the side of your face and taps your cheek. But first, we'll tackle the big problems. The back, the leg, the arm. Sonny, and I'll watch over things here as you hear more rumbling and slamming going off in this room. We're going to the doctor's. Let's go. And Hunk, I'm gonna stay here and watch after. And Snarf still, yeah, so anyway, Ash, I'm telling you, he's just mumbling to Rocco, who's barking at him as if Rocco is Ash. I'm gonna stay here and watch over this guy, okay? And I see therapy soon.
Good, yes.
So you board the Nova, you fly down to Africa, and you land on a big landing, dock. And they take you into this very sleek, futuristic-looking building. Boom! This is the token that you're going to be using from now on. Can you confirm for me? He's staying back because he's crazy. You can move it.
Move it.
Perfect. Okay. Oh, Icy clears her throat. And an old gentleman, he's an elf, comes out. And he walks up. He's wearing, like a doctor's sleek uniform. And he walks up and hello! And imagine he's got some kind of South African accent. Hello! He comes up and scans everybody. My! I am Dr. and Icy Hayden. And yes. I heard you were coming. He comes over. Young man. Kneels down, looks at your knee. What happened to you?
Oh, there was a crash. Our ship crashed.
How long ago was this?
Couple days? 3?
He looks at the knee. Very well. And the malnourished nature of these 3, and Icy working on it. And very well. Why don't we step down here? He points into the operating room. Mercurius pushes Julius down. Icy pushes Ash down. Davine can walk on her own power as Pequod comes down. I'll move the baby for Davine, of course. Dr. Hayden's looking you all over. What a beautiful child! Pinches her cheek. Would you mind giving the child off? And Pequod comes over, takes the baby. Madam, what happened to you? Allow me to see your arm.
She turns so he can see it.
Broken arm. Anything else, dear?
Yes, I was shot in the thigh.
In the thigh. Very well. We'll have to get you on, if you don't mind, removing your pants, please. Or at least pull them down to where I can see the wound.
Yes, of course. Then she'll do that.
He starts taking off the bandage, the dressing. It went clean through. And the broken arm. That's it.
For me, at least.
Very good. You are not in dire straits. Puts the wrap back on. You have some choices to make, he points at her. But we'll get to those choices in a moment. Comes over to Ash. My. You look like you've been through 10 wars.
You could say that, sir.
What? Puts his hand on your robot hand, not realizing it's a robot hand. He squeezes your hand to comfort you, realizing it's a robot hand, lets go and looks at his hand and back at your... What have you been through?
Do you want me to list off the injuries, sir?
Everything. Top to bottom. Icy forwards him Dr. Eloquin's medical reports on you as this is going on.
Some kind of blunt. I'll start small and work my way up. Some kind of blunt force trauma to the head causing the eye issues that I'm having. Bullet to the shoulder from a Ranger Sequoia. The bullet is still in there. Hand cut off during a fight with a big magic bug. And bullet shards in my back causing paralysis on the right side of my body. The shards being from when my back was broken by a heavy armor piercing round, so.
And how long have these shards been in your back? A few days, much like his injury and I assume her broken arm. And he points at Dave.
Oh no, probably about a year at this point.
A year?
Yes, our doctor on the ship we were on, Dr. Eloquin, she managed to get me walking and fighting again, but apparently she couldn't remove all the shards. I was unaware of them until, well, the crash happened.
And you never came back to... You're in the military, I can tell. Gestures to the Mercurius. You're in your civilian clothes, all of you. You never came back... When you came back to Gateway, you... Yes? He's confused.
We were stuck on the frontier for 20 out of the last 24 months, so...
He looks up at Icy. Aye. And she... Just go with it. He looks down at you. No feeling in this side of your body.
None at all.
And the hand.
The robotic one?
No therapy. At all.
None whatsoever, aside from one of those, I forget what they're called. The torsion squeeze, the spring ones that you use for exercise. I had one of those on the ship, but that's about it.
He pats you on the shoulder. Very well. Looks up at Icy. I was informed you were coming. One Master Ebenezer said you'd be on your way within a few days. Apparently, this Master Ebenezer has inherited quite the mess. His predecessor apparently was not very good at maintaining the budgets or funds. He was very vague. And Icy, yeah, I'd believe that. Dr. Hayden looks you all over. So, we need to wait for funds to be appropriated to do the surgery. And Pequod, we're not waiting. And Icy, no, we're not. Pequod pulls out her card, Icy pulls out a card, and this surgery is prohibitively expensive. And Pequod and Icy take them. And he looks at them and, as you wish. Pequod stands back here and, I never really liked civilian doctors.
I'm gonna pay you back.
Pequod, I'll pay for Julius, and Icy, I'll cover Davine and Ash. He comes over here, sets the cards down, looks at the card, General Rico's daughter? Looks over at Pequod, and she, yeah, long story. And he, fine, comes over to Davine. Let's start, if you could push, what is your name again? And he puts his hand on your shoulder, Ash. I'm sorry, I didn't ask.
Asharion, sir.
Push a sherry on over here for me, and he gestures to Icy. Now, comes up to Davine, takes her arm in his hand. So, we have some choices to make. Not simple choices, but choices that need to be made. Your injury, I can tell. I'll double check, pulls out a device and scans Davine's arm. Your bone injury is a clean break. I can fuse your arm bone back together. You can hold that child with both your arms tonight. And come tomorrow morning, give a few hours for the fusion to take place, set in. You could begin therapy, begin working out. With an injury like this, you know your body better than anybody. You surely know it better than me. You could begin working out tomorrow morning. Give me till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and if you want to lift weights, work out, whatever you want. Therapy, and Icy, yeah, therapy sessions, physical therapy, we're going to get that. But this fusion of your bone, will leave a huge scar that unfortunately cannot be healed. Or you could heal the old-fashioned way. I'll put you in a cast, 5 to 6 months.
Davine looks down at her arm, looks up at Julius. I'll match with my son, please. I'll take the fusion.
As you wish. This operation for you, very simple. I program the robots to do it. It won't cause you any pain. We'll numb the arm. Come with me. And he takes Davine through here. She disappears. And a bunch of little robots start working on her. And she does not feel any pain. This guy is a professional. He programs the robots. He comes back out. Julius comes up to you. So, your leg. Kneecap busted open. Kneeling down, looking at it. On a scale 1 to 10, how much pain when the pain medications wear off?
9 or 10, sir.
Well, this reconstructive surgery on the kneecap, prohibitively expensive, yes, but you can be walking by tomorrow morning, with the caveat of, judging by your body, I'm sure you wouldn't mind, though I don't mean to presume, you could be walking tomorrow. Yes?
Yes.
Looks over at Icy and Pequod, and Icy, if that's what he wants, and he looks up at you, or you can heal the old-fashioned way, but you'll be out of action for minimum 9 months. I just want to offer the choice.
And he looks up at Pequod. Heal the leg.
And Pequod, he'll be able to do extracurricular activities by tomorrow morning. And he looks over and exercise, cook, clean, run the vacuum, and Pequod, what about bang, old man? And he, yes, he can come with me, son. And he takes Julius to the fucking room. Disappearing through the doors, he sets you up in a private room, and a bunch of little robots, like floating nanobots, about the size of your head, you know, come start working on your knee. They numb you up. You don't feel anything. And they're reconstructing your flesh, slowly. But as they work, you can see you're going to have, like, a scar of scars that goes all the way down your leg. He comes back out. Now for the hard one.
Yeah.
You, my young friend, have been through hell.
I suppose.
Pequod comes up, points at his eye, and he... That I cannot do anything about. And Icy sighs. However, I know somebody who can. You guys are based out of an Icy Gateway Station. And he... Familiar with the Rangers, a Dr. Contry...
He kind of lights up. Dr. Contry. Yes, I've worked with her in the past.
You have... Excellent, then you have a rapport. Well, she's in the military, so your insurance will cover that cosmetic surgery. You don't have to pay me any more. However, the back... Oh, God. He leans in, he starts looking at you. Your back here. If you don't mind, Icy helps prop you up. You're laying flat on your stomach. He's looking at your back. Let's out alongside. I wouldn't call it walking, but would you like to walk by 9 p.m. tonight?
Yes.
You understand you will need immense amounts of therapy to get back to where you were. What is your specialization?
Gunslinger. Pistols, rifles, sharpshooting.
He pats you on the shoulder and leans down. You'll have a long road ahead of you in therapy. You and your red-headed friend Julia. I can't get you to 100%, but I can get you back hobbling. I suggest a cane. I have ones here if you'd like one.
I'll take that.
You'll be walking. The eye I can't do anything about, and the hand I can fix. And I see it's gonna be fixed. And I can't fix now. I need to take a sample of his DNA. Do you mind?
understand. It's better to fix it, I'd assume.
And it's completely up to you. It's your choice.
What do you think?
Icy says, do you think Saris wants to see you with that? Or do you think she'd rather you hold her with both of your hands?
Fix it.
And he puts a cotton swab in your mouth, puts it in a little jar. So basically, son, what I have to do is regrow you a hand. As strange as that sounds.
I thought I was stuck with this forever.
You will be stuck with it for some time. Give me a week. It'll be gone. I'll come up. Is there any way you can get me clearance to get on to an Icy? Already done. I'll come up and reattach it for you.
Thank you. I was told when I lost the original that I could never get another flesh and blood hand.
By who?
My captain.
He was a moron? He didn't know anything about modern medicine? I mean, it's prohibitively expensive. But you can't have it. And, to be honest, if you people were just willing to wait a few weeks, the Arcane Council was going to pay for it. And Icy, we don't have time to wait. And Pequod, no time, Doc, comes up with Mercurius.
Yeah, moron or an asshole, either or.
I'm sorry for what you went through.
That's alright.
Unfortunately for you, this is going to hurt. Robot, Mercurius puts you on the table. It's going to hurt. We can't. This is neural damage caused by these shards. But you'll be able to walk. Hobble, if you will.
Good. That's what matters.
From hobbling will come walking. From walking, running. From running, aiming your pistols and firing. In time, in some ways, you'll actually be better than you were. Assuming you regain your strengths. At this time, and I mean, that's why this guy is so fucking expensive. Davine comes out. Julius comes out, albeit he's got a huge dressing on his leg. I like to imagine they put them in these like wheelchairs that guide themselves around this super expensive looking place. They're already done. Couple months of physical therapy. Training. I imagine the three of you, well, maybe not you, my dear, points at Davine, but the two of you definitely had more muscle mass at one time or another.
Yeah, we were pretty muscular at one point.
If you can work your bodies back to that point, at least from a statistical standpoint, you'll be as good as new, if in some cases better. But you do have a long road ahead of you. I wish I could do more, but I really can't. I don't know much about physical therapy beyond programming robots to help people do it. Are you prepared? Comes up to Ash.
Always.
Then this, my young friend, will hurt. He looks over at Icy. Why don't you take the child and the others out, back to your ship? And Icy, come on. Then Mercurius helps Davine. Davine's arm, she can already bend at the elbow and move it and work it. It still hurts a little bit. And as you guys are leaving, Icy comes up to Davine. So, do you like gyms?
Yes, I do. I love working out.
Well, you're gonna love tomorrow. As you guys leave, Dr. Hayden and Ash, you're the only two left. And I don't take pleasure in this. This is going to hurt. As he pushes some buttons and all these machines come down, Ash, you feel the most pain you've ever felt in your life.
Okay.
As you're feeling the pain, you hear, these mechanical little claws dropping the fragments into a petri dish out of your back. And 7 fragments.
Yeah. 7.
Well, all 7 slides the petri dish to where you can see it. Right here for you as souvenir.
Okay. Thank you.
The pain's still growing and growing as the wounds close, and he... Now, the reason you'll hobble is because your spine has to be fused.
Okay. That's fine. See if I can come back from that, though, right?
I think you can. The surgery finishes very quickly, and he's sitting you on the edge of the bed. And he lifts your arm.
Right arm, I'm assuming.
Yep, it works.
Lifts it.
Kick out the leg.
Does so.
The back feels on a scale 1 to 10.
Moves around.
It hurts, but it's like tolerable pain.
Tolerable pain, so probably a 5.
And I think you'll be happy to walk, yes.
Oh, you're right, I will be.
Choose the color of your cane. I have many.
Black.
Black. And a robot brings you out a cane, and how would you like to stand on your own 2 feet?
I'd love it, sir.
Hand you the cane. Go ahead.
Okay.
Jump off the bed. Easily.
Slowly stands up and gets his center of balance there.
Icy comes back in the room after seeing everybody else aboard the ship. And you're standing.
That I am.
You're kind of hunched over with the cane. She puts her hand on your stomach and tries to straighten out your back. And you straighten up. It hurts a little bit, but you straighten up.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hayden, take him back to the ship, not on his own power. Have your robot come back and assist him. Take it slow, baby step. No running. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think you'll be able to run. But don't exert yourself. 1 week, relax, then you can start working out. But any problems with that back, you do not neglect it. Call me. The surgery is paid for. I cover everything afterwards.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tell me something. Who was your commanding officer that let you, and I assume the woman, and Julius, Davine was her name, I think. Who was your commanding officer?
Am I cleared to give that out, ma'am?
And I see, yeah.
Captain Chance, sir.
He looks at you. You look familiar. I've seen you somewhere before on television.
Yes, sir. I was the one who piloted the talkies.
He looks shocked for a second. And that man with the red hair was in the cockpit.
Yes, he was.
Why didn't you tell me? I wouldn't have charged you. As I see, come on, Ash, and start. Let's just get out of here. And I need my clearance, and you're already cleared to come to our apartment. I want his hand by next week. And don't worry, it'll be there. As you leave.
Well, sorry, I didn't think to tell him that first.
As you're leaving, I see, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You get back to the apartment, and Julius, your leg, it hurts, but you can walk on it. If you want to stand up and start slowly walking around. No exerting yourself.
Yeah, totally.
Mercurius takes your wheelchair, and you stand up. Pequod asks Davine to move, puts the baby in your hands, and hands you a bottle. Now you can feed her.
Right on. And he's going to start feeding him.
Hunk, Sunny, and Snarf and Rocco are still here. Snarf is sitting down with Rocco. He's like on the floor, and Hunk's sitting with him, and Snarf is recounting tales of the Corkron elite. And you hear Snarf, yeah, and there was this one time Malcolm said he was gonna have Globnop rip my head off, and Hunk is Ash walking. Son! Pushes Pequod out of the way. Oh! And hugs Julius and the baby. You're walking! Or at least standing.
Yeah. Yeah. The doc was really good. Did you just push my pregnant wife?
And Pequod, he did, Julius! And Hunk, I didn't, Mom! And he hugs Davy.
She awkwardly hugs him back. Yes, and she flicks him. That was for Patricia.
Hunk, I'm sorry, I haven't. Julius, standing, How much did that surgery cost? And Pequod, I don't even want to look. And Icy, I did. We're not going to talk about it. As Mercurius comes over, picks Snarf up, and Icy, so, armory time, yeah?
Yes, but first, one thing. Davine, do you mind if I hold the little one?
Well, Julius has hers.
Yes,
Julius.
Julius is feeding her.
Sorry. When you're done, I'd like to actually get a chance. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Rocco comes over, and Sunny, time for your walk. And they disappear. Icy, so, armory time. Follow me. Take the stairs slowly. As she points to the stairs.
One at a time, very slowly.
Very slowly. Extremely slowly. You find yourselves here. This door is closed. You can't see in it. This is the kitchen. You know what's in there. And I mean, you know this is the gym, Ash. But anyway, Icy types on her wrist computer and stands out of the way. And Snarf, and he, yeah, front and center, Malcolm. What the hell? And he walks in the room. Whoa, my God. And you see him spinning around, and she puts her hand out to let you guys go in.
Thank you. Makes his way in slowly. My gods.
Pequod following right behind Julius, arm around. Oh, her token won't show. I can't get it to show. What is wrong with it? Oh. There we go. Okay, I know why it won't show. It's on the map layer. Icy gestures for Davine to come in. She comes in behind Davine, so I've taken the liberty of setting up the armory and bringing most of the stuff you left behind at Lasley's bunker. Gestures over to the shotgun. Look familiar? The TMP. And as requested, your armor on display on a mannequin.
Thank you. Kind of hobbles up. Picks up the TMP with his good arm.
Your hands are shaking. Extremely shaky. You don't have the steady hands you once had.
We'll get them. Puts it back down.
She comes over here. So the Arcane Council sent a robot to at least scan the Majestic. These things, she points at the Gatling laser and the particle accelerator, were able to be recovered. Unfortunately, nothing else was able to be recovered. And the ship, the bodies, there's no way they'll ever be able to be recovered. These antiquated pieces of... Where did you find these?
On a moon of... I believe those were on a moon of Pluto from an old, UN. Pre-Calamity War era installment.
Pequod looks at them. I thought you said Malcolm deconstructed everything.
He didn't deconstruct the Gatling laser because it was deemed to be Globnox, and the particle accelerator hit hard enough that he just kept it.
Pequod, but there's updated versions of Gatling lasers and accelerators that you can find ammo easier for.
I do. It didn't seem like he did.
She looks up at Julius, holding Julius's arm. And he didn't give you anything?
Not really, no. I got armor one time. That's it.
UN armor. from the same era as those.
So,
Yeah.
antique armor.
Yeah. And he looks down at his feet.
She looks at Davine. Did he give you anything, Mom?
I was a dog, darling. I wasn't given anything.
Oh.
Gave you that one headband they tied around your arm.
Oh, yes, the headband.
Did they at least give you milk bone?
She looks up and thinks for a second. No. I ate a raccoon at one point, I believe.
Pequod looks at her and then back at Icy, and Icy. Raccoon?
Yes, a raccoon.
His name wasn't. She pulls out the captain's journal. Was his name Rocket?
Yes.
Oh, so this Malcolm guy wasn't all delusional. There was a member named Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, it was a normal raccoon.
I think it was Otis's pet.
Why'd you eat him? And Icy looks at her.
It was annoying. And
Why would Malcolm let a vermin like that stay on the ship? Well, Icy's eyes trail off. Never mind.
I was also very hungry at the time.
Pequod, well, survival of the fittest. And Snarf, yeah, look at this. And he's looking at all the weapons, and Icy, those are my pistols, and that's my pulse rifle. And he, doesn't Max Tech make these? And she, yeah. And what? Oh, that's Ash's shotgun he's not allowed to have. Okay, don't touch that. Save that for Globnock. What's this? It's a Galil.
That's mine. A micro Galil made for Agent Hunk and given to me. That fires gamma rounds, Snuff.
Gamma, huh? Pequod gestures at the knife. That's Julius's Karambat knife Hunk gave him. He comes over here. What's this shotgun for? There's one that looks just like it. And I see that is potentially for types on her wrist computer. And the floor opens up, a cylindrical device, and hanging in a stasis field is this. And she gestures at it with her hand without saying it.
Oh my. Is that the rifle we talked about all that time ago?
Here it is. There's the stat line for. She pushes some buttons, the stasis field goes away, and she grabs the rifle by the. Can't think what it's called. Oh my god, Mark would kill me. The barrel, and she's holding the rifle. This is an M4 short custom. Short being points at the barrel, short barrel. This is indeed the rifle. The hider's CQC compatible. She slams the side of the rifle with an open fist. No rattle. Slams it again. This, less of a random killing machine, Ash, more of a tactician's statement, and hands you the rifle.
He's gonna pick it up and just, as best he can, hold it and feel it.
You have it in your hand, albeit it's shaky. She puts her hand out to the magazines, and you see they have tape around the magazines. So she gestures down to the untaped magazines. 30-round PMags 5.56. 5.56 doesn't hit as hard as other things, Ash, as I'm sure you know. But these picks up magazines, they're called Stanag mags. 20-round mags with red tape around them. Incendiary rounds. Sets them down. Picks up blue tape on it. Frost rounds. 20-round Stanag mags. Sets it down. Green tape. Necrotic. 1. I didn't know what kind of ammo you'd want. It's your choice. So I just had the Rangers give me kind of a mix.
No, I appreciate that. It makes us better.
This thing is highly customizable. She comes over and she's looking at the rifle with you. Rangers tend to prefer AKs, but M4s are way more customizable and easy to customize. You can put a long barrel on it, you can put a better grip on it, and again, it's CQC compatible, so you can perform your trick shots with this thing. I had the idea for it a long time ago.
Oh my god. This is gonna be good to use. Feeling it.
Snarf comes over. Yeah, there's no way this is real. Look at that thing.
Snarf, you're really starting to worry me, bud.
And Snarf looks up at you. Why, Julius? Everything's fine. Just another day on the Majestic.
We're on Gateway, man.
Gateway. Never heard of it. Actually, I remember going there once, and he starts just walking out of the room, talking to himself. Icy and Pequod watch him leave, and they both shake their heads, and Icy points at him, and Pequod, right, goes out to get trying to get him back to Coven, and he's just crying, no, I don't deserve this kind of stuff. That stuff's for Globnog. She can't get him to come. Icy, so... Yeah, are you pleased?
I'm very pleased. It's incredible.
Good! Turns to Julius. I know you're more of a minimalist, but any requests?
I got a new leg. I'm good for right now.
Fair enough. I know Mom has a request, but, we kind of need, and Pequod's got him back in the room. We need Snarf, and he looks up at her, and to start helping with things. And honestly, I don't know where to start. You got all these guns and the mobile suit downstairs, and Icy. You'll start with Davine's request. And he looks up at Davine. What was it again?
Yeah, that would help me traverse better through a battle area, preferably through lines that would increase my velocity to the point they aid my strikes and damage.
What kind of weapons we talking? Swords? Maces?
Slashing swords, yes.
I see high-frequency blades, if you will, Snarf, and those are expensive, and doesn't matter here, just make them high-frequency so she can block bullet. And sure, Davine will have to sit down and draw this up.
Well, yes, of course.
Okay, and you want me to start with Davine's stuff, Captain? And I see, yeah. And all right. I get to stay in the armory? I can come in here when I want? And yeah. Okay, where's a drawing board? Pequod types on her wrist computer, and a holographic drawing board comes up, and oh, wow, we didn't even have this on the Majestic. And Snarf starts, come on, Davine, we gotta talk about something. Move this stupid cube out of the way. And he pushes it across the table.
Yes, of course. And she looks at the cube and back at everyone else. Yes.
Icy gestures for the rifle. Hand it over for a second.
There you go.
She takes it, puts it back in its stasis field. Its stasis is up. So, this armory, she gestures around, is pretty cool, right?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Guess whose responsibility it is now?
Who's that?
Yours, Master Sergeant, as Pequod chuckles.
Really?
Yes. So, you're in charge of the armory. What was the name of the armorer at Raven Rock? I never met him.
Master Sergeant Hamer.
Okay, that's you now. Only you're gonna go on missions. You're responsible for making sure my squad is armed and equipped to the teeth. So you buy, bargain, or steal, but you make sure any request from anybody on the squad is met.
Oh, will do, ma'am.
You're going to be going down to Gateway shopping a lot. She points back at the rifle. If you want to customize that thing in more ways than one, she comes over, points at the shotgun. I got a duplicate shotgun here. You could underbarrel attach it to the rifle. Check around Gateway. There's schematics and vendors down there. Though, I hear the Rangers don't really like you,
I thought they were warming up to me for a while.
Some of them are, I think.
Yeah. Lorelei likes me, at least.
If there's one Ranger to get to like you and Pequod, it's her. And I see, oh, we have your wrist dart launcher thing, Julius. And she presents it to you.
Oh, haven't seen this thing in a while. And he takes it and puts it on.
And one more. It's going to be probably too big. It's huge. It's actually two, but we just need one too. And of course, from Dr. Contry, your heel dart guns.
Oh my.
And Ash, if you'd be so kind as to get your hand on one for everybody in the squad, excluding me.
Will do my damnedest, ma'am.
Pequod, these are not going to be easy to get a hold of, Ash.
No, but I might have a line in with Dr. Country. She's patched me up more times than I can count, after all.
Snarf over here. All right, Davine, so you want to shoot out ripcord things and fly around all Spider-Girl-like.
Yes, and then I would also enjoy concussion missiles that will either send me flying or perhaps other people flying away, so the ripcords can then target them.
And what are we going to make this shit out of?
Carter's armor, Snuff.
See Snarf's hand go from, he's drawing on the hologram to flat on the table, and he... Oh, God. He's dead.
Yes, Snuff, he is. He is.
Well, I can think of no better way to utilize his armor. He'll be with you anywhere you go.
Davian puts a hand on Snarf's shoulder. Yes, he will.
His open hand goes to a fist. God damn that fucking milk. This is all his fault.
I am aware, Snuff. They
Fucking
went in deep space.
bastard. Piece of shit. Well, I'll get working on this, and Icy, come with me, Davey.
Yes, of course.
Right out here, not too far of a walk. I believe Julius and Ash probably know. Come on out, Ash, as she gestured.
Okay.
Still, the armory is your responsibility. I trust you'll take care of it. Types on her wrist computer, the door opens up, and Davine sees the state-of-the-art gym with anything she could imagine in the gym. And Icy, go ahead.
She steps in, looks around, and her head immediately goes to looking at her feet. She puts a hand over her mouth and she begins to cry.
Pequod, move, Julius! Is she crying? Icy comes... She's crying? Icy and Pequod come up and give her a hug. And Pequod, look, you can even train... There's no reason to cry. You can push these buttons on the wall. You can train in high and low gravity in here. Just make sure the weights are strapped down if you're going to change the gravity. Just to be safe. Come on in, Ash!
Okay. Walks in.
Icy helps guide Davine into the room to make room. But yeah, Davine, it's great. Icy, why are you crying?
She's too distraught to respond. She's still crying. Mom, are you okay? And she's like doing that thing that moms do when they tell you to stop talking. She's just waving her hand at Julius.
And Icy, well, it's all yours. You can use it 24/7, and just don't mind the Drake. He likes to work out. He'll probably be in here more often than not with you, but he's a good workout partner.
She starts to get a hold of herself. She looks straight up and she nods. This will do. This will do.
Just don't overdo it on the first night, Mom. He said, wait till tomorrow morning.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Snarf comes out. Oh, what's this place? And Icy, it's the gym. And he, no interest, and goes back in. This is kind of fun. I get to work on things. Fucking Malcolm. And he's just mumbling to himself, building the base schematics for Davine's armor. And Pequod, so, dinner with Dad tomorrow. Tonight, to celebrate your successful surgery and Ash not looking like a complete wreck. we're going to go out on Gateway and get food. I see, yeah, we're going to go get takeout. Gateway has, I know you weren't there a lot, but Gateway has pretty much anything you want to eat.
Good.
So tell us what you want, and we're going to go get it. Tonight, you're staying in the apartment. Rest. Tomorrow, General Lorelei. Dinner with Rico. Yeah.
In and out.
How many burgers, Ash?
4.
Icy looks over at Julius. Julius, what do you want?
Just a burger and fries for me.
Pequod, make it 5. And Icy, yeah, all right. She's typing it all down on her wrist computer. What about for Mom?
Julius looks over at her, and she's back to crying again. For her, probably 4 or 5.
Fine. Icy types it down. Julius, with your wrist dart launcher thing, do you want to make poison?
Yeah, I'm totally able to do that.
Okay. Have you ever been to the alchemy store on Ring 8?
One time.
Okay. So go there tomorrow. She types on our wrist computer, and Ash, yours pops up, and Julius pops up. When you pay for things on Alpha 9, or Gods of this moment, as she gestures towards her jacket, all you do is pull up this picture of this card and put it to the machine.
Okay.
We pay for it, not out of your own pocket.
Gladly. Thank you.
So go buy whatever you want to make whatever kind of poisons you want, Julius. Tomorrow. Tonight you stay in and rest.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And if you wouldn't mind, cook some of those beer steaks you made a long time ago. Hunk used to try to, in Pequod, imitate the recipe. And I see, it was fucking terrible.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it.
She shrugs, I don't mind eating out, but I prefer somebody to cook home-cooked meals. And Pequod, she used to cook for me when I was pregnant. And she gestures to Lazuli. And I see, I really don't like cooking. So, Julius, you're the new cook.
Cool, I'm good with that.
She claps her hands together. I say we leave him in the armory. She comes out and looks in. He seems okay for now. We're going to take you guys upstairs if she would ever stop crying. And we're going to go get food for everybody, including Commander Integra.
Yeah.
Pequod, all right, let's go. They go out, and I see before they leave, they're going to take the baby with them. Before they leave, Pequod, go upstairs and relax.
Okay.
All right. Now, 1 second. You make your way back upstairs. Davine's free to use the gym come tomorrow morning. Have a good time. Have some fun. As you're going up the stairs, Hunk leaves with them to go help them. So does Sunny. Snarf in the armor. And the 3 of you are here on the couch just relaxing. There's some crappy TV show on, nothing of note. And you're just relaxing. It's just the 3 of you, and it's dead quiet in the apartment. Commander Integra is most likely asleep.
This feels weird.
Yeah. I haven't felt like this in a long time.
And yeah, and just starts snapping to make sound.
This used to be normal.
You hear the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs.
Oh, who could that be?
And at the top of the stairs presents himself. He's got his blank look on his face. He's got a hand, one open hand, and he makes a fist in the other one and slams it together. his fist into the open hand. A burst of air comes out, knocking some magazines and books off the table in front of you guys. Julius Rainfall and a Sherion Valorius.
Sir, and he's gonna try and get up to salute him.
He walks closer. For the past 7 years, every morning I wake up, the first thing I taste is the bitter, as he stands in front of the TV, taste of defeat you gave me 7 years ago.
Yeah?
He
Doesn't
looks-
it taste amazing.
He looks at Julia. Oh, it tastes incredible as he walks right up to Julia. No snarky remarks, and he looks at Ash.
No. It was all fun. It was all in the name of the game, sir. I really respect you, all things considered.
You hear the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs and a baby giggling, and Pequod comes back with no food, and she, oh, Commander Jiren, and he looks over at her, and he, by grace, comes over. She's gotten so big, picks her up. Pequod, yeah, it's been a while since you've seen her. How have you been? And he, excellent, excellent. And you, little one, puts his hand on her head. Ah, you're looking, oh my goodness, you're pregnant again. And she, yeah, Julius and me. And he lifts the baby up in the air. What a beautiful child. And he walks over and stands in front of you guys with the baby. And you could tell that, obviously they have some type of, they've met before.
So you guys have, been around each other a fair amount, I'd say.
He's holding the baby. He looks up at you. Yes, yeah, you can say that. Here, hands the baby back to Pequod. She steps out of the way, and so Major Lazalis requested, steps forward. Excuse me, ma'am. Respectfully puts his hand on his stomach and bows in front of Davine. I train you to, with Icy's assistance, and get you back in fighting shape. I'm going to, he looks at Julius and Ash, enjoy every second of it.
Well, I'll enjoy it too, sir. If memory serves, you have a wicked uppercut.
He looks at Julius. I'll teach you that one if you'd like.
Oh, can't wait, sir.
Pequod, Commander Jiren's pretty cool. Even though you kind of trolled him. He looks over at her. Yes. Payback's a bitch, Ash.
It is, and like you said, all's fair in love and war.
He pulls up a seat and sits down. Okay. Pleasantries out of the way. Pequod hands him the baby, this big hulking dude holding this beautiful baby. What the fuck happened to you guys?
20 months on the frontier, a broken back, a bullet in the shoulder, and a missing hand on my part.
And no food. He looks over at Julie.
Nope.
You are far from the young stallions that beat me years ago.
Yeah, sadly.
To my understanding, the Arcane Council won't be operating without any oversight anymore.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. This is Julius's child, right? And Pequod, yes, it's Julius's. And he's looking at her and the beautiful eyes. Who would have thought? Picks her up, hands her to Julius. This little punk would make such a good-looking baby. And Pequod, well, good genetic. Sits back down in his chair. Tell me, do you guys like swimming?
Yeah. I enjoy it enough.
Good. We're gonna be doing a lot of swimming.
Good exercise. Help me build this back up as he puts up his hand shaking.
He looks at the hand. And what about the robotic hand?
Replacement coming in about a week.
Good. He crosses his arms, stares at you guys. I'll tell you what. When we lost all those years ago, there was lessons to be learned. You remember Ella, my wizard?
Yes, how is she?
Yeah.
She's with the Rangers now.
Really?
Is she?
Good for
Yeah.
her.
You guys taught me somewhat of a valuable lesson.
What is that?
Not underestimating your opponent.
Appreciate that, thank you.
And I still taste the bitter defeat. And Pequod puts her hand on his thigh. Let's just change the subject. Yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation, I think the last 20 months have been more defeat on our part than you had.
He shrugs. What a waste. All those years training with Major Lasley to end up with, I don't even know, but yeah.
Yeah, you don't know the half of it.
Well, it's over now. I'd say you're in much better hands. And back with your family, gestures towards baby Lasley. This is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it is.
Icy, Hunk, carrying a bunch of food, Snarf, and Mercurius carrying even more food. Come up the stairs and Hunk, what the hell is he doing here? And Icy, Commander Jiren, sits down next to him. Why don't you stay for dinner? And Hunk, oh god, another awkward dinner. Sits down. Snarf, who's this guy? Pequod starts unwrapping some burgers. Mercurius unwrapping food for everybody. And Hunk looks over at Jiren. So, what are you doing here? And I'm going to be training Ash and Julius. Physical therapy, and then with Icy's help, we're going to build them back up into fighting shape. And he looks at Hunk, and you could probably use some training. And Hunk looks down at his beer belly and doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
I drank a lot. I was depressed.
Uh-huh. If only we had alcohol on that damn ship.
Snarf comes over and so, you're Jiren, huh? Never heard of you. Sits down next to Icy and starts eating. And Jiren, so Hunk, your wife apparently can't lift a finger at these two young men anymore. So I'll be training them, and you can join us. Hunk, yes! Sounds great! Here, have a burger! Hands him a burger, and Jiren, so you've lost muscle mass. The malnutrition's being taken care of now. From my limited understanding, surgeries are a success. You understand we'll have to push you guys beyond even what Lasley did. I'm not saying I'm good enough to do that. I'm merely saying I'll try my best.
Sounds like a challenge.
You ready to rock and roll, though? He looks at Julius. Get back in fighting shape and take the fight to, what was his name? And I see Tewaz. Hey, Tewaz!
I mean, did we beat you all those years ago?
He has a burger, he's about to take a bite, and yeah, you did. I remember. And Hunk, yeah, it was a good time. You remember when Ash was shit-talking you to hell? As the burger starts to lower slowly from his mouth. And Lasley just trolled that robot guy you had as the burger gets lower. And Julius, do you remember he grabbed the flag, flew away with Icy, the burger hits his lap?
Hunk. To the topic at hand. I've been through hell once. What's another time to get back into shape?
Jiren looks at you. You've probably been through hell 3 times if you think about it. Once, whatever you're referencing to, unless training with Lasley, that's 2. And then what you went through in the past. On the ship.
That's 3. Childhood, training, and then that.
How's your leg feeling, Julie?
Pretty good. I'm able to walk now, slowly, but I'll get my speed back eventually.
And so, next week, ready to start, assuming it'll be light work. Light therapy, physical therapy. Then we'll get into the rocket buster stuff. A lot of swimming. Believe it or not, as an army man, swimming is the greatest exercise there is, in my opinion.
I'd agree. It's also perfect for us. The water can help alleviate some of the issues I'm having walking. Support me.
You should spend some time in the whirlpool, lad. Do you have a whirlpool here? And I see we have like 5.
Will do, sir. Thank you for the suggestion.
And Hunk, yeah, I remember it was a good time. We won. We were standing there, victors.
Hunk,
We beat you. And Ash was saying all these shitty things. I can't even remember. Shit talking you, and you were dumb enough to chase him around. His kind demeanor has once again shifted to annoy.
Hunk, I'm going to shoot you.
Hunk looks at you and lifts his gas mask up a little bit and starts eating his hamburger. As Jiren just stares, he's not staring at Davine, he's staring past her out at the Nova up here.
Right. Just gonna start eating.
Well,
Davine's gonna look down at her food. I do not know what you are all referencing, but I have a feeling you made him angry. She's gonna start eating.
Yeah.
Jiren looks up. Well, to be honest, ma'am, actually sets the burger down, comes up, and puts his hand out. I'm Commander Jiren. They call me the Shield of the Army. Lame title, I know. Pleasure to meet you. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Davine Rainfall, Julius's mother.
He looks at Julius and back at her. Okay. Well, pleased. Sits back down. Your son and his friend here. Captain and Hunk Private. Captain Hunk. Back then, anyway. Nicole and Major Lasley beat my squad in the EarthGov. Think X Games or War Games. Non-lethal to an extent. But either way, it's a tradition EarthGov holds every year. And I'll have you know, since they've beaten us, the Navy's won every year. Hunk, ha ha! Gotcha! We've been on a 7-year losing streak.
Well, I would expect nothing less of my son, unless to win.
Your son trolled the hell out of me. And Hunk, well, Ash really did the trolling, and Jiren kind of shuffles in his seat. No, it was my favorite game mode in these games, ma'am, is capture the flag. There's a flag here and a flag there. He's gesturing with his hand. Anyway, him and Nicole worked up some cockamamie plan, and needless to say, he grabbed the flag and flew right past me and won the game. It was the quickest CTF win in the, at that point, 100-some-odd year history of the game, and still holds the record.
I doubt it'll ever be beaten.
I don't think it ever will.
Julius
And Hunk.
leans over and fist bumps Icy.
She comes over, fist bumps, comes back to Snarf. And Snarf, you know, I think I remember watching those games. I was there.
You
Oh,
were?
really?
I was. It was, Wait a minute, you guys were the kids in the tracksuit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No wonder why you ended up on an Arcane Council strike squad.
Yeah. That was one of the big reasons why we ended up on Malcolm's squad.
Holy shit, they 3-0'd you, Baldy! As he points over at Jiren, who's just wrapped the hamburger up and handed it to Pequod. He didn't even take a bite, and she, are you sure? And I've lost my appetite. They 3-0'd the fuck out of you, Baldy! I had 100 credits on the army to win that game, too. And they fucked you. And he goes walking downstairs and disappeared. I'm going back to the armory. See you later.
Yeah. Thanks.
Jiren, there's a silver lining to everything. The silver lining being I learned to appreciate young talent and was able to help Ella and many other of my young recruits go farther instead of stifling them. But That's part of the reason we've been losing. I take the young recruits in instead of stacking a team, if you will.
Aye, maybe.
Well,
It's not necessarily the case. You could do... Why not bring a couple veterans in with them? Get even more veteran experience for the young ones.
Not a bad idea. Might consider it. Also considering retiring from the games and letting somebody else take over.
I give it a few years. Really, the big reason we beat you was, one, underestimating, but two, it did take you a bit by surprise. If you had a team composition more like ours, I think it probably would do well for you. Kids can learn a lot from veterans, even in short stints like that.
He nods. True that. True that. Lasley definitely pulled out all the stops. I do remember vaguely seeing Hunk flying over my head. And Hunk, yeah, let's not talk about that. I got punted, pretty much. But I got in the zone, and then, if you remember the oddball game, I single-handedly did everything myself and won the game. I held the ball. I still have the ball. It's at the bunker.
Yeah.
He looks at Davine. You should have seen it. I got the ball. It was a late run. I came out, a delayed reaction, picked up the ball, ran away. You had to hold the ball to score, Davine. Ran away, and I ran so fast back then when he pats his beer belly when I was in better shape that nobody could catch me. And Jiren, yes, Julius clocking me off the side of the arena had nothing to do with Hunk's plan, Davine.
And me getting uppercutted into the next century didn't help at all.
Hunk, yeah, I got one of those uppercuts too. And you can see his exposed jaw, and he's kind of shaking the jaw back and forth. Still think I cracked my jaw that day.
yes, I'm sure you did all the work.
I did! And I see, yeah, it had nothing to do with me basically making Julius into Mr. Falcon or whatever his name is from that Nintendo thing, and he Falcon punched people to oblivion. Hunk. And Hunk, well, I think I did most of the work, Davine. There was a King of the Hill where I scored the first hill by myself, thank you. Or was it the second hill? I can't even remember.
The
Oh.
second hill, Dad.
That was a long time ago, Julius. That was back when Ash's eye was normal. Pequod starts laughing. Jiren looks at it. What happened to your eye? You're a shooter. You're a talented shooter. You can't have an eye like that. And I see, I'm getting it fixed.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, to put a long story short, one of the members of our squad was an asshole, and at urging of the captain hit me in the face with a plate.
I see, the world needs only one big M. Finish him, Globnock. And Jiren, what? And looks at it.
Our captain went insane partway through. He was an asshole to begin with, but you know the type, a stuffy officer, silver spoon type, thinks they know everything just because they've looked in a book and have no combat experience.
He nods, as the details are still, it's mostly rumors what people like me are able to hear. Eventually, I think the Arcane Council is going to come out with an official, albeit it'll be classified, report. But yeah.
He went full batshit insane. I said we were on the frontier for 20 of the last 24 months. That means out of relay range, black, dark space frontier.
He looks at you and shakes his head. Like I said, what a waste.
Yeah.
You should have been with her. He gestures to Icy and she smiles and, oh, we tried. We tried. And she starts laughing. We tried everything.
Honestly, I'm happy his grandpa got court-martialed because I'm pretty sure he threw us on Malcolm's squad out of spite.
Jiren, yeah, Master Chance. I was at the court martial. It was held here on Gateway. And Icy, I was gonna tell them, and Jiren, You'll be happy to know he'll spend the rest of his days behind bars. Solitary confinement.
Good.
And he's been de-spelled. Pequod chuckles. He's lost all his magic capabilities. He's a normal human being.
Good. Because not just what he did to us. Think about it. Every person on that ship. And the people he got killed on your squads. Your squad, I see. And the people that may or may not have died on Ebenezer's, they all had families. Friends. How many people's lives did he fuck up? Outside of those in this room. All to put his grandson on a strike squad team.
Pequod, more than 100 easily, if you take into account entire family.
Yeah.
With the way Malcolm kept notes, there are multiple people on our ship that we're probably never going to be able to find the families of. We'll never know what happened to their loved ones.
Mercurius gets up and walks up the stairs. You hear the door slide open, and you see the Ash action figure come flying out, landing here. Commander Integra, how about the Ash? Draws her saber as Mercurius salutes her. And Jiren looks up and, the hell is that about?
That's Commander Integra, sir. She's been hit pretty hard herself.
My pistol, robot! He hands her pistol. Icy, no, no, no! Starts running up, and Commander Integra lights up the Ash action figure, blowing it away. And Icy comes up and snaps. You see the pistol go out of her hand. How dare you! Obviously, you've taken Ash's side. Snaps. Sends her back into the room. The door closes. And Pequod, great idea! Bring her back to the apartment! What an excellent plan!
We're getting her help.
We should send her back to Raven Rock!
No, we should keep her here. We owe her that much.
Mercurius comes up, salutes Icy. Icy, just go downstairs with the fucking Cobalt, and he dun 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 and walks downstairs. Hey, Jiren, that's Commander Integra, you said. The headhunters.
Yes.
Icy comes back down, sits next to him. Please eat. Gives him a burger. He starts eating. What happened to her?
After we left, she sort of went crazy, I guess.
Pequod, sort of?
Oh, yeah. Completely went crazy.
Hunk, we're gonna get her fixed. It was the right idea to bring her here, Pequod. And she, whatever you say, wait till she shoots somebody.
Yeah, we got the best we're on Gateway. We got some of the best medical facilities in the galaxy. We'll be fine.
Jiren, what's her problem with Ash? She seems to have more of a problem than I do.
I don't know.
Well, I have a theory, because, he made her daughter sad because they're engaged and he left and, Frontier and all, but I don't know if that would cause that reaction.
Jiren, it's not like he did it by choice. Maybe we should tell her that. And Icy, no, she's gonna stay in the room.
Yeah.
Pequod, oh, Commander, she's gone. Like, gone. And I could see that.
Not for good. We're gonna get her help.
Pequod, she looks so much older now.
Yeah, she does.
Jiren, I do have a question. I guess it's probably against regulation. Again, it's all rumors for guys like me until the official report comes out. But the Arcane Council released these images of the ship. And I see the Majestic. And the Majestic. So they did the scans of the ship with this robot. And then the depth of this quicksand was so deep that these advanced robots shorted out. But they were able to scan the ship. Who the fuck was this old guy? He holds up the picture of Malcolm's body. You guys had a vagabond.
That's Malcolm.
He's holding up like an actual picture. And he looks at it. That's Malcolm!
That's Malcolm.
He holds it towards Julius. That's Malcolm!
That's Malcolm.
He looks back at the picture. So I'm a military historian by nature, believe it or not. And I like to collect artifacts, stuff like that. Why does he have a Civil War Confederate general's uniform on and a musket?
Uh,
I don't know. He found them towards the end.
These should be in a museum.
he might have robbed a museum or something like that. I don't know.
How does he have this? And Icy starts laughing. This couldn't have been him. He pulls up a picture. This is his dossier. Look at him. He's like 34 years, 35, 200. He's like an NFL linebacker or something. How did he turn into this? And he holds the picture of...
I don't know.
He was going insane. I don't know. Maybe something with magic? I don't know.
He puts the picture down and Icy takes it. I'll keep that. And yeah, you can have it. He stands up. Well, I do have things to attend to. Comes out, puts his hand out to Ash.
He's gonna shake it.
Shakes it with a nice firm grip. Icy takes Lazuli, puts his hand out to Julia.
He's gonna shake it.
Let's go. Icy hands Lazuli back. He bows respectfully to Davine. He looks over at Hunk and you're training with us, whether you like it or not, Beer Belly. And fine, I'll beat you again. Couple weeks, I'll be back in shape. He chuckles and I have things to attend to. Pleasure to see you boys again. Next week, we start slow. Once you hit your stride, prepare for pain.
Wouldn't expect anything less, sir.
He nods and leaves the apartment. And as he leaves, you hear the door open and close. Hunk, oh, thank God, I thought he was going to beat the shit out of us. He's like wiping the brow, even though he's got the gas mask on. Now down.
Yeah, so did I.
He's going to be a trainer. That's pretty cool. And he looks over at Icy and me and him are going to get Ash and Julius back on their feet. And Hunk, good. I don't think Laz could do it to him. Nah.
Mm.
Everybody was depressed. How do you think I got this? Points down to his beer belly. Heineken. Lots of it.
Fair.
Pequod looks at the belly. It is kind of protruding, and it kind of reminds me of that weird guy that Julius almost hit with the car, and this is Saint Guillotine or something, right?
Yeah, Saint Guillotine.
Wonder whatever happened to that guy.
I wonder. Do you still have that helmet and that pipe?
Hunk, I don't know. Do you, Julie?
He looks up at Pequod. I thought you would like him, so I always kept him.
Pequod, big grin on her face. Is that Leslie's bunker?
Probably, yeah.
I want them on display in the apartment, please. She looks at Icy and wherever you want. And Hunk and I'll call Mom, not superseding Mom, points at Davine. I'll call other Mom and have them sent up here. They're somewhere down on sub-level 2. She put them down there a couple months after you guys left with the... Did you see all the guns and stuff you left there? Got them in the armory for you.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm glad you didn't take that stuff with you, otherwise it probably would have ended up on the guy's armor.
Oh, God. Just don't remind me.
Icy looks at her wrist computer, looks up at you guys. Bedtime, I'd say, and Pequod, yeah, I am tired.
Yeah, I'll try to get some rest.
Pequod looks at Icy. Do we have to stay in the room, or can me and Julius and Icy, yeah, you go wherever you want. Wherever you want. Whatever room. Pequod grabs Julius. Come on, Julius!
Julius hands lazuli to Davine. All right, let's go.
They go off into Pequod's room, which is now really Pequod and Laslie's, and soon to be Carter's room. Icy looks at Ash. So, you probably don't want to go into Ceres's room, so you can sleep in mine.
Oh, no. I'll stay here on the couch again. You go to your room.
I'm going down to work out. And she, just relax. If Commander Integra gets out, actually, if you're awake, don't let Mercurius go anywhere near Commander Integra's bedroom, yeah?
He has to listen to my orders, right?
He does, yes.
Good.
Icy disappears down the stairs. Hunk looks at Davine. Well, so what do you want to do?
Well, I want to work out, but I'm not allowed to. I suppose I should just sleep.
Yeah, go ahead. Here. You can come into... And he starts, come with me if you'd please. He takes baby Lazlo.
Yes, sure.
Zanzibar, curled up in a ball, wakes up, looks at Davine. Hunk, there's cribs in all these rooms. So you can stay in this one.
Yes.
There's a TV. Anything you want, you do whatever you want. And I'll stay here with you. He sits down in the chair.
Okay. And she sits as far away from it as possible.
He turns on the TV. Oh, I really thought Jiren was going to kill us.
From the way he was looking at Ash, I thought he would be paralyzed again.
Yeah. So about tomorrow night, meeting General Rico, are you nervous?
Well, I've met him before, but I was a dog. So, not really, I suppose. I'm not good.
He's making tea for Davine.
I'm not good at talking to most people, especially those higher up than me. Something Julius sadly inherited. But I suppose it'll be fine.
Hunk makes her a cup of the tea Lasley sent over. Yeah, he inherited it, but honestly, sometimes hands her the cup of tea. Sometimes you need guys like Julius. You need trailblazers, if that makes sense.
Someone who will stick it to the brass?
Yeah. I mean, imagine if... just think about it. If Julius was in Rico's position, Master Chance probably would have been court-martialed a long time ago.
Probably. If he was.
So you were a dog, and they found you when you were and they were in the Squad 6.
Yes, they did. Pegasi 5 is where they found me.
When you were a dog, he walks over here, makes himself a cup of tea. When you were a dog, what was it like?
How do you mean?
Well, did you have, consciousness? Did you know you were Davine, or did you just think you were a dog?
I knew I was Davine. I was basically true polymorph. I knew who I was, and I had conscious thought. I was just a dog.
Surprised Malcolm and that Globnok guy didn't try to eat you.
You'd be surprised. But I suppose...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, he's getting out scones that Leslie set up.
I suppose he found me valuable or something? Or Julius threatened him? I don't know.
I wish Julius would have just killed him.
I'm sure he wishes he didn't use because of the eyeless a couple times there.
He brings over a plate of scones. Your son and Ash. But I had trouble with Ash because he's just so goddamn old looking. But your son is an incredible young man. I would die for your son.
I appreciate you saying that, Hunk.
And I will do the same, puts his hand on her shoulder, for you. I might not be, puts his hand on his belly, what I used to be. And honestly, I ain't training with Jiren. I'm getting out of that. But I got a few tricks up my sleeve that's gonna... We'll make sure you get the job done.
Well, what if you and I trained together? Worked out.
Oh, we could, as long as you promise not to beat me up.
I promise. I'm not that person anymore.
He gestures. Tell you what, if we do it at the hours where, things aren't too active around here, I'll even train without the mask on. You know how hard it is to breathe in these things?
Well, that'll be a deal then. Me and you will train in times that it isn't very active, so you can have the fullest set of your capabilities.
Deal! He fist bumps her. Alright, I'm gonna go check on Commander Integra. If you need anything, you push the button on the intercom, and you just call, and somebody will come or I'll come. I'm gonna go check on Commander Integra. He goes over, and he checks on her, and then he... in the other room. Pequod and Julius are doing the deed, and I'm not going any farther than that. What's going on? Let's just say... These two rooms, the walls are connected at this point. Davine can clearly hear, through the soundproofing, what's going on in that room.
Davine is looking for paint to paint basic runes onto Lazuli just to get her mind off of it.
She doesn't find any, but I'm sure if she places a call over the intercom to Icy, she can get some on Gateway tomorrow.
Well, yeah, she'll do that.
Alright, as she hears the banging and thudding, and the very loudness of Pequod so loud, fucking Zanzibar goes downstairs. Ash, you can't hear anything, because you're down here on the couch asleep, I assume. I mean, they're sleeping soundly, these two. They're wearing themselves out. What about you, Ash?
Well, I guess he's gonna get up. And
It's about 3 in the morning.
I'd say he'd have gone to Icy's room and tried to sleep. Eventually, after tossing and turning, he would have fallen asleep and then just woken up with a start. So he's gonna get up and just look around. I'm guessing this is Icy's room?
Yeah.
He's gonna go out of it and just look around the apartment.
Quiet as can be. You hear Hunk snoring, the door open here. These two are zonked the fuck out, though Julius can wake up if he wants to. It's no big deal. Same with Davine if she's sleeping, whatever she wants to do. Quiet as can be.
Guess I'm gonna go up, upstairs.
It's downstairs.
Or downstairs, sorry. Go downstairs.
Okay. Roll 20. Hello, roll 20. There we go. There you go. So you come downstairs. There's a light on in the kitchen. The armory, you can hear Snarf snoring from the armory.
Make his way to the kitchen.
Door is open. Zanzibar curled up in a ball, and Icy is watching, feet up on the counter. She has her old, worn-out Ranger workout clothes on. She's watching, so it's Gateway News. Only broadcast on Gateway, and it's for the military. So just what's going on in the military activities, news, stuff like that. Troop movements, public knowledge, but for the military. It's only broadcast through Gateway. She's watching it on a big TV here with Zanzibar curled up in a ball below her.
You still up?
She looks up. No rest for the weary?
Haven't slept well in a while.
She points at the counter. Sit.
He's gonna come up and sit with her.
She points at the TV behind you. Finishing what you started. You see Sasha leading a bunch of troops on the news against the Geist. Bunch of soldiers cheering.
Damn, they're good.
Icy nods. She is, yeah. She is very, very good. She looks over at you. What's on your mind?
Everything. I've been having trouble getting to sleep as of late. Uh, I think it's just acclimating to this. I've gotten so used to the way that ship floats in space and the sounds it makes that it feels foreign, right?
I can imagine. She takes her feet off the counter. Since you're awake, you should eat something.
If you say so, ma'am.
How about she goes over to the fridge, the pregnant Pequod special.
What is that?
She looks over her shoulder at you. When Pequod was pregnant with Leslie, she got these cravings for multiple types of luncheon meat. She pulls out some roast beef, corned beef, and pastrami, big Italian bread, and some mustard. I've made probably 400 or 500 of these sandwiches as she starts making one. The pregnant Pequod special.
I'll take that. Yeah. I got to sleep tonight and then... I didn't stay asleep, let's say that.
She puts the sandwich down on the plate. There's 2 pickles, and a peppercini, just how pregnant Pequod craved it. And the raspberry iced tea, she slides a glass of it, is because she craves raspberry iced tea.
Fair. He's gonna start eating. Yeah.
Bad dreams?
You could say that. That's been happening since we got off the Majestic.
She sits back down in her bar stool. What?
It's similar but different each night. Tonight was I woke up in your room. I got up, thirsty, go get a drink. And when I tried to open the door, it was locked. Confused, I turned around and I wasn't in your room anymore. I was in mine, on the Majestic. And then I turned around and I was stared in the face by Malcolm, just laughing at me, and then I woke up.
How often did he sequester you to your room?
Most of the time we were there.
Because he thought you were a spy. Meanwhile, his favorite person.
Yeah.
What a dumbass.
You could say that again.
What an absolute... She turns the volume down on the TV. Dumb ass.
Yeah.
Well, you and Julius have some form of PTSD. I can't diagnose, but I think Davine's okay for the most part. But you and Julius, I think, have some.
I would assume so. I think I've always had it. This is just another layer on it.
Or it helped it resurface.
Probably. I think I'd not moved past, but I guess you could say buried it.
Well, we'll get it fixed.
Will we?
Maybe not all of it. We have to get some of it fixed. You need to be able to sleep. You can't be on the squad if you can't sleep.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to take the fight to Tewas in Freaky Friend company if you're not at your best.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my damnedest. It's just... And he picks up his hand, shaking, holding the sandwich. He took so much away.
She watches your hand shake. He didn't take anything away that isn't fixable. At least from you. Yeah, you can't get the time back, but other people not so lucky.
It's true. I just, this, and looks at his hand, this hurts the worst out of most of it. The one thing I always had was, at least from when I was around 17, was the ability to actually do something about it, to fight. To not be able to defend myself isn't. I don't like it.
She nods. That I can understand, but as long as you apply yourself with Jiren and I, you'll be able to fight. And you have all the tools you need to get any job done. Now.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, you're right. I just hope I'm better than hobbling when Cyrus gets here.
You will be. Speaking of Saris, they say when it rains, it pours. Do you find Commander Integra's demeanor towards you strange?
Of course I do. I don't know what I did.
Words like charlatan, hussy, cheater,
I
homewrecker don't make a lot of sense until she puts Malcolm's journal down. I take no pleasure in your suffering in this, Ash, but you need to know. Slides the journal to you. Read here. And she points at the first paragraph on the top page.
He's gonna start reading it.
It's Malcolm's journal. Ugh. Some vampire woman tried to ask where Ash was. She approached Globnock and I while we were leaving the Majestic when we docked at Gateway. Globnock immediately told her Ash chose to take his shore leave time back on the planet Phoenix with some elf woman he met because he was tired of dealing with the struggles of having a vampire fiancé. She ran away crying. It was beautiful. And when she asked me, as his commanding officer, to confirm this, I confirmed it. And I think that explains Commander Integra. And believe it or not, Saris is, I didn't think it was weird at the time, but somewhat odd demeanor towards you near the end. Like, not wanting the Ash action figure, which is now shot into a million pieces, I bought for her.
He's just gonna sit there looking at it. And you silently, but you just see tears start streaming down his face, and he clenches his fists. He couldn't settle with taking that much from me. He had to do this too.
She puts her hand in your hand, break the clench, and holds it. We have this, and we have General Lorelei. Easy fix.
I suppose, but what she's gone through.
She's gone through a lot, but easy fix. And she squeezes your good hand tighter.
I know. I should have killed him. And
You should have killed him, and then you'd be in jail. And you'd never see her again. Or you would have been executed.
There were any number of ways I could have killed him and gotten away with it.
She sighs slightly. Yeah, but what if you didn't get away with it? Then you'd be in jail. You'd be a war criminal.
You're right.
You'd be executed, probably. The only reason Master Chance isn't being executed is because he's so old. They would have executed you. And probably Julius too if you had him involved in it. Trust me, that wasn't the way to go about it.
Fair enough.
Carter did it. Carter died. He would have had to answer for it.
I think Carter may have been able to get away with it, considering what had just preceded it.
Most likely, yes, but
I would.
chances not worth taking.
He's gonna look down at his hand. Can you help me with something?
She looks over at the robot hand. Yeah.
Sometimes it's been giving me an issue lately. It'll just, if I try to put effort into something, it clenches shut like that in a fist. I don't have much use of my right arm. Can you pull back on the thumb until it's in a thumbs up position to release it?
She lets go of your hand and pulls the thumb back.
Makes a clicking sound and then opens again. He opens and closes it a few times. That's better.
One more week.
One more. It didn't...
She puts her hand back over yours. Easy fix. And she looks you right in the eyes.
I suppose. That explains why she seemed the way she did. I didn't think about it at first. I was so over the moon to see her, but that explains why she looked more shocked than happy when she saw me.
It also explains why some of the Rangers probably still don't like you.
That it does.
You gotta think about it from their perspective. Saris would be like a little sister to them.
Yeah, she would.
She lights a cigarette, assuming word travel. She comes over here. This is where Hunk keeps your cigars. Want one? Opens a cap.
Yeah, I could use that right about now.
She hands it to you. Hands you a lighter.
He lights it up and starts smoking it. You got any alcohol?
What do you want?
Vodka. Heavier.
Sure. She pulls out a bottle of Grey Goose and a shot glass and pours you a little bit.
He's just gonna scull the shot.
She watches you skull it. One more. But go easy. You're seeing the Ranger General in... She looks at her wrist computer. Quite 7 hours, something like that.
I'll be alright.
She sits down. So... Snarf.
Yeah.
You're sure he's okay to work on things?
He needs therapy, of course, but once he starts getting his... Once he starts getting his faculties back, he's one of the best engineers I've ever seen.
Good. I think we're gonna need him. She snaps her fingers and her blasters appear here. Pick them up. Just aim one of them. And stand up straight.
He, kind of using the counter to brace himself, stands up straight, picks it up, and holds it out like he would have before, and he's just shaking heavily, I'd assume.
She comes over and helps prop you up so you don't have to use the counter. Now that is the Ash I remember.
Really?
Really, Clint Eastwood impersonator. Though you look like some video game character now.
I guess so. Not quite him again yet.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
No, it wasn't. But he's gonna set it down and just look. I gotta prove I'm worthy.
I think you already have. She snaps her fingers, sending them back into the armor. Sits back down, helps you get down. So the armory, those antiquated weapons, you can use them for trade.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if you wanted to keep them or not.
I would say everything's up for trade in the armory, just not my pulse rifle or blaster pistol. I mean, those antiquated weapons, we're not taking them into combat. If people want a Gatling laser or a particle accelerator, we're getting the state-of-the-art stuff.
Fair enough. Although, I will feel a little guilty putting that Gatling laser, or that, not Gatling, the particle accelerator away.
Well, doesn't mean we have to trade it, but buy, bargain, or steal, you make sure the squad's equipped.
If I've got to pick the squad over that thing, I will. It's just that thing, strangely enough, served us valiantly. It helped a hell of a lot against Bayagona.
She looks at you. So the time dragon, it was actually a time dragon.
Aye.
You guys, just as soon as Dagon came out the water, you summoned it?
No, that would have been the smart play. Hell, I could even understand waiting a little bit to see exactly what it was. No, Malcolm waited until the ship was about to sink.
She starts laughing. Doesn't say anything.
And then he very reluctantly used it. We were twisting his arm.
What was he saving it for?
I don't know. Probably some fight down the line where something cornered him.
She kind of rolls her eyes. I guess it shouldn't be surprising at this point.
No, it shouldn't.
At least, he's gone now. For now.
For now?
He's gone. But Gurok, for now.
Right. You know, I'm almost happy he survived now.
Payback?
Not just for what he did to me. For what he did to them and what he did to her.
You'll get your chance. Something tells me we'll. If he's really working with them, we'll see him again. And when the time comes, you, Julius, and Davine, you'll get your chance.
Oh, I hope so. He's gonna get a little taste of what I can really do to someone.
He deserves it.
Yeah, he does.
Stolen valor, asshole. She shakes her head.
Stolen valor of a war hero. A real hero. I read the actual Captain Sergeant Gorok's dossier. Man was a badass.
Yeah, I don't think he would have actually fit well on Squad Sigma. He probably would have been the one to end up in jail for killing Malcolm. She starts laughing.
Honestly, I heard from what I read, he was a very charismatic man. He probably would have been able to argue something under the old things about following orders when the orders are wrong being a bad thing. Probably could have argued his way out of it.
He was on that ship that long. He probably leaked a lot of info. You guys probably walked into a lot of traps.
Well, not counting that last one, kind of rubs his back. I can think of at least 2.
What are those?
Bayagona. Because when it first happened, I just assumed we walked into something we didn't expect, right? We walked into that capital city like we owned the place.
Is that hold up? Is that the capital city where Davine flashed guards? I've seen footage of that.
No, that's a different capital city. Was it not the capital? Apology. It was one of their colonies. Apologies. I'm still getting everything in order. You understand?
What about Davine flashing the guard? And as she says that, boom, right? Pequod, who has awoken and is hungry, pregnant craving, has dragged groggy Julius to the kitchen. She looks up at you guys. What are you doing? Julius, look, they're awake too. Hits Julius in the chest.
Yeah. Yeah. They're awake.
And Pequod, I need a sandwich. Sits down next to Ash. Julius sits here.
I'll make you a sandwich, darling.
Can't sleep. Bad dreams.
Icy looks at Julius. Did you have fun?
Yeah. Yeah. And he pats her shoulder as he walks by her to make sandwich for Pequod.
And iced tea, Julius. Icy. So, Davine, flashing guards. Let's cover that. Whose idea was that?
Denarius.
Is it Denarius?
I believe so.
Julius?
You weren't there. You were trapped on a tower.
I was in radio communication with on the fucking tower.
Pequod, what happened in this one?
We had to assassinate the heads of Max Tech. Ash had this whole plan of talking to fishermen to find out sewer lines, dive under there with the Cloak of the Manta Ray, possibly climb up the tower, and then assassinate the big boss. Malcolm just teleported them up to a separate tower far away and basically imprisoned Ash there as he comes back with the food.
Why? As Pequod starts eating.
And
He
because
was worried Ash would talk to people.
here's the plan, Ash. We're not talking to anyone. The plan was, one of the men was on a large tower, and then surrounded by water with a smaller peripheral tower. My plan was to use the Cloak of the Manta Ray that we had to swim under, and then I had slippers of spider climb, so I would have walked up the side of it and sat there and shot the man. I was going to talk with locals, see if they knew anything about him, and the response I got was, I don't think fishermen would have the information you're looking for, Ash.
Pequod looks at Julius and then at Ash. So he really just hated you as Icy hands the journal that, details what was said to Ceres to Julius.
Yeah,
Oh, it's...
you tell him. I don't even want to think about it.
Icy, he's reading it. He'll figure it out.
This is serious?
Icy, it's serious. It explains Commander Integra's demeanor towards Ash. And Pequod, what? Let me see that, Julian!
He leans over onto her and lets her read it with him. Yeah, Ash cheating on someone? More like pigs flying.
I see. Yeah, it does explain Ceres's demeanor. And Pequod, if you go, don't go in Commander Integra's room, Ash, but you'll see all the pictures of you and her have been turned over.
Yeah. He's just tears running down his face at this point.
Pequod, why would he hate you, Ash? I mean, you're fine. She starts eating and coffee, and I see, no, we have to see General Lorelei. Just eat the food.
I don't know. I told him, you already heard the story.
That can't be all of it. I mean, what the fuck?
The only other thing I can think of is the Ranger armor.
Ranger armor. Icy looks at you. Oh, wait, what?
We found an old, I'm talking hundreds of years old, suit of Ranger armor. I, not knowing the significance of it, spent 8,000 components to unlock it, to use. I then found out the significance of what I had done, and gave it to General Lorelei. That's why I got to use the forge. That's the only other thing I could think of that made him dislike me.
Pequod, let me see, takes the journal. What date did it happen? And she pushes the plate of food to Julius. Eat!
Very, very early. This would have happened just before the Geist incursion, on our first trip to Gateway.
Just before the... She's paging through, and she... Huh. You fought something called a Storm Knight?
Yes.
So I'm on the right, she's paging through, and she... Oh, wait a minute. And I'll do it in the moment. Ash wasted 8,000 components on a suit of armor that belonged to the God-forsaken Rangers. 8,000 gone. My grandfather will pay for saddling me with such a burden that is Ash. I will make sure Ash rues the day he ever asked for that armor. And Pequod closes the book and there you go, and slides it back to Icy, and yeah, I'm keeping this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. As Icy puts the journal aside, and, well, it seemed like a good trade. 8,000 components for your gun.
That's the way I thought about it. Not only that, you don't know this, but the gun can actually heal people as well.
Maybe he was saving components for something.
Yeah, Gura. Oh, well, not long after we found out we needed to save a significant amount for the stealth drive. But
Icy, speaking of stealth drive, not the right person, but I have this. She pulls out a necklace with a locket on it. I found this clutched in Dr. Eloquin's hands, wrapped around her diary.
May I?
All yours. She hands it to you. If you open it, you'll see there's a picture of who I presume was Dr. Eloquin. I couldn't really identify her remains. And some elf man.
Is that her?
It is. Yo, yeah, you recognize it.
Right. Gonna close it and just hold it tightly. Do we have any idea of who he is?
Pequod. Ha! And I see, yeah. Logistics swing on Gateway, maybe, but no promises. I mean, Malcolm. Honestly, we know her as Dr. Eloquin because you two and Davine survived, and Snarf survived the crash. I don't even know if this woman was being paid, Ash.
Right. I'm gonna find out. Find him. He deserves that, and I owe her that much at least.
You hold on to that then. You could try, I don't know, you have any ties in SIS, maybe there, logistics. There's probably a lot of Eloquins in the galaxy.
Agent O and Agent R might be able to help.
Oh, I'm
Hell
sure
yeah.
somebody would like it back.
Yeah.
She looks at the locket. A lot of wasted life.
Yeah. So much.
Well, at any rate, you'll be able to have your revenge against Globnock, as Malcolm would call him. Icy looks at you. When the time comes, regardless of the mission or the parameters, you'll go for him.
Thank you.
You can enjoy it. She kind of smiles, and he deserves it.
More than that. Just looking at the locket. Gods. You know, I owe so much to her.
Pequod looks over at you with a piece of the sandwich hanging out of her mouth. She did keep you alive.
She did. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here now with you.
It's strange, Icy speaks up. I can't believe he didn't even have a doctor recruited for the Majestic. And she chuckled.
I can't either.
All he was concerned about was fuel capacity. Pequod, the biggest fuel tanks of any ship the Arcane Council ever paid for.
Yeah. I don't know if it's true, but I heard somebody on the ship say he originally wanted a pure exploration class vessel.
Icy, yeah, that even with Grandpa in control, that ain't gonna happen.
I mean, gods, there's gotta be what? Single digits of those in existence?
Pequod, it's called Arcane Council Strike Squad, not Exploratory Squad.
Yeah.
Pequod looks up at Icy. We should take them to see Gondar. Ash is a bounty hunter. And Icy, yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, I know. And Pequod, you should meet this guy. He talked about you guys once. You guys accused him of murdering people?
Oh, Ruga's here.
Yeah. Ruger, some guy, he works with Gondar now. He said your squad accused him of murdering people.
Yes, Malcolm did.
Pequod looks up at Julius. Did he really?
Yeah, meanwhile, me, Ash, and Davine actually solved the murder.
Pequod chuckled.
Yeah. Believe
Icy looks at Ash. He was going around town asking people if they had murderous intent.
Yes. I think he straight up asked someone if they had had any murderous intent lately, and I'm pretty sure he asked someone, did you kill anyone recently?
He starts laughing.
Yeah.
Pequod. What a dumbass.
Yeah.
Pequod looks up at Ash and then Julius. You know what might help smooth things over with Ceres, Julius?
What's that?
Figuring out how to make some of that wine. We're on Gateway. We have Icy, who's a good captain and lets you have things. Alchemy store, wine production, Ceres. Go.
Julius rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, probably. It's
That'd be nice.
yeah. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Pequod wakes up as she's realizing wait a minute, how are we going to explain all this to Cyrus?
Uh,
I don't. You said Lorelei.
Icy, she can read minds.
Yeah.
We take Cyrus to Ranger General with hopefully less crazy mother-in-law Integra. She reads your mind, plus journal. Done.
Perfect. Perfect. Should we bring the commander as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think we need to figure out exactly what's wrong with her. That comes tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe Lorelei can help with that too.
She might be able to. I'm sure she'd be happy to. Either way, she looks at Julius and Ash. Try to get some sleep. We're going to Gateway tomorrow. You want to go shopping? We'll take you. You can walk on your own accord, but I'm coming with you guys. And Pequod, me too. And then, and Icy, then we're gonna have dinner with General Rico.
Julius starts cracking his knuckles. Yep.
Yeah. That'll be a fun night. Rico seems like a good man.
Icy pats Julius on the shoulder. I like the enthusiasm. We'll be fine. I'm going to bed. Pequod grabs Julius back to bed and takes him upstairs. And Icy comes back in the kitchen. Finish your cigar and then get some sleep.
I'll try. Do you have anything like melatonin?
Yeah, I do. She comes over here, puts a bottle of it, only 2, and she pulls out 2 pills and slides them to you.
He's gonna take them. Thank you. Hope that helps.
Don't sleep down here in the kitchen. Go upstairs, at least the couch.
I'll try.
She looks in, checks in on Snarf, and then she goes to bed.
Alright. He's gonna go up and pass out. Turn something on the TV and just pass out to it.
So, I mean, it wouldn't be bright and early. It's like noon. You sleep in. Pequod definitely oversleeps. Welcome to the new improved. I got your tokens, don't worry. Gateway. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Whoa.
So, you're on the new and improved gateway. Here you lie. You come down the elevator. You're walking with your cane, Ash, and it's like you remember it the few times you came here. You see some rangers talking with one of these little kids. They're having a good time. And Icy, remember your way around?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Then take point to Lorelei's office.
Will do. Follow me. He's gonna make his way over there.
Pequod looks back at Julius. We should go, then we go shopping. And starts following.
Yeah.
As you pass this room, you see Dr. Contry looking over this ranger's shoulder like, is that? You can see she's trying to tell, like, is that who I think it is?
Raise his hand and wave.
The ranger steps out of the way. Contry comes out of the office. Ash! She looks up and sees Julius.
Hello, Doctor. It's been a while, hasn't it?
The ranger steps back out so you guys can move down here to see her. He's making room. And it sure has. She gives you a big hug and then grabs Julius by the shoulder and pulls him in. I saw you two on the news!
Yeah, you did. I'm guessing that's the Tolgeese fight?
What happened to your eye, Ash? Jesus, oh my God.
Gurok, The guy on our team hit me in the face with a plate.
She looks between your heads at Icy, and Icy, I was hoping, and she looks at Ash, and what are you doing down here?
We have a lot to talk with the general about.
A lot to talk with the general, and Icy, therapy, mental therapy too. Dr. Country looks at her. We're gonna get that eye fixed when you're done with whatever you're doing with the Ranger General.
Of course. And I'm on leave to get this fixed, and shows her the hand.
She looks down at it. What an archaic piece of junk!
Yeah. Sadly, it was the most that Eloquin could throw together on the ship.
Throw together, and Icy, you'll hear all about it in therapy. They're not gonna tell you now. Yeah, of course. Of course. Look at you! I heard you have a child! She looks at Julia. And another on the way, and points up at Peak.
Yeah, I do.
Still staying busy, are you? Just like back at Raven Rock? Keeping me up at nights?
Always, Doctor, always.
Luckily, it's soundproofed in the apartment.
Pequod grins. Only so much.
Fair. Oh, it's so good to see you. And, I mean, look at me, I'm a wreck. And you get to fix me up again.
She puts her hand on your cheek. You are, but I just can't get over your eye. You look like that Tommy guy.
Ash almost goes pale. Tommy.
Tommy Wiseau. He's opening a restaurant here on Gateway soon. He's kind of weird.
He's scrawny guy, kind of gangly, weird, kind of stringy black hair.
Always has a football?
It can't be the same dude I met in Watertown.
No.
Well, sounds like it.
Could it be?
Well, I mean, he's usually up at the bar. He's waiting for his restaurant to open in a few weeks, but maybe an Icy will swing by there if you really want to see this guy.
I need to be sure. It can't be.
Pequod, Tommy. Wait a minute. That's the guy. I remember that guy came and got me and brought me to Julius and Ash when I bought Julius's scarf.
Yes, he did.
I think it is the same guy. I've seen him around.
Oh my gods.
Country, let's go. Okay. After you're done with the general, we'll, and Icy, therapy. And she, yeah, and I. The eye's actually, and she taps your cheek with her hand. An easy fix, Ash.
Good, good, I'd rather. Not everyone see me like that.
Well, it won't be for long. She looks at Julius, gives him another hug. Okay, you rascals go see the general, and we're going to have a lot to talk about. As she says that, you hear, I've never been here before, and Snarf comes up behind Pequod, and she, oh God, who let you out? And he, says, you can't separate me and Ash, and Davine's on her way. I asked if she'd bring me down here. I got tired of being in the armor.
Fair enough.
Davine appears behind Snarf. And he looks up at her. Thanks, Davine. This is great. We could do stuff. We could even go out and eat somewhere. What are we doing? And Icy, we're going to see the general. Do not talk about the bug being roasted alive. Yet. And he, no problem. Go ahead, Ash.
He's gonna walk up to her door and knock.
There's a ranger standing at the door in front of it. He's right here.
Sir?
He looks you up and down. Who are you?
Master Sergeant Asharion Valorius, this is Captain Icy. We're here to talk to General Lorelei.
Oh. Well, if she's expecting you, stands out of the way. Go on in.
Thank you. He's gonna open it.
Put her in the back. So we'll get everybody in. The door opens, and I'll move Julia's. We'll just say they're all in the fucking room, even though there's not a lot of room. Boom. She's in the back of her office. She turns around, looks at Ash and Julius, and blinks. About time.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
I send you the Epion, and you don't even have the decency to come here and thank me.
Believe me, I would have if I had a choice in the matter, ma'am.
I have, and if you're sick of repeating yourselves, she walks up closer to you, get used to it, sit, and she points at the chairs. Everybody sits down. A lot of questions. Rumors are about, and I want answers. First off, as Achilles perks up, staring right at Ash, where is Lizzie?
Lizzie, well, I suppose I'll need to give you context beforehand. About, what would you say, 4 days ago, I see?
Yep.
4 days ago, we were on the... we're in dark space, outside of relay range on the Majestic. Our ship got knocked out of the sky by a dragon.
She raises an eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Julius, Davine, Snarf, and I were the only ones to survive. Lizzie looks away. She didn't make it.
Davine the direwolf, who's now not a direwolf, as she gestures over to Davine.
Yeah, magic and shenanigans.
It was a curse, from what I remember reading her.
Yes.
So the ship crashed.
Yes.
She's walking around, she's looking at her hand. Her hand goes into a closed fist. I should have never let her leave with you.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
She was too young. She was a loss. Opens her hand, shakes her head. She was a loss to the world. She was brilliant.
She was.
How did she die? And she looks over at you. Glares at you. Yes, the ship crashed. What are the details of her death?
I didn't get to see her body, ma'am. That would be Julius who would know.
She was impaled and crushed, ma'am.
She stares out the window into space with her head turned. What happened on that? Turns around, glaring right at that ship.
Captain Chance went insane, ma'am.
Icy hands you the picture Jiren had of old Malcolm's body.
This is what he looked like at the end.
She looks it over. Icy hands you his journal.
Hand it to her. He, well, once Izzy got the stealth drive operational, he would put all 98% of all, credits and components we got into Gorok's armor. He gave everyone but himself and Gorok very little to eat. He, treated everyone like garbage other than Gorok. He was terrible, ma'am.
He roasted my friend alive! Snarf speaks up, and he made me do it! As Pequod, God, we're gonna die! And Icy face palms with her head. General Lorelei stares at him.
That too, ma'am. I mean, right before the ship went down and he's gonna move the sleeve of his shirt so she could see the scar from the bullet hole, he shot me.
He was still alive when they ate him. I hear the screams every night, General.
Yes, yes.
He locked Ash away in his room. He called Julius Monkey Boy. She turns her head and looks at Julius. Monkey Boy?
It's a long story, ma'am.
Him and that bastard orc lied to Ceres and told her that I was cheating on her.
She looks at you. What? I see the red bookmark in the journal. Turn to that page. And she turns, she starts paging through and reading. Go on, Ash. And she's...
Like I said, very little food. He deconstructed pretty much every weapon we had, including one that Sasha gave me as a gift.
She looks over at Icy. And they're your squad now, because your squad subsequently was wiped out too. And Icy, that's correct.
And
Looks back down at Ash.
and they were wiped out because Malcolm was not truthful in his reports and did not get across the severity of what was being dealt with. He caused the death of Alpha Niner as well.
She slams the journal closed, hands it back to Ash, and Icy, give me it.
Hands it to her.
She looks at the picture, puts it up to the sun, to the light, looking at Malcolm's body. He didn't look like this when he came here and requested Lizzie.
No, when he started to lose it, he declined rapidly. I'd say he went completely gray within a couple weeks.
And he was psycho.
Completely rambling. He started calling us Korkrond. He demanded that he was a colonel and we should address him as such. He demanded to be called War Chief, High Overlord, Big M.
Malcolm Hell screams. Snarf speaks.
That too. A Fire Lord at one point.
Pequod starts
The
laughing.
child.
Go.
Against the Child King.
Child King?
Yeah.
Grand Master Chance, Lord of the Arcane Council.
I see. And I quote, I saw Davine in her workout clothes tonight. It was glorious. If only those goddamn Spartans didn't spray paint the cameras, I could watch her every night. And you hear the sound of the book close.
Yeah.
General Lorelei, excuse me?
Yeah, if he were alive right now, Davine would probably have a slam dunk sexual harassment lawsuit against him.
He went that mad.
Yes, ma'am. If you want, we do have video footage of some of it, courtesy of Master Ebenezer.
Icy clears her throat. Replay the treason moment.
Do we have it on us?
She does. She has it on. She's playing it. You take it away. It's your moment.
Well... Oh, gods. The pistol that you let me put in the forge, Valor. He demanded that to deconstruct for Gurok's armor. I told him no, that's not within his rights to do, and command me to do. He looked at me, cleared his throat, and as you can see, said, "It's treason, then," and then screamed and charged me with a steak knife.
Screamed and charged at you with a steak knife.
I'd imagine about right now the thing goes,
Her head recoils as she sees Nick and Carter tackling Malcolm to get him away from it.
yes.
She looks over at Achilles. He looks back at her. I am speechless for the first time in over 500 years.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And that's only some of it. There's a lot.
No wonder Commander Integra lost her mind.
Yeah. You can also directly attribute that to him and Gurok.
Snarf pushes his way through Julius. I had to eat bugs. Roaches. Rats. Sometimes they wouldn't even give me water, so what I would do, ma'am, and she's looking down at him concerned, is you see, I had to basically collect condensation from my own urine. And she's looking at him, and Icy just...
Okay, Snuff, that's enough.
You should see it. Give me just enough water to get by. She puts 2 fingers on his temple and says something in Elvish you can't understand, and he blinks. And he... Ash? What are you doing?
What do you mean?
You look alright.
Yeah, we've been off the ship for 4 days.
She looks up at you. He has problems. And she looks back down at Snarvity. I feel pretty good. I'm gonna go get Davine's armor started. I'll see you later. And he disappears.
You got that in pill form, ma'am?
She looks. It's a temporary fix at best. He
Understood.
needs therapy.
Agreed. We all do. I am sorry.
Well, she looks at you. I accept your apology. It wasn't your fault. I knew. She points at you. I knew I shouldn't have let Lizzie leave. Not with you guys. If Alpha Niner had asked, she looks up at Icy, and Icy, meh.
Yeah.
Captain Chance, who thought he was a colonel, apparently was the one interaction we had. He struck me as a strange man. She sits down. I was never a fan of his grandfather either. So
No, neither was I. Well, a strange man. Even at the beginning, he was the stuck-up, holier-than-thou officer type. If I may speak frankly, he was, a stick so far up their rear end that you can see it coming out their nose type.
I would agree with that assessment.
And he saw everything as a means to an end.
Dagon. She gestures toward you.
Yes?
Dagon. Explain?
Dagon was not a naturally occurring creature. It was... I've shown you the footage of Bayagona, correct?
Yes.
Both of them are deities, or demigods, made by the thing that we've actually been fighting. This thing was... I don't know what it's called. It doesn't have a name, yet has many at the same time. I've seen it called the one... the one behind the shattered star, the firstborn, many names. It was sealed away by the Star Children, ma'am.
And no reports of this were ever made.
I made them, but they never got sent. That's the best I can
I
do.
understand you made them, but from your commanding officer. Your reports, frankly, don't matter. From your commanding officer.
No.
No reports ever filed.
None.
She looks over at Julius. None. He just did what all day on the ship? What did he do? Just stand there?
No, he sat down and stared into space.
When not staring, and she gestures at your mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a... She puts her hands... A big threat? And nothing was ever filed. But with all due respect, a lowly private. Nothing was ever filed. Or cataloged. Or anything like that. And I see Master Sergeant. And she... Master Sergeant. Nothing was ever filed by the commanding officer on the ship.
No, in fact, he lied on 90% of his reports to make himself look better.
And I see, here, check your wrist computer. Read the one about the Dark Star. Malcolm single-handedly defeating all the cult, all the UIR insurgents.
Yeah. That one, he would lie heavily on them. And I can't understate the threat. This thing is what wiped out the Star Children and the chromatic and metallic dragons. They gave up basically their entire species to seal this thing away. This may be the biggest threat that EarthGov's ever seen.
And a dragon took your ship out of the sky. A dragon.
Yes, a dragon. It seemed to be corrupted by some kind of void energy, similar to what this thing radiates. Captain Icy actually has footage of it, ma'am.
She starts playing it, she watches it. And that moron never told anybody.
No. He never told anyone that Max Tech was... that the cult was running Max Tech.
Do you know? She looks at you, reaches for a lollipop, takes the plastic off, and hands it to Julius. Do you know what most High Com thinks is going on? Max Tech was, hence why you were sent to assassinate them, backing the UIR into overthrowing EarthGov.
Yeah. So, a threat to be sure is what you thought, but not what's actually going on, ma'am.
She hands you a lollipop.
Thank you.
Pequod tries to take Julius's lollipop, and she pitches one to Pequod, who takes it and puts it in her mouth. Great. She looks right at you. Great.
Yes, great.
Wonderful. She sets her hand down on her desk. Calamity Wars level threat just ignored for the better part of 2 years.
Yes, we did manage to slow them down, ma'am. In order to release this thing, you need 3. There are 3 keyholes, basically. They use.
You managed to slow them down at the cost of your bodies.
It's a worthwhile sacrifice if it means stop.
It is not a worthwhile sacrifice. Are you kidding me? Had you had a decent leader, you wouldn't be in this condition.
I agree, ma'am. No, trust me, it could have been.
What
avoided.
good are you dead or inoperable?
It's true.
What a moron as she looks out at the window and shakes her head. Malcolm Chance. She can't bring herself to speak.
We currently are in possession of. There are 4 total keys. You need 3 of them to release the thing. We are in possession of 1. They have 2. 1 is in the wind. If we collect the other one, we've stopped them.
She looks at you, and this is the new Alpha 9. And I see, yeah, Commander Jiren and I are gonna bring them back. And they'll probably bring themselves back. They're determined. They're children of Lazuli. She looks over at Davy. Hypothetically speaking, Davy. Children of Lazuli. They have all the built-in tools. It's just me and Jiren are gonna help them along, ma'am. And I have no doubt they'll be brought back, but Pequod, Davine, she stands up and bows respectfully to Davine. Julius puts her hand at Ash. Ash, you, Nicole, and Hunk. Yep, Hunk. That's the new Alpha 9. Yep. Mm-hmm. She stops talking.
Yeah, that's who we have as of right now.
You realize that's not enough.
No, it's not.
She looks over at Julius. Would you come closer to me?
Sure. He stands up and goes a little closer.
She comes over to you. This will hurt, and it will take a lot out of me, if you don't mind. She grabs your kneecap with her hand. You see her eyes light up. Gold hue around her body glows, and any pain you felt in your knee is gone. You feel like you have a newborn, albeit, very well-functioning adult, but newborn baby's kneecap. That looks up at you, Julius, stands up straight, puts the lollipop in your mouth that you were holding, is all I can spare.
Thank you, ma'am. You didn't have to do that.
And you see beads of sweat coming down. You need to be, she's wiping it off her forehead, need to be in fighting shape. And what, your lazy eye?
That's getting fixed in a moment. Dr. Contry's gonna help, ma'am.
I see. Yeah, I was hoping you'd spare Dr. Contry to help, and how do you know Dr. Contry?
She, was the resident physician when we were in the Headhunters, ma'am.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Well then, yes, you can have her whenever you need her, Captain, and I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie sits down. Any suggestions? Do you guys have any leads on more? You can't go after this calamity levels threat. 5 of you, counting the pilot, who is, rightfully so, very talented, as Pequod grins at her.
Well, we do have 2.
Icy coughs into her hand, and Pequod, yeah, 2, Ash will tell you.
Actually, we're not willing to release that information just yet. Top secret stuff. Even you can't know.
She looks over at Julius. Yes, there's a lot I don't know, like my own engineer being killed.
Yeah.
She's tapping her fingers on the desk, looking right in Ash's eye, and you feel like somebody's trying to probe your mind.
It's either I say it or you find out by reading my mind and get more mad.
She's just tapping her fingers on the desk.
The 2 we're looking at are... Sasha.
Icy grabs the wheelchair, gotta go! And takes you out of the office. And Pequod, oh, look at the time! leaves poor Davine standing there. You got the word out, and you guys are now here.
Jesus Christ.
And Davine is standing here alone with General Lorelei, and General Lorelei stands up and, would you like a sucker?
No, thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure what to do in this situation.
She looks at her, nor am I. Those children, she's watching you guys run away. Well, hobbling away. Those children, they'll need you.
Yes. Yes, they will.
If you need anything, please, come see me anytime.
I'll keep that in mind, dear.
Before she leaves, do you know who they're planning on asking for?
Davine acts like she's thinking for a second. Not a clue, ma'am. I'm sorry.
She nods. Okay. Have a good rest of your day.
You too, ma'am.
Down here, Icy is wiping sweat from her brow.
Oh,
Whew!
why?
Pequod, I don't think now's the time.
I suppose, but there will never be a good time for it.
Yeah, well, I think we can, give her a little breathing room. Lizzie, her engineer, dead.
I know.
Pequod, dead. Remember the dead part, Ash, and Icy, stop.
Yes, and do you remember the Calamity War level threat part and the get the team together as soon as possible part? We gotta balance the 2.
And Pequod, first, we'll have dinner with Dad. Then we'll deal with General Lorelei.
Right. Speaking of which, how long do we have until then?
Icy looks at you all the time in the world.
Good. There's someone I have to talk to.
Pequod, Julius, where do you want to go?
Probably the alchemy shop.
Okay, how about we meet back at the bar in the middle? Icy, I'll take Ash to see Gondar. You 3 go do whatever you're gonna do, yeah? And Pequod, right. And they fist bump, and Icy's gonna take you through the middle of Gateway, and you see down here talking to a familiar trooper.
You know that meme where it's the 2 guys locking eyes across the restaurant?
Yes.
That's what Ash is doing with Tommy as he walks by.
He's locking eyes with you as Pequod takes Julius through Marine Command, and she's pointing at the other Archfiends, and that's what you have on?
Yeah.
Going through Marine Command, Pequod, look at that guy. She points at, he's gunslinger, dude. He's like Ash, only actually cool.
Yeah, he's pretty badass.
Pequod, You ever think about talking to one of these creepy? And she points at this guy, and you've noticed, as you've gotten to here, Sergeant Hamer's here, only he's busy, and you see Maine down here talking with a Spartan and an Archfiend.
Have I thought of talking to them? I mean, yeah, sure. Once I met one, yeah.
They might be able to help you with your creepy parasite.
He's not. It's not creepy.
That's what you say, Julius, as she drags you through Marine Command. Most of them, they all greet you. Hi, how you doing? You see some Spartans talking to another Archfiend. We will go with Julius first. You make your way to the alchemy store, and the door opens, and Pequod... Davine can go wherever she wants. She doesn't have to go with them. But the door opens, and you come in, and there's the same orc woman from a long time ago behind the counter.
Hey, ma'am?
She looks up at you, scribbling something in a notebook, and she's got some vials with, like, bubbling liquid in them. Hello!
Hey, I was looking to buy materials to make some neurotoxins and maybe some type of sleeping potions. And then stuff to make a wine.
Whew, quite the list. She whistles. One step at a time. Let's do the wine. Let's get the fun stuff out the way. What type of wine?
So, I assume he took the bottle to.
Mhm.
So it's this kind.
She looks at it. Is this blood or wine?
Let's just say it's a bit of both.
I wonder. She starts typing on a computer. Well, this is old.
Yes, very old.
And you want to reproduce this.
Not massively, just enough to have a good time.
Well, you will need blood.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
She looks at the bottle. If you let me essentially reverse engineer it, I can tell you exactly how to make it, but I'll have to destroy. And she holds the bottle. This bottle.
He rubs the back of his neck. I think we have some other bottles at the bunker. Yeah, sure.
Okay. That'll take time. Why don't you come see me later this week? The other things. You want sleeping potions.
Yes, sleeping potions.
Okay. You want the supplies to make them, honey, or you just want me to make them for you?
Supplies are probably cheaper.
So be it. How many do you want?
At least enough for me and Ash. So, 2, 3?
Pequod looks at you. This isn't the Great Depression, Julia. Spend the squad's money. That's what it's there for.
Right. 10.
Pequod, 25. She looks at Pequod and... The lady's right. 25 it is. She starts gathering, and you want a numbing poison, neurotoxin. What was it again?
Neurotoxin. Lethal.
She starts grabbing supplies, and you want to make this yourself, so you will need an alchemy supply kit.
Yes, ma'am.
And Pequod, the most expensive. And she, sure. She gets it all on the counter for you. It's a lot of crap. And Pequod, do you have like a box we could... And you see this Dragonborn guy come and get a box, start putting it all in a box. And that will be 25,000 credits. And Pequod, go ahead, Julius. Swipe the card.
25,000 credits. Really? Oh my god. And he pulls up the card. Are you sure I can do this?
Pequod, Icy, and radios her. You see Icy come up on the screen. Swipe the card.
The card. Fine. And he swipes it.
Cha-ching! Transaction complete. This guy hands you the box. Here you go.
Thanks, sir.
Don't leave without your alchemy kit. And Pequod, I'll carry that for him. And grabs it.
So much money.
And Pequod, so much money. We risk our lives for EarthGov. We can have what we want, Juliet.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Just don't tell Dad you spent so much money.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
Believe me, I don't want to go.
Yeah. But I gotta.
As you're walking by, she's just taking you around. You see Agent O. I don't know if you did interact with him, so you'd remember him. Well, it's your choice whether you remember them or not. That's up to you, not me. So she's walking you by there. Meanwhile, Icy takes Ash through the bounty hunter's side, and she gestures up here. This is the logistics wing of Earth. I think you'll remember her, and she points to Captain Mei Ling. Now, Captain. She was the one who had the tall geese, if I remember right.
Yes, she is. Mei Ling, I believe the name was.
Yeah, so logistics wings start there for you-know-what. Secret project.
I'll go there after this.
Before the door opens, So was that the Tommy guy?
Yes.
She starts laughing and steps aside and holds the door open.
Walks in.
So Ruger has a glass of whiskey. He's holding it and laughing. Gondar is sitting there. They're gesturing and talking. You walk in. Ruger turns towards you and tilts his head. Gondar looks up at you. Ash?
Ash. It's been a while.
Icy comes in the room with you. Gondar, you look like somebody put you in a washing machine. Ruger, put it on high cycle. And then Gondar finishes his sentence. And then shook the washing machine up for hours.
Yeah, that's about right.
What the hell happened? And he gestures towards Ruger. And why'd you accuse my friend of murdering people? As Ruger laughs and takes a sip of the whiskey.
Answer those one at a time. First things first. Is it permission to tell them? Icy?
Icy sits down. Of course. And Gondar, who's this? Is this... Where's Malcolm?
Malcolm's dead.
And Icy just sits down and... Go ahead, Ed.
Long story short, Malcolm was not a very good captain. Our ship got knocked out of the sky, and I'm one of 3 survivors. 4 survivors.
He looks shocked at you. And Ruger, he was going around town asking fucking people if they had murderous intent. You don't believe me? Here's the proof. And he points.
Oh, he was. I believe he asked the town doctor if she had murdered anyone lately.
Icy has to fight back from laughing. Ruger, I told you it's not a joke. Gondar looks, I thought it was a joke.
Oh no, it wasn't. It was dead serious.
Dead serious, you say. He leans back in his chair. What the hell happened?
In general?
Yeah, I mean, not a good leader, but I mean...
He went... pardon my language, but he went batshit insane, sir.
Batshit insane. Got the rest of your boys and girls killed. And then...
We're now on a new squad with Captain Icy as our leader.
How'd you get so banged up? Did he beat you up?
Well, no. Most of it actually came from him. And he's gonna set Tewaz's medallion on the desk.
He grabs it and looks at it. This is his, alright.
I ended up fighting him one-on-one. It wasn't by choice, mind you. I'm not an idiot. He forced me into it. He shot me in the back. He broke it. Terribly. It was an armor-piercing round straight through the spine. I got patched up, but, being on the frontier, they couldn't do the full surgery, and the crash re-aggravated it. I had these, and he's gonna pull those out, in my back up until yesterday. Showing him the shards.
He looks at them. Definitely his caliber. Not surprised.
He wanted me to give that to you.
He holds it, looks at you, give it back when you kill him. I have a question. Bounty Hunters Guild, yeah, we're part of EarthGov, but we're only privy to the classified stuff we have to know about to get dudes to go do the bounties. Rumor has it Tewaz was involved in that, I don't even know, coup attack on tourists trying to steal the tall geese.
Yes.
I believe what you tell me. You say he was there, yeah?
Aye.
He kind of nods and shakes his head and closes his eye.
He's, working with some dark forces,
Icy pulls up her combat footage where she was beating Tewaz up, seeing the purple blood and the emaciated face. And he watches it, and Ruger watches it, and oh, fuck.
The only thing I can equate it to is a warlock, sir. He's been given strength by something.
Well, he looks at Icy. He's not unbeatable.
No.
Out on the frontier, for reasons I probably can't even begin to understand. I don't. Even in my younger days, we didn't spend time out on the frontier. How many months were you out there?
20 of the past 24.
Ruger clears his throat. Gondar looks at him. Hey, Ash, word gets around. I think you're a good kid, and it is what it is, but word gets around on all the rings. You really cheated on your fiancé?
No, I didn't. The fucking jackass lied to her about it. That's in Malcolm's journal, if you don't believe me.
Icy hands it to Ruger, and Ruger Rangers told us about it.
Yeah.
Gondar, yeah, you don't seem like the infidelity type.
No.
You seem like a good kid. What the hell? Out on the frontier, 20 months. You came back looking like you went through the washing machine 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, I'm alive, eh?
That's all that matters. Alive for the next hunt. So if Tewaz is involved with whatever's going on, you care to catch me up to speed, or hey, nobody can hear what goes on in this room between you and I.
There's a cult looking to unleash a deity, a real one.
And he's with them.
Aye, this deity is the thing that wiped out the Star Children. They sacrificed their civilization along with the dragons of old in order to seal this thing away, and they're trying to let it out.
Seems like the kind of group he'd sign up with if they had something to give him.
What happened to him? I mean, I know some about you. I haven't gotten to know you near as well as I'd like to, but you're a good man. What happened to him?
No. Some seeds are bad from the get-go, believe it or not. When he was a kid, he didn't have the best upbringing, if you will. He was born from there's a place called Slam City in Ruger. It's a big prison owned by EarthGov, way out in the sticks. Gondar, yeah. His mother was a guard, and his father was an inmate. Double Y chromo rapist murderer. Anyway, he was born there in Slam City and raised there. And his murderous intent, I think, kind of started there. At least that's what they say. Can't be confirmed. Apparently, he killed a couple inmates at a rather young age, and then a couple guards. Anyway, he went his way through the system, and he ended up with me and Lorelei. Took him in. I think I had him and Ruger. He was about 9, I think, by the time Gondar got to him. And Gondar 9, 8 or 9. Anyway, he had the aptitude for combat, and he took to what Dad, even though adopted father, did for a living. So I taught him everything I knew. I have a lot of kids, Ash, a lot of sons and daughters, but most of them aren't after the family business. This one was quite interested, and so I taught him. I took him on hunts. We started with small game, big game, and then eventually, when he came age of 18, he got his own, and he gestures towards the medallion. Medallion. But even when he was young, Ash, he was brutal. You kill animals. When you kill game, you kill them so you can eat them. You don't brutalize them, yeah?
No, you shot to the head or a vital organ, you kill him as quickly as possible.
Oh, he's brutal. And collateral damage, that's not a term in this guy's book or his dictionary. It's not how he operates. He'll shoot up a village just to get one bounty done. He don't care.
I remember I saw it firsthand in Watertown, so...
Oh. So you've known him for a long time?
We ended up on the same bounty. It was to find doppelgangers, so...
I kind of it's a long time ago. I don't know.
He shot both of the quarries and a couple townsfolk. We've reported it, and that's all I knew until I saw him again, and he stole that prototype.
That might be what got him banned from the guild. It was seven odd years ago.
Yes?
I think that might have been the one. I mean, it was my decision. I can't really remember, but
Nah.
I mean, he wasn't banned from EarthGov space back then, just the guild. And in recent years, got banned from EarthGov space. Now apparently he's with whoever these people are, and trying to what? End the world?
They are. I don't think he is. You know? It's funny, him and I... my story mirrors, yet is the opposite of his.
This time, the Rainfalls, because that's who they are now. The Rainfalls approach, and Pequod looks in and kind of waves with her fingers, and Gondar gestures, and come on in, get in line. And she, oh no, we're with them. Hey, I kind of remember Julius, and that's Julius, right? And he points at, I think I saw him once.
That's Julius.
And who's this fine woman? And he points at Davy.
That's my mom.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Gondar, head of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and my friend Ruger here. Have a seat. Get her something to drink. And Ruger goes in the back, and I'll make some tea. And comes back with tea for Davy. Here you go, man.
Thank you, Ruga.
Anything for you, darling? And Pequod, do you have any soda? And he, guess I'll go to the bar. And Gondar, yeah, go get the fucking... go. And now the Rainfalls are all in the room.
Well, this makes things a bit more awkward than it already was. I was telling you that I'm not too different in a lot of ways from him.
Yeah, please.
Well, when I was young, I grew up in a small village. It was not technologically advanced, more similar to feudal tech, right? My father was a smith. I started learning the trade from him. And then at about 8, around the same age that Tewas came to you, a group of bandits, criminals, whatever you want to call them, attacked the village. They pillaged their way through and killed most everyone except a few of us who got sold into slavery. I was among them. I spent the next 18 years enslaved to a man named lizard folk man named Argano in a gun shop. He was not a good man. anything you can think of, he did to me. He just didn't hurt me in ways that would leave marks visible when I'm clothed. One day, I don't even remember what caused it, but he got mad. I dropped something, I think. And he went to hit me, and I don't know. I just started fighting him. We tussled back and forth until I picked up an unfinished musket and hit him. And I killed him. You know.
Good riddance. He shrugged.
I don't know. The thought crossed my mind of I can actually fight back now. So I looked through his paperwork, and I found where he'd bought me. I loaded every rifle, pistol, blunderbuss, anything into a cart, and made my way there. It was an encampment of people, of bandits. They had a market where they sold anything, people, drugs, weapons. There was a tavern. I rode in, and I walked into the tavern. And when I got in, I was greeted by the faces of the people who had done that to me, and any plan I had went out the window. I just started shooting. I killed everyone in there. Bandit, obvious bandit or not. I went outside and kept going. Until I saw him. The man who'd killed my mother and my father in front of me. Started chasing him down, and he pulled a girl in front of him. She couldn't have been older than 20. And he started laughing. Backing away, telling me I wasn't gonna get him. I don't know. I didn't even think. I just shot right through her.
This time, Ruger's come back with a soda for Icy, who's casually drinking it. And Pequod, the soda is right up against her mouth, and her eyes are wide, looking at that.
It's right about then that I actually saw what I'd been doing. And I just left. I kept walking and walking until I got to the capital city of that area. Took a job in the local bounty hunters guild to meet ends meet, and there I was for years until I met Julius, and that one thing led to another, and we're here.
So it was your fork in the road.
Yeah.
This happens to a lot of us. Ruger, yeah. As he hands Pequod another soda, and she's still just awkwardly staring at Ash, eyes wide with the soda pressed up against her lips. Fork in the road. Whatever you want to call it. You got a choice. We all got a choice. It's all about a choice. Either. Doesn't matter left or right. Sideways. Tewaz he took the road less traveled. And that's the one you don't want to go down. You took, as we would call it, the high road. Albeit you gotta live with it. I'm sure that ain't easy. Trust me, I know. I never killed any civilian intentionally, but mistakes happen. Stray shrieking. I clipped some old guy right across the neck. He points to the shrieking on the back wall. It's called Bloodfang. When I was a young kid, I was not the best at bouncing it and controlling it. If you ever seen like a boomerang, Australian aboriginals use them. I learned to bounce from some Australian outback men. This shrieking Bloodfang. Bounced it off a wall, chasing some fucking rapist. This was, Jesus Christ, 300, 400 years ago. Bounced off the wall, clipped the guy in the back of the neck. So I got him, bounced off the back of the neck, and clipped this poor civilian across the independent colony, but still. It's just a guy. And, it's your case a little different, but albeit you became better from it. Can't do anything about it. Can't say sorry. Can't make her come back, but at the very least you can pay it forward by continuing to be the exemplary young man you are. Doesn't change my opinion of you. And Pequod's still just awkwardly staring at her.
I try, sir. You never forget the face, do you?
No. Even with age, you don't. You probably see him every night.
Most nights. There's a couple others in the bar. Probably just barmaids or shit like that. But she's the one that stuck with me.
It's a fucked up situation as Ruger sits down and are you okay? And Pequod's still just looking at Ash. Icy elbows Pequod and she starts drinking her soda, not looking at Ash.
But it is funny how him and I are kind of a mirror of each other in a lot of ways.
Maybe that's what it's gonna take to kill him.
Maybe. He had every reason not to be what he is. And I have every reason not to be what I am.
None of that matters. Reasons, none of it matters. We all make our own choices. You're just too caught up in the past, or maybe yourself. It's always a choice. You made the right choice. Doesn't matter how you were raised, who raised you, what raised you. I've seen a lot of kids come and go from our little orphanage here. You see them running around all the time, all over Gateway. They all got a choice to make. No matter how good or bad we raise them. And we raise them all good, young man. But let me tell you, some of them go on to do great things. Some of them go on to do whatever they want. Mechanic, drug dealer, back on somewhere on Earth. Whatever they want to do. It's their choice. Their life to lead. Reasons don't matter.
Yeah. I don't know. I think recent events are just getting me back into it.
Oh, I'm sure. Trapped on a ship. Probably needs some help.
But I think this talk has done a lot of that. Thank you.
You can thank me by putting an end to him. And Icy, we plan to. And he looks at her and... Well, I'm glad. I don't know much about you. I've heard about you. I'm glad they have a good captain. I didn't know a lot about Malcolm. I don't know anything about the Arcane Council or anything like that.
It's for the better.
I mean, you guys got some great missions done for me. And I definitely overpaid. I hope those components were used to good effect.
I wish they were. Most of them went to upgrading the armor of a single member of the strike squad.
Gondar, and Ruger, I told you, he was crazy. He was walking around town, bro, asking people if they had murderous intent.
If it's a consolation, that armor probably was some of the most advanced in EarthGov by the end.
He looks at you and, Well, I suppose he looks at Icy, and Icy, we don't need to take your bounty missions. Anything they need, they can have. That being said, if you need something done, we will gladly help you. Gondar, good. I got an idea or two I think Ash could take care of for me.
Gladly. I'll need some time to get back to fighting shape, but gladly.
Yeah, and anytime you want to come see me, you know where I am. I'm here, usually till around 8 or 9.
Of course. And thank you.
We're looking forward to... Maybe we could go out to dinner. He looks at Julius. There's this Tommy guy. He's opening a new restaurant. Me and the wife can't wait to try it. Supposed to be like really good Americano-style food. We can all go there.
Right, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Sounds like a good time.
Oh, Tommy's a great guy. He actually applied for the Bounty Hunters Guild. He ain't looked like no bounty hunter, but I accepted him.
Any successful missions?
Oh God, no! That guy can't tie his own shoes. We accepted him just because, make him happy.
Ah, it's like a deputy star for a little
Eh,
kid.
You damn right, yeah. He looks after my kids running around gateways or whatever. Let him feel special. He wears the medallion on his shirt. He's kind of like the mascot.
Hey, that's good. And keep doing what you're doing. You're paying it forward more than anyone could ever hope to.
I'm trying. Things got so bad up here, I had to call Ruger up to help. And Ruger, yeah, the girls run things at my town now. I like it up here better. Nobody accusing me of murdering people up here.
That's fair. Hey, look on the bright side. You had to deal with him for 8 hours. I had to for 2 years.
You're gonna be back in fighting shape pretty soon, and I see, yeah, couple weeks, month at most, maybe 2 months. They'll be right as rain, as Ash likes to say.
Hey, between her and Commander Jiren, it might take less.
Well, I gotta tell you, I'm just glad you're alive. I hadn't seen you or even heard from you. You know, I tried to place calls for bounties. You remember this terminal thing we had on your ship? I called hundreds of times, and sometimes I'd get an answer, and it would be this really old-looking guy with this white beard, and he had this hat on. He looked like he wore, they call it a Civil War generals, it's Confederacy, Union, long story. Anyway, and he would say things like, no, Ash is not here to get your bounties, Grundok, and hang up on me.
That was Malcolm.
He starts chuckling.
Yeah, sorry about that. He kept us out of relay range 90% of the time, and the few times we were, I was sequestered to my room.
And he continues to chuckle, and Ruger, I told him he was an old guy, but he didn't believe me. God, when I saw him, he didn't look like that. I saw him in passing once.
He went from being built like a linebacker or a pro wrestler to being built like, well, making me look like I'm 15.
He replaced the staff with a musket? I don't understand. They're laughing.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he got the jacket and the musket from a grave.
They continue laughing. That's something else.
There was one instance where he used to call out his spells like it was an anime.
They bust out laughing.
There was one instance where he yelled fireball and then just shot something with the musket.
He looks over at Julius. For real.
Fireball.
Icy starts laughing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, you guys are living here now?
Aye, apartment on Gateway.
Oh, well, you know where to find me. I'm always here. Just don't go accusing anybody of murderous intent, huh?
Not unless the evidence points to it.
Jesus Christ. I never would have sent you guys down there to help Ruger out if I would have known.
Even with that, we did end up finding the killer.
Yeah, I mean, problem solved. I'm surprised you guys are alive. Sent you to a Nova with fucking Civil War general.
Yeah. I don't know how we survived the Drooks.
I don't know what a Drook is, but maybe there were some fireballs being thrown. Oh, he tries to imitate me. I don't know.
He tried that. The Drooks, do I have some footage of them? He's gonna search through his wrist computer for any footage or pictures.
Well, I don't want to see that crap, man. I want to see footage of this guy yelling out his spells. That's what I want to see.
Oh, then, here, I can actually show you that in that fight.
Take it away.
He's gonna pull it up just in time to hear Cone of Cold!
Ruger is laughing so hard he's doubled over, and Gondar is slapping his thigh laughing.
I'm pretty sure.
This guy was something else. Look at this. He's got the old Civil War stripes on his shirt. Is that a general store?
Yes. Oh wait, is this? Yes, and he rewinds to where he throws the ice fireball bead, and you hear Frostball.
They continue laughing. Forward that here to the fucking the office.
Here you go. Sends that. You want to see something else funny?
Oh sure.
I can laugh at my own misery now, and he's gonna show him the "so it's treason then" video.
Do the scream. This is a Spartan tackling him.
That's Nick and Carter.
God bless him.
God's bless him indeed.
Jesus Christ. This guy was something else.
That's an understatement.
Well, I was in the military a long time ago. I don't like to hear about any fellow soldier dying with this guy. I think we're all better off.
There's an old saying I read once. It was, I've never taken delight in any death, but I've read many an obituary with great pleasure.
This guy was a colonel?
No, he was a captain. He claimed to be a colonel, but he wasn't.
That's a colonel insignia on his hat. And he's wearing general stars on his uniform. Did he not know how to work the military?
He had gone crazy, so he thought he was a colonel.
He starts laughing.
And a high overlord.
I don't mean to laugh at the misery you went through. This fucking guy was something else. It's no wonder the council tried to cover this shit up.
Oh no, better to laugh than to cry, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just now I see why even my wife was left out of the loop. I can't wait to show her this stuff.
Oh, show her. And let her know that you want to hear a few others that he wanted to be referred to as?
Before he can answer, Icy, how about you smooth things over? And she winks at him. We need Sasha, and he looks at her and tilts his head, and Saris on our strike squad. How about you smooth things over for us for the eventual day when Ash comes to ask? And Gondar, yeah, I could do that.
Thank you. And I doubly appreciate it because, you know how they told you I was cheating on my girlfriend?
I mean, that some of the Rangers say, yeah.
That's Saris.
Oh. I can see how that complicates things. I'll do what I can.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, she's a big softie. Just, likes to act all high and mighty. It's an elf thing. You get used to it.
Sounds like Lazuli.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen her in a long time.
I'll have to get everyone together for a reunion.
We go to Tommy's restaurant. I want to go. He's fucking honorary bounty hunter jackass. I mean, Tommy.
Alright, we can get Icy, Hunk, everyone up here. We'll all go together.
And you're fucking lazy eye to boot. Pequot starts laughing.
That's getting fixed today.
Yeah, please do. I'm struggling to look at you straight, son. I just get... Again, not laughing at the misery, but Christ almighty.
Better to laugh at it, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Gondar looks, alright, I gotta go back to work. Beat your meat. Get out of here. Have some fun. Go and... Oh my god, I said beat your meat. Beat your feet. Have fun. Get out of here. Enjoy yourselves. I'm here when you need me. Pequod looks at Ash, and you didn't tell me!
Tell you what?
That you killed people!
Well, I tried to and you fell asleep.
She stops. Thinks back. Did I?
Yeah, in defense, I didn't say the full story, but no, you fell asleep right about the point I got too sold into slavery.
She thinks back. It doesn't change my opinion of you. And she gives you a hug.
Thank you.
I'd be more mad if I actually didn't fall asleep. Now I kind of remember. And she starts laughing.
Yeah, it's alright. He's gonna ruffle her hair. Thank you again, Gondam. He's gonna reach his hand out to shake it.
He shakes it. Ruger comes up and shakes Julius's hand. Thank you for actually solving the murder in my town and not being a moron like fucking Civil War general dude.
Yeah, no problem.
Icy looks at Pequod, looks back at Davine. We need to go get ready for dinner. You two, you can go around, do what you want on Gateway. You have some more time, but the three of us are going back to their apartment.
Are we getting, and he's gonna point to his eye, this fixed before dinner?
Oh, yeah. Go see Dr. Contry before you come up.
Will do.
They leave as Pequod gives Julius a kiss on the cheek. You two are free to go wherever you want. You have some time remaining before you need to go get dressed.
Well, I say we get your eye fixed and then go up.
I fixed. Yeah. Maybe, see if we see any other faces. I might ask the logistics division real quick about something before we go as well.
I don't think we have time for that, Ash.
Depends on how long the eye takes.
Ash. And he grabs his arm, Ash's arm. Please, I'm scared, man. I need to get this over with.
It's fine. You know the only thing that you're gonna succeed in by acting like this?
Oh shit, it is 3 a.m. Do we want to call it?
I'm good to keep going.
It's up to y'all.
Fuck. It's up to you guys, whatever you want.
If Nick is up,
I'm up
we'll
for it.
keep going.
Are you up to it, Julius?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, keep going. Fuck, I gotta watch this fucking clock. Jesus Christ.
You're just gonna succeed in, giving yourself an ulcer. You got nothing to be afraid of, like you said. Bona fide war heroes.
Yeah. And then he's gonna think of me as the one who bona fide his daughter into getting 2 children.
And saved the
That's
life.
such a good line. That's such a good line.
And saved his wife's life. And saved a huge chunk of the galaxy from starvation. And helped stop the cult from stealing the Torgies. And defeated a monster that sunk multiple navies on Earth.
You gonna keep talking, old man, or are we gonna get your eye fixed?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know I'm right. Knocks on the door.
Up, door opens. The ranger tips his helmet to you and walks out. Dr. Contry back so soon.
Well, I gotta get this fixed before dinner tonight.
Who are we? She gestures for Julius to sit down and you to sit down. Who are we having dinner with tonight?
Well, we're having dinner with, Julius's future father-in-law.
She looks over at Julius. Does he know he's your future father-in-law? Or...
He's gonna.
I hope to see you back here alive, Julie.
I hope so too, man.
He'll love you. She looks at you. You're a war hero. You're a hero. You were all over the Earth GovNet. She grabs Ash's chin, pulls out a device. So what this will do, essentially, is realign that lazy eye at the cost of immense amount of pain in your temple. Ready?
Do it, babe.
She sticks it to your temple and activates the device. You can feel and hear a humming.
Okay.
Your eye goes back to perfect, and she was like, and she goes, okay. She puts her thumb almost where Icy put hers. Can you see my thumb? And you see it clear as day.
Perfectly.
In most cases, actually, people walk away with better peripheral vision than they had before.
Julius, can you help me with the hand? It's
Oh.
locked up again.
Right, yeah.
Just yank on the
Right.
thumb.
That hand, that's being taken care of.
We got a doctor who's growing a replacement.
Have you boys been back to Raven Rock and seen Commander Integra?
She's in the apartment right now.
Oh dear God.
Yeah. We're gonna
Oh
get
my God.
Yeah, we know. My mom, talks to her a lot. Jeez.
Do you guys know she shot Sergeant Hamer, accusing him of being Ash?
Oh.
And then she almost took Lieutenant Main's hand. She gestures to Ash off with her saber, accusing him of being Ash near the end. Right around that time is when the headhunters got shut down. Thank God. And then we all ended up here, albeit in different branches.
Right. God.
Lieutenant Maine and Sergeant Hamer are back with the Marines.
Oh, good for them. I'll need to go and say hello.
I'm sure they'd like to see you, considering the fact everybody thought you were dead.
It's true. Be a pleasure.
I also hear you cheated on Saris, Ash.
I didn't cheat on Saris. The asshole orc on our squad lied to her face while I was locked in my fucking room.
And
Well-
then the captain who hated Ash corroborated.
Well, you do know that's where most of Commander Integra's issues probably stem from what little I know.
Yes, I know.
Those poor headhunters. All these young recruits that came in after you. Jobless, they ended up basically in the army. Most filling boring roles or positions. Some got lucky, ended up with the Rangers, but to say they were ready for that? Not so much.
Gods, this fucker probably messed up. Probably damn near 1,000 lives at this point.
Well, maybe you mean your captain.
Him and Master Chance.
Oh yeah, he got court-martialed.
Yes, he did. Oh, he did.
You guys should go see Lieutenant Maine, Sergeant Hamer. Commander Integra was calling me Pequod at the end. And even though I look nothing like her, or claim to be that pretty, and she smiles. But yeah, she lost it.
It's fair. Yeah.
She used to post pictures of Ash up around the base and shoot them for target practice.
Fun. You know I'm living in an apartment with her at the moment, right?
You poor bastard.
Aye. And don't sell yourself short like that. You're just as pretty.
Thank you, she presents her wedding ring. Me and Sergeant Hamer. Hard to know.
Congratulations! Oh my goodness, you two would make a... Oh, you two make a wonderful couple. I can see it already.
He was too scared to propose, but then Commander Integra shooting him kind of made him realize life's too short.
Well, yeah, it is. I need to, one, have the General read my mind to show Saris that I did not cheat on her, and then have our wedding.
I doubt Saris truly believes it. She's probably just more confused than anything. I hope. I never really got a chance to talk to her when she was here. She's in high demand here as a ranger.
I would assume so. She's incredible.
That she is. Just be careful around some of these rangers.
I know. I'm gonna have to, well, that's the other thing. The General reading my mind and letting them know that it's false might alleviate some of that.
Well, that's a good plan, but until that's done, be careful.
I know. Alright. Well, we need to get ready for our dinner date.
Have fun. Come back alive. You did buy Pequod a better ring, Julius, right?
Huh. Hey, so, Country, quick question.
Yes, honey.
Where can I buy one?
Not here. I mean, Ring 1 might have... I think there's a jewelry store down there, but they're closed at this hour. There's a couple jewelry stores, I believe, but they're all closed. Things are wrapping up here for the night. I mean, we don't close down forever, but... you know. It's like New York City, if you will. Places are still open, but the civilian store's closed.
Alright. He closes his eyes and his foot starts to tap. Oh yeah.
We didn't get
It'll
a
be
chance.
fine. Alright, yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool. It'll be cool.
Alright, go get yourself ready. I'll catch up. It'll help you calm down.
Shut up, Ash. Don't tell me what to do. Come on.
Oh, you boys have fun. I will be up tomorrow and we'll begin therapy. group therapy, mental therapy, and then physical therapy. Whenever Jiren and Icy let me know I'm needed, I'll be there for you.
Understood. A pleasure as always, and you get to patch me up yet again.
I almost liked you better with the lazy eye. Finish him, Globnot. She starts laughing.
Yes. Gods, am I happy. You know, I'd been using a solid eye to kind of alleviate the issues with it, but oh, it feels so nice to see again.
You're a shooter by nature, Ash. You live and die by your hands and your eyes.
Well, he shows her. I got one of those back as his hand is shaking.
Well, you're gonna have that fixed soon, and we'll do therapy to get that fixed very quickly.
Always. I mean, you're the best.
I know I am.
Well, doctor.
She sees you out of the office, gives Julius a hug. Best of luck!
Will do.
You're free to go wherever you want.
He's gonna look at his watch and see how much time they have.
You got time, but I mean, if you want to go now and get it over with, you can. It's whatever you want to do. You got time if you want to go around. You won't hit all your stops, but maybe one or two more.
What do you think, Julius? Should we, go and talk in the logistics?
It's up to you, man.
Let's go there. It'll get your mind off things. Come on.
Yeah, yay. Fun.
He walks up to it.
There's a Spartan talking to a little kid, an exoframe playing with a little kid. The little kid steps out of the way, and Captain Mei Ling is sitting at a desk. She looks up at you guys. Tall geese. And guy in cockpit of tall geese saving other guy in cockpit of tall geese.
Yes, I hear it's Captain Mei Ling now.
Yes, Captain Mei Ling it is. I got transferred to Gateway. Thank God.
Alright. Well, it's good to see you again, ma'am.
Yes, it was good to. I owe you my life getting in the tall geese, and I owe him my life doubly for keeping you alive. That robot thing that you were fighting, I don't even. You know, honestly, all I remember from that day is seeing the guy. He was like a cosplayer or something, I think, in the Civil War outfit, running around screaming. Believe it or not, that is what sticks out of my mind.
That's fair enough. Out of everything there, that may be the most outlandish.
Well, he was a cosplayer. You could tell he was a civilian. He had no business being there. I would have been panicked. I was panicked.
Yeah, he's a cosplayer. Yeah, right.
That was a captain.
No. The ENET said it was a cosplayer.
Nope, that was our captain.
Yeah.
The Spartan starts laughing. This exoframe crosses his arm and starts laughing. That was, oh my God, he did address himself as Colonel Jim.
Yep.
He was only a captain, though. Never got the promotion.
Neither a colonel, nor a war chief, nor a high overlord.
I swear he was a cosplayer. If he was the captain, why was he running away?
That's a question that the gods don't know the answer to.
He continues laughing.
But we're here on, well, wanted to say hello, but a little bit of business.
Shoot, Spartan says.
Well, can we close the doors?
Yeah, sure. Doors closed.
This stays between us, alright?
Sure.
We need somebody capable of working on and possibly building / finishing a mobile suit.
Mei Ling looks at you. Building one?
Building one.
From ground up. You can't do it anymore.
We have the frame.
Spartan, you have a frame?
Yes.
What's the name on it?
This stays between the three of us, right?
Yeah.
The Tall Geese 3.
She starts typing on her computer. Okay, it apparently was planned to be real. So it's plausible you have it, yeah?
Oh, we have it. Yeah. He'll show a readout of it on his wrist computer to show her.
The Spartan's squinting at the readout as he's leaning in. Where'd you get it?
Captain Icy got it from, I suppose it was in the base where the Archfiends were living.
Oh. Captain Mayling looks at it. Okay. And you need more than one person to work on that thing.
Yes. We have a gifted engineer who is currently undergoing treatment for PTSD, and we have a Drake.
The Spartan starts laughing. Drake.
A Drake. That's
good. I'm sure he's very helpful.
You'd actually be surprised.
All right, so you got an engineer and a Drake, and you want your people who know how to build these things.
Aye.
I mean, there's got to be. He looks over at Mei Ling. There's got to be somebody left. Gondar's over 500 years old. Lorelei, I mean, there's got to be somebody. And Mei Ling, we have to look through all the records of the mechanics and engineers from back then, and process of elimination until we come across somebody who's still in the Spartan lucid.
Aye. Well, if you do hear anything, let me know. There is one.
Whoa.
I might be able to call in a favor with the SIS to see if they can help you, but that's about all I can do.
No. If they're out there, that's what we're here for. We'll find them. We're not gonna start tonight, but because we're closing down. But the first thing in Mei Ling tomorrow morning, we will start. Check back with us when next you're here.
Thank you. And what was your name, sir? To the
Oh, that's Captain Mei. Oh, you mean the exoframe?
the exoframe and the Spartan.
Oh, okay. The exoframe puts his hand out. B2.
B2, huh?
Yeah, B2. Law enforcement robot.
That's a coincidence.
He looks at you. What do you mean?
We fought a B1 at one point.
B1, huh? I didn't think there was any more than one B1 ever made.
Yeah. It was the one.
Well. You kill him?
Yeah, not a good guy.
No, I didn't know anything about him. This guy speaks up, Jerome. He puts out his hand.
Shakes it.
We'll find. If there's somebody out there, we'll find him. Hopefully, they're still somehow within the military, and that will actually make it a lot easier if they're still working somewhere. There was an engineer here on Gateway. Her name was like Lizzie, I think. You should ask about her. I haven't seen her in a long time.
Yeah. Shame. She was on our ship when it went down.
Yeah, oh. That would have been my first and only suggestion off the top of my head, and yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's alright, you couldn't have known. But thank you. I appreciate it from all of you, and we'll see what comes of this,
Yeah, no problem. Check back when you're here next. We'll start first thing tomorrow morning, as Mei Ling is just chuckling to herself. Cosplayer? Colonel? Civil War General?
Hey, if it makes it any funnier, I'm pretty sure that outfit wasn't a cosplay. Pretty sure it was real.
She laughs harder. And, alright. Check back tomorrow or 2 days from now. I will have something for you. I will expedite the process if you forward me footage of the Colonel, whatever he called himself.
He's gonna forward her the, it's treason then clip immediately. I'll get you more.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Of course. Good night, and good day.
They salute you, and you're free to go wherever you want. If you want to hit one stop or go to Rico, it's your choice. I wouldn't say you got a lot of time left. You got enough for You really don't have enough time to, like... Because you're going to want to talk to anybody that you really want to talk to. So I'd say you got to get back to Rico.
Alright. You ready?
As I'll ever be.
So you go back to the apartment, and, there's clothes there for you. You get... What do you get dressed in? Any kind of... Just like Leslie's bunker.
I'd say just the same kind of thing he wore before. Dress shirt and vest, tie, sleeves rolled up.
Okay.
In this instance, I think Ash is going to go with more of a black suit. Think like the James Bond style simple suit.
Okay. So you all meet up at the apartment. Before you leave, Icy presents a paint kit to Davine, and this will do?
Yes, very nice.
I'll have Mercurius put it in your room. We gotta hustle. You take a couple different elevators down, and you come out into this gigantic office. You can see through the door. Where is General Rico's office, where he commands EarthGov from? His gigantic Marauder suit sits here in the middle of the room, and Julius is right up next to it, and you can see there's necroplasm scars all over the armor. It's beat up. The weapons are still loaded. You can see ammo hanging out of some of the chain guns on some of the arms. It's his personal, battle-tested, hardened Marauder. And Pequod stares at it and gulps, staring at it.
Julius turns around and tries to leave, but Davine just blocks his way.
Hunk looks at Davine. No, let him go. I want to leave too.
We're not leaving, any of us. If I have to sit through this, all of us do.
Icy holding baby Leslie. So we're going to go through the door, and I'm going to tell him that this is your... And Pequod, no! Just let it. Nobody force it. It happens naturally. And Icy, fine. And she walks through the door, and you hear, "Oh, Nicole!"
Alright. Ready as we'll ever be. Walks in.
You see General Rico sitting at the head of the dinner table, and I said she was an elf a long time ago. She's not. She's a human. She's beautiful. And Pequod gets her good looks from Mom. Very beautiful woman who is setting the table slowly as General Rico stands up and helps her.
General Rico, sir? Kind of salutes him.
He waves his hand. None of that. None of that. We're off duty. Gets up. Walks over to you. Where's the rest?
They're on their way in, sir.
Pequod not moving. She crosses her arms, turns to Davine and Hunk. And I'm not moving. You might, but I'm not.
Julius is hunched over, trying not to throw up. And then he shoots straight up, slaps himself in the face. Let's do this. And he grabs Hunk by the collar and starts to pull him along.
I'll put him in the room. Put him right here. Hunk goes, "No, please, Julius, have mercy. I am your father." Hi, Rico. And Rico, "Captain Hunk, or is it Private now?" I'm Private Hunk. Icy's the captain now. And right, I've been brought up to speed. Julius Rainfall puts out his hand.
Sir? And he takes his hand.
You feel the firmest handshake of your life. As he looks around, did Patricia not come, Nicole? And she's out there somewhere. He goes out. "Oh, there you are. Who's this?" And he points. "Oh, that must be Julius's mother, Davine. I've been brought up to speed on the dire wolf. Don't worry. Please, don't be shy. Come on, Patricia. Get in the room."
Davine starts to push Pequod along.
Right here. Put it right here behind her. Pequod's fighting at the door. "Rico, what are you doing?" She puts her arms out. "Nothing. I'm... Therapy for Miss Davine." Miss Davine. And she looks back at Davine and General Rico, "Pleased to meet you now in your human form, ma'am."
Pleased to meet you too, sir. I'm sure we'll get to know each other quite well.
Oh, I hope so. These two. If I had known you were a human in dog form, I would have brought you medals too. God damn, looks over at these two bona fide mother effing war heroes. Lastly, trained him right. You, from my understanding, ma'am, trained your son right. Hunk, Icy, Lasley, responsible for some of the best operatives Earth go. Goddamn, walks up dash, bona fide war hero.
Thank you, sir.
Slams your shoulder with his hand. I'll tell you what. If I had known, and it's my responsibility to know these things, if I had known what was going on that ship, I would have came out there and shot Malcolm myself.
I understand that, sir. Trust
You
me.
have my deepest, comes over to Julius, sympathies for what happened to you and yours. You have to understand, this man and Master Chance, they affected the lives of, at this point, thousands of individuals. Thousands. Squad Sigma did do some good, but for God's sakes, at what cost?
Agreed, sir. And we hope to make it better.
You did, but you didn't. You're war heroes. That's how you'll be treated as such. War heroes. Anything you need, she's gonna take care of. And she points at Icy. The council squads are supposed to have whatever they want. Not be starved to death on bread and fucking water like it's Alcatraz.
Appreciate it, sir.
We got meatloaf. He points back at the table. My wife made meatloaf. This is Patricia's mother. As Pequod stands next to her. And you see the striking resemblance.
It's, well, we've met each other before, but it's a pleasure to see you again, ma'am.
She walks up. Elizabeth shakes your hand. Your hand. This robot hand, and Icy, it's already been fixed. She looks at Icy, and I'm glad they're actually with you now. She shakes Julius's hand, kisses his hand,
Hey, ma'am.
turns to Davine. Please take a seat. You're an honored guest here, and she points next to Pico.
Oh, yes, of course.
Boys, if you'd be so kind, take seats. Do you need help to your chairs?
Oh, no, ma'am, I couldn't. He's gonna kinda hobble with his gait over and sit down.
Please sit next to your friend. It's going to be an excellent dinner. I've made meatloaf, mashed potatoes, corn, my special gravy. I even made cornbread because Johnny likes it, and she gestures over to General Rico, who's sitting down, gesturing to the chair right next to him for Julian.
It sounds wonderful, ma'am.
Hunk, oh, would you look at that? It's, it's that time. I got to go do something, and the door closes. Fuck! And Rico, we're off duty. And even if we were on duty, it doesn't matter. Just sit down and eat. Stop being nervous. He sits down. Yeah, I'm not good. I'm embarrassed of the beer belly. He sits down. She sits on the head with her. Hunk slides closer to Davy. And Hunk whispers to her, "You're my emotional support."
She just pats his shoulder. We're doing just fine, Hunk.
Icy sits at the other head of the table with the baby. Oh, he's supposed to be right here, sorry. She sits next to her daughter, I should say. Icy puts the baby in a booster seat. Rico looks at the baby. A beautiful child. Beautiful child. I just can't get over the eye thing. It's something else. Anyway, back on topic. As Pequod's mother, Elizabeth, starts passing around the meatloaf, and everybody's taking some, and Hunk, triple portions for me, Davy. And he holds up his plate to Davy.
You get a single portion, Hunk.
Fine. I wouldn't have agreed to train if you were going to make me die.
If you
That's
eat
how we get rid of the gut.
and if you eat triple portions, that means triple punishment from Jiren.
Hunk, I ain't training with Jiren. I'm going to train with Squad Mom. Enrico, yeah, Squad Mom. So the new Squad Sigma, albeit you're somewhat shorthanded, I understand you're going to be going after some of General Lorelai's brightest pupils.
Aye.
Well, that'll be something else. I mean, if she says no, I'm here for you. But
Thank you.
I understand the severity of the threat. I would never have sailed multiple fleets of our navy against that Dagon thing had I known it was a deity. Now, albeit that's not Malcolm's fault. But if we were privy to what was going on beforehand, probably would have put two and two together. You know what I mean?
At least been more cautious.
Never would have sailed. Would have waited for the experts, which would have been Alpha 9 at the time, not Sigma, given who was leading it.
Oh, that's fair enough, sir.
But you got it done. God knows how you got it done. It's
Time Dragon.
time dragon. You know, Earth did lose a couple seconds of time. And scientists haven't been able to explain it.
Yep, Time Dragon stopped time and assisted us in obliterating Dagon.
Oh, hell of a way to go about it.
The only way. A ship
But
was
tell-
going down.
I know you've probably had to over and over and over and over. But you gotta tell me, what was it like on that ship? I've heard various accounts. I saw this thing where he grabbed the knife and he was screaming and running at you. And,
Yes.
Carter, and he kind of rubs the back of his neck. Carter and Nick, if I could only get my hands on that Malcolm guy. That's,
Agreed. Good men. I'm sorry, sir.
yeah, they were. Anyway,
If you want to know what it was like on the ship, well, you've been to war. You've been in the trenches, right? Supply lines.
Ian Lasley years ago, so.
You know what it's like to have supply lines cut off and have to ration.
Yes.
It was like that in terms of supplies. We had to pinch any bit of food, any bit of components that we had, because the majority of it were kept for the captain and Gorok.
Gurok, and Nicole's brought me up to speed. That guy's with them.
Most likely.
No, I'd say 110. He's with them. So when the time comes, I'm counting on the three of you, plus Nicole, plus the help of my daughter, piloting only. Kill him.
Look forward to it, sir. As for the other conditions on the ship, it wasn't good. There were times where the lights would go out because poor Lizzie, rest her soul, couldn't keep up with having to constantly upkeep a ship that wasn't meant to be out there for that long. You know, gremlins would pop up every now and then.
Well, there's rules and regulations to prevent that horse shit. Problem was, Granddaddy was covering up his tracks.
I think he skirted them exactly for the most part, but there were a few times where we remained out there for a couple weeks extra.
And he just lost his mind. And he was calling you Monkey Boy. He points to Julia.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Please eat your meatloaf. That's my wife's secret recipe. And he points to Julius again.
Of course. Yes, sir.
You need to eat. You have to get your strengths back up. If you want to, we want to go after these guys. This cult. And Tewaz, Max Tech, whoever they are, whatever faceless organization these people claim to be. You need to be back. Your strength. I have full faith in Nicole to get you there. But you gotta eat. So you clean your plates in this. Isn't that right, Patricia? And Pequod nods and looks at Julius. And we clean our plates here. Everybody clean their plates. And there's dessert after.
Of course.
Hunk, how do you eat with the mask on? Take the mask off. And Hunk, no, I just lift it up like this. And he starts eating. All right, whatever. So anyway, the Geist War. And he turns to ash. And that was something else.
It was. Difficult fight. The Geist are no joke. I'd say in some ways they were harder to fight than Archfiends.
You guys did fight Archfiends with Laz.
Yes, we did.
Lasley and I go way before I was a Marauder pilot. This is when I just had my Lancer and my armor in the trenches. And we fought the Archfiend. And then, it's her story to tell. But either way, that's the day Lasley turned the trigger on. Snapped. And that's when she went berserk. If the Archfiends thought they had it bad with Suletta destroying them, once Lasley kicked into gear, it was game over.
Yeah, we saw that firsthand too.
Game over. And believe it or not, some of the Archfiends, what's left of them, are part of EarthGov now.
Aye. I mean, in a way, you're kind of looking at one in Emotions to Julius.
Yeah, I've read Nicole's report. You got a symbiote from the Forge, right?
Yes, yes, I did. And below the table, he stomps on Ash's foot.
What's that like? I mean, combat effectiveness wise, bring me up to speed.
Okay, well, I could command the symbiote to basically overtake my body. I still have control over it and all, but I can still use some of the abilities that Archfiends have.
Well, you should talk to the Archfiends on Gateway. You should hook up with him. His name is Mammon. He's with General Spears Marine Command. He's like the leader of the Archfiend covert or contingent, if you will. What's left of them. He'd probably be happy to help you.
Yeah, I'll probably talk to him about it.
You see Pequod slowly chewing a piece of meatloaf, staring at Julius, shaking her head no back and forth. Not at the Archfiend comment, you know at what.
Yeah. The only problem is it uses a lot of my vitality, and that could not be very useful in a fight sometimes.
I can understand that. Maybe those Archfiends could, help you out with that. Help you. Maybe it wouldn't drain so much. If anybody knows anything about them, it's them. And Hunk, yeah, Archfiends and Julius, yes. He looks over at Hunk and anyway. So you got to use the Forge. You got the Archfiend. As far as I'm concerned, Private Valorius, or is that Master Sergeant Valorius? As far as I'm concerned, you want to use the Forge, I supersede General Lorelei. You can go use it right after dinner.
Well, I did already, sir.
You did?
Yes, I did. Him. I would assume he'd have Valor on him, right?
Yeah.
It gave me, pulls it out this, and he slides Valor to General Rico. That's Valor.
He picks it up, looks at it. Oh my god. What was the original, I can't even tell. Was this a 9mm or what?
SOCOM, sir.
SOCOM, huh? That's an interesting choice. Those, where'd you get it?
Blaze. And I built it.
Blaze, as Hunk looks down at his plate, depressed. Yeah. It's a hell of a piece. Blaze was a hell of a craftsman.
He wasn't a good man.
He was. He hands the pistol to Julius to hand to Ash. I think, now that Agent Hunk over there, and Hunk, I have a plan to bring Blaze back, believe it or not.
You what?
I do. General Rico, yeah. Before I took office, no need to bring up the asshole who was in charge before. I wasn't an asshole, just maybe not as flexible. I don't think I'm perfect either. But either way, exoframes with consciousness like Blaze, they were treated as property for the last 500 something years. They were back in the Calamity War. So anyway, when I came into office, I changed all that. Because my Marauder squad was all exoframes. And they're like family to me. We fought, and some of them died by my side. I made them full citizens. Blaze, that's why Blaze left the military. He didn't want to be in the military. He was still getting back paid for 500 plus years. They're rich. A lot of them quit. Some of them stayed. The exoframe, you had an exoframe, I think, on Sigma, right? Phase 1. You had a PT Valk, and then you had this Phase 1.
Xerix, yes.
Anyway, Hunk claims, and documentation backs up, there was a scientist before I came in that was trying to find a way to preserve the Mind Stone that are in these guys and girls, depending on their personality. And anyway, long story short, funding was cut to what he was doing, and he defected to the UIR. Agent Hunk met him once, and Hunk, yeah, I did. but God knows where he is now. I mean, somewhere in UIR territory, out in God knows unknown deep space. You probably flew by him for all we know, floating around out there.
You think there's a chance of finding him?
Rico looks at you. If there is, I want you to. Obviously, I want you to prioritize this cult and Tewaz and Max Tech and whatever they're doing. But I want you to find this guy too. I have Exoframe friends that have an expiration date. I want to see this problem resolved. And he puts his hand out and runs it across the table. As Pequod watches the hand with her eyes, I want to see this problem resolved. So, anything you need from me, I'm here. Nicole suggests you try with SIS. They could probably help point you in the right direction.
Of course, sir. We actually have an in with SIS. We've worked with Agent O extensively.
I'm very familiar with Agent O. I'm very familiar of the fuel costs he spent to go out there and find you. And when I say find, I mean find by dictionary definition. He literally had to look for your ship.
I know. And apologies.
Hunks looks around the room nervously. Rico, you have nothing to apologize about. It wasn't your fault. Hunk kind of stands up and, oh, look at the baby. And Rico, sit down, Hunk. Finish your meatloaf. And Hunk, oh, I'm just making sure she's eating okay. Icy's already cut up her food and taking care of her and is feeding her.
Yeah.
And Rico, you guys, there's action figures of you guys. Posters. You know, you're, in the eyes of, granted, I know you probably don't like it, but it's got to be covered up what happened on that ship with Malcolm. Most people think Squad Sigma are heroes, and we're going to say they died a hero's death. In reality, that's not what happened, but that's the way it goes.
That's fair enough.
We can't have the public knowing Master Chance almost, I mean, even his court-martial is, we don't broadcast court-martials to begin with, but even his court-martial was under the table. Only some higher-ranking members of EarthGov knew about it or saw it, or are knowing about it. General Lorelei is probably in the dark about most things still, if you can believe that.
She's probably not going to be for much longer, if we need to fill her in.
Well, Master Ebenezer, he's a good man. I think he's a good fourth slot, and a good political face for the council. But they're not going to operate with autonomy anymore. They're going to be based at a gateway here soon. And I'm going to scrutinize everything they do. Albeit I don't think I have to. With who's in charge and who's there. And, Master Yen kind of not crazy anymore. He was actually my first pick for leadership of the council, but he started to go downhill with his dementia and stuff. And I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, he takes a bite of his meatloaf. Anyway, you didn't deserve what happened to you.
I'd assume not. But it is what it is. I mean, it led us here today.
I hear you're a hell of a shooter, and I mean, it showed during the Geist War, points at Ash. Hunk comes over and puts his hand on Ash's shoulder, and Rico looks up at him. Agent Hunk taught you how to shoot? At least the rifles?
Automatic rifles, yes. He helped me significantly with assault rifles, sir. Self-taught when it comes to pistols.
Yeah, I bet. Those rifles, I remember looking at your dossier a long time ago. I think it was during this thing with Lasley and the Archfiends. Weren't you like a D- shooter with assault rifles or something? He starts to chuckle.
Yes, sir.
I was a D- with handguns, so that's why I became a Marauder pilot.
Fair enough. What always gave me trouble was the automatic. The kick of it. So hard to get used to. I'd only ever shot single action before. So, you understand.
I prefer semi-auto myself. When I do target shooting, skeet shooting, it's shotguns, stuff like that. Just fun shooting. Maybe one day we can go shooting.
I'd love to. I'll need to get this myself sorted out first, but of course.
I wouldn't mind pulling a few rounds out of that fancy pistol you got out of the fort.
Oh, I'd gladly let you.
He looks at you. Like I said, if you hadn't already used them, Lorelei's far wiser than me. I'm glad she let you use it. But if you hadn't, I'd march you down there right now. I mean, if anybody deserves it, and Hunk speaks up, he does deserve it. He is your grandson's godfather, and then Rico looks up at Hunk and down at you, Ash. Pequod's mother looking inquisitively at Hunk. Ash, you feel Hunk's hands squeezing your shoulders extremely tight, realizing what's happened. And Icy's just staring blankly at General Rico. As Julius, you see Pequod's hand shaking. The fork, like the girl in Jurassic Park.
Davian looks up at Hunk. Hunk, why don't you come sit next to me? Yes?
We have... Grandchild! Pequod's mother speaks up. General Rico. He looks over at Pequod. And Pequod's mom. Why have you been wearing such baggy clothing, Patricia? And she no reason, as Hunk's grip tightens on Ash's shoulder.
Ash is just gonna keep eating.
Julius is white knuckle gripping his fork, and then he just drops it. Sir, I have something to tell you.
He looks over at you as Pequod's mother. Stand up, Patricia. She gets up, comes over, lifts up this long, baggy Alpha 9 Gods of This Moment shirt, sees the baby bump, her eyes get wide. General Rico looks at you.
Oh god, this is going so bad. Sir, it's come to my attention that you do not know that me and your daughter are engaged and have 2 kids.
Alright,
On the way.
of course. Since when?
So remember my first year in the Headhunters.
His eye trails over to Pequod. And he's looking at her, and he's got a big piece of meatloaf hanging off his fork, which he was about to put in his mouth. He sets it down. The clank hits the plate. 2. Is that Icy's daughter? Or have I been played for a fucking fool as he's looking at Pequod for a year?
That's our daughter, sir.
He stares at Icy and she shrugs and gestures towards Pequod. Hunk squeezing Ash's shoulder. This is how it ends, Ash. It was nice knowing you.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm just gonna enjoy the show.
We're all gonna die. That marauder's gonna shut up, Hunk. And boom, he sits back down. Sorry, General. Glaring at Pequod with his one eye. You've kept this grandchild of ours from us for a year? And Pequod's still standing, looking shocked. They don't say anything else. Rico's just glaring at.
I honestly don't know what to say right now.
Hold on a second. You said that ring was a promise ring. Is that Pequod's holding her hand up with the ring? Is that a wedding ring?
Well, sir, it was a ring that I bought on a headhunter's salary. It was the best I could get for her.
So let me get this straight. I don't care about the quality of the ring. So let me get this straight. You fell for one another in the... Sit down! Pequod's... You, and he's looking right at you with his one eye. You two, looks back at Pequod, fell for each other in the Headhunters.
Yeah.
And then... And so Commander Integra just lets you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And then... You... About what time did you get pregnant in the Headhunter? That child is... Bring my grandchild over here! And sets her down, and he holds her. She is very pretty. If you look at the eyes, he looks at her eyes and over at Julius, and then back at Pequod. So about when did I unknowingly have a granddaughter? conceive?
I believe it was my last week in the Headhunter, sir.
Okay. He's holding the baby with one arm, puts his hand out. So let me get this straight. Get this straight. You kept this from me, the most powerful man. He's looking back and forth at both of you. The most powerful man in EarthGov, who can do anything. I could blow up a planet if I want to. Laugh about it afterwards. Planet cracker ships. Destroy millions of lives. You kept this from me. Looks at Icy. Thousands of reports filed to get him on Squad Alpha 9. And this one, his little friend here, Ash. He's a good guy. Goddamn bona fide fucking war heroes. And you kept this from me. And he looks at Pequod. And then you got pregnant again. And he looks at Julius. And he stops talking and just looks at Julius. You got pregnant again.
Yeah.
And then you were marooned, shanghaied, then marooned to the frontier. Not fed. Not given medical treatment. Probably have PTSD. Debilitating injuries that cost Nicole probably damn near, and it doesn't matter, millions of credits. And this whole time could have just came to Dad and said, you know, Dad, I met this guy in the Headhunter, and he's got a nice friend, and I'd like them on Nicole's squad. And Pequod starts crying. And he slams the table, and all the plates bounce up. I'm not even mad. He's a fucking war hero. Points to Julius. I couldn't think of a better son-in-law. But for God fucking sakes, why didn't you just tell me? And we could have avoided all this. All of it. He throws his arms up in the air.
This is not what I was expecting.
He's a war hero. Better than some fucking pencil neck desk jockey or another flyboy, unless it's a Marauder pilot. This is a war hero. Look at this kid. He brings the baby, holds her up. She is gorgeous. And Hunk, are we not gonna die? You hear, dear? And he hands the baby. I always wanted grandkids. She starts crying. All you had to do was come to Dad. A smart man would have suggested years ago. Just tell me. I'm surprised one of you didn't have the fucking... Can't believe you didn't think of this. And he gestures towards you and Ash and Julie.
Yeah, a smart man would have suggested telling him years ago.
Julius stomps on his foot again. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good meatloaf. Keeps eating.
Pequod, so you're not gonna kill us? And he... I should? Will I? No. I'm actually quite... Look at these tears of joy. Points over to his wife. I've always wanted grandchildren. I just... never thought it would be kept from me for... how many years? Do you know we were told this was Icy's child? He points at Icy.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I always thought the eyes were, there's something going on there. Now it makes a lot of sense. He points at you.
Yeah, I bet they lied and said it was like heterochromia or something. I usually use that excuse.
Well, Pequod just said she, the baby had some type of birth defect when Icy got pregnant.
Yeah, something like that.
Pequod's mother crying, and we have another one, and she points at Pequod's stomach.
Yeah, his name is Carter.
Good name. Points at Julius. Very good name.
He was a good man.
Oh,
He was.
Wait till you hear that she's a blood hunter too.
Looks over at her. Forgive me, Leslie's the blood hunter lady. What does that mean exactly? Is there something we need to do? She gotta go undergo surgery or something? I don't.
It's nothing serious. And Davian speaks up. All we have to do is paint some basic runes, and then once she gets older, we start training her, we'll see how her personality is and attune the runes to fit that. Like with Julius, he was always a blink and you miss it type fighter, so I made it so people would blink and they miss it.
Then that's what we'll do. Spare no expense. I just can't believe you kept this charade up for all this time. I used to come late night to the apartment to see the baby after it was born. And it was always, and he gestures at Icy. Why was she raising the kid? And he looks at Pequod. Where were you? And then looks, what were you doing? And she can't talk.
She was depressed that I was gone. So.
Probably also had postpartum depression, sir.
God. He looks at Ash. God. What the hell? Is there anything else I should know? Right now. Anything I should know?
And he looks over at Pequod. Can you think of anything, dear?
She looks over at you, Julius. No. She's staring back at her dad. I'm just shocked we're still breathing.
Yeah.
All you had to do was tell me. Dad, my boyfriend who's proposed to me, Julius, wants to be on Alpha 9. Would have been done. Never would have went through any of this. No wonder why you were depressed. Always hiding in your room. And Hunk, oh, well, you know, it all worked out, and bygones be big, something like that, and Julius is my son. And he looks up at Hunk. What? Since when?
No, not biological. And Davian speaks up. Yes, definitely not biological.
And Hunk, yeah, well, you know, I taught him how to drive, Johnny. He knows that because of me. Me. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And he looks at Julius. I pinned medals on your chest.
I thought you knew at the time, dude.
I remember you not saluting me all those years ago. Don't think I forgot.
Sir, I've changed, sir.
You better, because you're a dad now, son. A dad. To two kids? 2. We only had 1. Had our hands full with her. Jesus Christ. Gestures towards Pequod. Talk about troublemaker. Pain in the ass sometimes. Jesus. She flew her first damn ship when she was 10. Got in the hover car. Started flying around. Almost gave me a goddamn heart attack. Then crashed into the house. And I wasn't General Rico back then. I was not so wealthy Rico, mind you.
Well, if it's any consolation, she gave me the same feeling when we were in the Headhunters, sir.
Always making fun of you.
Uh-huh.
That's what she does. Nothing to make fun about this man. It's not like he's got a lazy eye or something. Pequod starts laughing.
Yeah.
Pequod pulls up the picture she took of Ash at the beginning of the session. Who's that? Who's this vagabond?
That's me before getting cleaned up and going through surgery.
Oh, put that away. Now I feel even worse. Wait, pull it back out. I want to see the eye. He starts laughing. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at you. Malcolm did a number on you. And Hunky also told Ash's fiance cheated on her. And Rico turns his head and glares at Ash. What the fuck?
I didn't, for the record. But yes, my fiance, Ceres Integra.
Yeah, Commander Integra. That would explain a lot. Maybe. We're, I'd like to get Commander Integra. Give me the grandchild. She takes it. Beautiful. He holds her, looking at her, gives her a kiss on the cheek. So, Commander Integra, what's the prognosis? And Icy just, I don't know.
Excuse the vulgarity, sir, but batshit.
From what I hear, yeah, the last day of the head, I had to put my foot down and close the headhunter. She attacked the staff. I don't know why. I tried to ask them. They were trying to cover for her, and which I understand they were loyal to her, but she legit shot one of her staff. I don't know why. She lost it. And Pequod, well, she thinks they're all ash. But
Thinks I cheated on her daughter, sir.
maybe if I come see her, I'll tell her.
You could try, but she is not in a good way. A full psychotic break. It's gonna take a lot of therapy, sir.
Well, where is she? Here? On the gateway?
In our apartment.
Well, she's in the best place to get help. She's Nicole, and we're working on it. And if anybody's gonna get things done, it's her. And he points at Icy, so, we'll get her fixed up and solve this conundrum about you not cheating.
Yes. And Lorelei might be able to help with that.
Aceris is with the Rangers.
Yes, she is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And then you want Sasha, too.
Yes.
That's Pequod's. They go way back. All the way back to the Marine Corps. Did you know that?
Yes, we did. We worked with Sasha on a few occasions in the Headhunters.
Pequod's mother speaks up. She brought her own potatoes to dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful girl, just a little strange.
We all are.
Well, so get used to seeing me at your goddamn apartment, son. He gestures towards children. I'm gonna come see my grandchildren.
Yes, of course, sir.
That's great. I couldn't think of anybody better. I just wish one of you fucking boneheads, especially you, points at Pequod, would have just came to me and told me. Could have solved all this.
Yes, sir.
If I had known what was going on, I would have put my boot on Master Chance's fucking jugular.
Thank you, sir.
Fucking bastard.
I'll drink to that any day.
There, son, come here. Hunk stands up. Get over here.
He stands in front of him.
He stands up, fixes his outfit, and gives Julius.
Oh, this is definitely not how I was expecting tonight to go.
What were you expecting?
You in that marauder suit and me, as an archfiend running away.
For God's sakes, he slaps your chest so hard your whole body recoils. You're a war hero. Don't forget that. You're a war hero. It might be hard to, he looks at Ash, it might be hard to remember this. But people look at you two as heroes. And if your mother wasn't a dog the whole time, they'd look at her as a hero. You're heroes. To a lot of people. There's action figures of you. There's posters of you. There's fan clubs of the Asherion Valorius fan club, to my understanding. Pequod starts laughing.
Oh, we have to visit that. Ash, you realize that, yes?
Oh, I'd love to.
Hunk, oh yeah, great fan club. Wonderful.
Well, what's wrong, Hunk?
Hunk takes Julius's seat and starts eating his food. Just a good fan club. Couldn't think of anything better.
Uh-huh.
Julius fan club will be up and running soon, probably.
Okay. Right.
You started the fan club, didn't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Julius. As he begins to eat Julius's food, having his second health.
Right. As Davine reaches over and slaps his hand. I said one.
Rico sees her slap his hand. Oh, she's getting you back in shape? Is that what's going on here? And he looks at Dave.
I am the only one he's willing to work out with.
Fine, do it. Good. You need to be in shape. You're going after a... This ain't no joke, Hunk. Yeah, I know. This is like the end times kind of stuff from what's coming out. Albeit slowly, the council... Master Chance left a mess a fucking mess.
If he's anything like his grandson, they're probably gonna need our help at some point to untangle it.
Well, they'll be here based out of Gateway, so they'll probably be coming to see you. I'm sure they have more questions.
I would assume so.
This is great. I have a son-in-law. I have a granddaughter that was kept for me from a year as he's squeezing the back of Julius's neck. A granddaughter, excuse me. A grandson that's currently in the oven. Pequod's mom pats Pequod's stomach. This is good. The wedding, on the other hand, we'll have a proper wedding when this is all said and done. Maybe we could double it up, and Pequod's mom, Ash and Saris, and Julius and Pequod, and General Rico. I'll pay for it. Stop the cult. We'll have the wedding wherever you want.
Of course. I'd love that. I gotta patch things up about that lie, but yes.
He points at you. If you have fucking kids and you don't tell me, I'm just gonna shoot your ass.
I had no
You're
thought.
war heroes.
I would tell you immediately, sir.
At least somebody's got some guts here. He looks at Pequod when he says that. God damn. Let me get another look at you. He grabs Julius's shoulders. I always wanted a son-in-law. I just never thought it would happen. All the way back in the Headhunters, huh?
Yes, sir. All the way back in the Headhunters.
Commander Integra just let you guys do your thing.
Yes. My sleep schedule will be damned.
Pequod's mom starts laughing. He pats Julius's shoulder. You just sit down, son. Oh, Hunk took your seat. Here! Grabs the other chair, slides it right next. Sit next to Dad. Dad and Hunk, I'm his dad. We'll sit next to father-in-law then.
Pop.
Yes.
Yeah, Pop. You call me Pop. Call me Pop. Here, hold your daughter. He hands her to you.
He holds her and sits down.
Well then, it's settled. We'll have a double wedding when this is all said and done. Successfully.
Of course. You know, now that I get a even better look at little Lazuli, she bears a striking resemblance to her grandmother.
Oh, she does. You're right about that. My wife is, that's where Pequod gets her good looks. Gestures to Pequod. Thank God they didn't get any of their looks from me. And he points at the baby Pequod. Thank God.
I wouldn't say that, sir. You have good features.
Oh, well, thank you. I try to look decent in my old age here, but... And Pequod's mom... and he looks at her, what? And she lifts his eye patch, revealing a perfectly normal eye. So you can see where Pequod gets her mischievous side from. And he, god damn it, and he covers it back up.
Hey, fair enough, sir. I wore an eye patch for most of our work.
I wear it. He points at it. Leslie told me I should wear it. Look, I'd look cooler. She gave me this fucking thing during the Archfiend incursion. We were dumb kids back then. But I've worn it ever since, and most people lifts it up. Most fucking people think I lost it. Let's keep it that way.
Hey, fair enough. I mean, it looks damn good for recruitment posters.
Hey, your faces will be on them soon. And Pequod, Dad, yeah. Can we use this picture of Ash on the recruitment?
No.
And he starts laughing. Maybe in some of the outer colony. Join EarthGov, end up looking like a fucking hobo.
Is this you? If so, join up and we'll whip you into shape.
That's a good one. I say we patent that one, and Pequod smiles at him. Make it so. I'll do that first thing tomorrow morning. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great. We're double wedding. All good things aside, we gotta get this done with this cult, yeah? Because It's all coming out slowly, as I've said, but I believe it. I believe the reports from you, points at Ash. This is bad. Like, worse than Archfiends. Worse than Mobile Armors and the Calamity Wars, even before mine or Lasley's time. This is bad.
It is.
Is there anything you need? I assume Nicole's taking care of anything you need. But anything you need.
Well, there's Sasha and Saris to start. You already know that.
I want you to do that on your own. If she says no, then you come to me. But I do think you got to clear up the barn a little bit there. Makes a lot of sense why some of the Rangers. I visit the Rangers and their target practice. They use pictures of you.
Oh, gods.
It makes a lot more sense now. I thought it was just some type of Ranger inside joke, you know.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, the only other thing we're looking for is engineers.
Engineers for what?
Looks over at Icy as if to ask permission.
She nod.
Mobile suit.
Yeah, you want one? What do you want? You want the tall geese? We'll take it out of the museum.
We have one.
What do you have? There's a lot of them made. Most are locked away.
The Tall Geese 3.
He lifts his eye patch to look at you with both eyes. It doesn't exist.
Pulls up the footage of it in the hangar.
What the? That's a frame.
Yes, it is.
And you got that. Where'd you get that? Where'd you steal that from? Where? I don't even know where that thing came from.
From my understanding, when Captain Icy brought the Archfiends into the fold, it had been stowed away in the base they were living in.
And you didn't tell me? Didn't you bring he gestures towards Ice? Didn't you bring the Archfiends in? This was like a year and some change ago. And I didn't think it was important at the time. And they wanted to keep it. They were drawing power from it for the base. But then when Ash was added to my squad, I had them bring it up here. Nobody knows about it. It will stay that way, please. And why? And he looks at Ash.
Well, you saw the Ray, the mech that I fought in the Tall Geese.
I sure did.
That was stolen from EarthGov by them.
I remember the ship.
We were there.
Marines transporting it. It wasn't something. It wasn't. I didn't set that up, but I was privy to what was going on. That was all Marine Command doing that. Well, actually, it was SIS Command and Marine Command working together to get that thing secretly, sent to an underwater base, which was destroyed.
Yes. Well, they're the ones who took it, and given that was, 5-6 years ago? I would be safe to assume they have more.
He looks at Icy and so we're gonna blindside Tewaz and company with it. And yeah, that's, points at her. There's a reason you're the captain. Good thinking. That's, because you know what? They probably keep track of these suits. They probably have low-ranking people. So this thing will catch them and Icy completely off guard.
As far as I know, there are, outside of this room, 3 other people who know we're in possession of it.
Start with logistics on Gateway, and if they don't turn anything up, you come to me. Come to me, but in fact, the Calamity Wars was way before my time. So I don't know anybody off the top of my hand, but there's got to be somebody out there
Already
still kicking.
Yep. Talked to Captain Mailing in logistics already. Those are the 3 who know.
Good. Well, if they can't come up with anything, then we'll find another way. We'll get that thing built up, and when the time comes, Icy says, "Blindside Tewaz," and blindside,
Oh,
big time.
fun to do it to him.
And that is where we'll wrap. You have the rest of your good dinner and dessert. And General Rico sees you out to your apartment, and before he leaves, he gives Julius one more big hug and welcome to the family. And Pequod's mother gives Julius a hug and a kiss on the cheek. And that's where we wrap.